Check, check. Yep, yep. Good afternoon, race fans, and welcome to the opening ceremonies here at the inaugural Battle on the Colorado, downtown Marble Falls, Texas. It's round 4 of the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, brought to you by Mercury Racing, VP Fuel, Seabolt Sports, Moto Marketing Group, RCI, Seaway Marine, and all of other fantastic sponsors here on the 2025 schedule. Thomas Yarbrough bringing you all the live play-by-play action all weekend long, as I do every race all season here in 2025, along with my partner, Kay Myers, as we get things kicked off here for Round 4's Sunday finals here on the shores of the Colorado River. If I could please have everybody stand, remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem by local 2025 Marble Falls High School graduate and heading on to Texas State for music education, Miss Ella Bray. Take it away, Ella.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it one more time for Miss Ella Bray with our national anthem. All right, race fans, let's get ready to rock and roll and take a look at Sunday's schedule here at the Battle on the Colorado Round 4 of the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. We've got one final qualifying heat in all 3 classes. Starting off the day, we're going to have the Formula Lights out on the water with a surprise addition to the class here this Sunday. Series points leader, unable to make it yesterday, Miss Shelby Love out of Santa Rosa Valley, California, making her way down here to Marble Falls for Sunday racing, and the boys are shaking in their boots for sure, as this young woman has dominated the 2025 season with 3 wins in 3 races here so far through 2025, and that's how we're going to get things kicked off today. Again, those Formula Lights running that modified Le Mans start, reverse order of full points collected so far this weekend. Then we're going to do our third and final qualifying heat for Texas Tri-Hall, as well as our third and final heat for Formula One, all reverse order of points, as we do every race on the 2025 schedule. And after the 3 qualifying heats, we're going to bring all 3 classes back out on the water to run their main event here at the Battle on the Colorado. Hey, everybody, wherever you are across the world, joining us on our YouTube channel. Again, if you're here in Marble Falls and you haven't had a chance yet, make sure you go to that YouTube channel, F1 Powerboat Racing. Smash that subscribe button, and you can hang out with us every weekend throughout the rest of 2025 and beyond as we continue to put together fantastic race schedules year in and year out. Again, I'm Thomas Yarbrough. They call me the Noise of the North. This is my partner, Kay Myers, bringing you all the great color every weekend here throughout the 2025 season. We have an absolute blast together up here, giving you guys the blow-by-blow out there on the course, and the speeds in excess of 120 miles an hour. Okay, it's hot. We got a blueberry afternoon here on the shores of the Colorado River, and that's going to mean for some fast racing here on the Colorado.
I mean, ideal conditions out here on the water. It's just perfect for these drivers. They are excited to be out here walking through the pits. Everybody's like, this place is so much fun. The adrenaline in the pits, the excitement with the fans. So everybody's ready to go. I am ready to see we're going to start crowning some more champions this weekend. Absolutely. It's going to be fantastic. I do want to pose this out there for all our YouTube fans. You notice something a little bit different today. So hot. I took off the dress shirt. Went with the F1 shirt. It's a little loud. You know, I like to blend into the background as best I can, being my size. But let me know in the comments on our YouTube channel, blue shirt or the white crispy dress shirt. You let me know next round. I'll take your advice. Okay, how's that sound? I want to go back a couple weeks, and I want to revisit a question that we gave to our drivers. You asked the drivers, which one's your favorite announcer, Thomas or K-Dub? You got more votes. I'm going to ask the fans, Thomas or K-Dub. Hey, you know, it's a legitimate question. I mean, we both have our own skill set. We don't but yeah, it was, you know, and we'll have to get to that piece here in a little bit while we're getting all the Formula Lights out on the water. Again, we're going to start racing right at 12:15 with our opening heat and Formula Lights out. Does that breeze feel good here? Yeah, as we're gonna get push 100 degrees here in the Hill Country in Central Texas. It gets warm this time of year in August. That's you know, I look at the folks from Texas. They do in August a lot of times like we do in January in Minnesota. You know, you spend more of your time inside than outside. Ours is for the cold. Theirs is for the heat down here. But we had some fantastic weather yesterday, surrounded by rain, but not a drop here fell on the Colorado. Dropped the temperature, though, about 10-plus degrees, which made it really nice and made for some exciting racing. If we take a little bit of a recap, look back on yesterday, you know, in Formula One class, in that opening heat, we saw the 17 of Dylan Anderson qualify in fast lap qualifying and early on Saturday qualifying, and that put him all the way on the pole position for our first qualifying heat, and boy, he went wire to wire. That APX looking real strong, Kay. Yeah, you know, and we talked about this yesterday a little bit. I kept talking to Ray, his dad, and I said, Ray, what are you going to bring out of the hauler? What are you going to bring out of the hauler? And Friday, they brought them both out because this is a brand new course to these drivers, and so he's like, we wanted to test to see which one was going to be the best for this size course, for this heat, for this elevation, this whole environment, and I'm saying, you picked the right one, Ray. Yeah, it looks like it's really good because if we remember yesterday, if we look at the 17 of Dylan Anderson with a solid finish in qualifying heat number one, we saw some surprise out of the 29 of Jared Jensen, and even some surprise the other way. We saw the likes of Jeremiah Mayo, points leader coming into round four, couldn't muster better than a sixth-place finish in qualifying at all yesterday. Chris Rinker, the winner from Alton Midwest Nationals, he couldn't muster better than a fourth or fifth place. So really the standings are starting to get shuffled up a little bit. Then we go to Heat 2, and Dean Comer in another APX has what I would consider the greatest start with a four-stroke motor in the history of that package. Now, granted, it's only been a couple of years, but there's some other drivers that are pretty well decorated to have a lot of wheel time behind an APX, and he put them all to shame with that jump off the dock in heat number two. Came out like an absolute rocket, and he had Jared Jensen all over him the entire heat. Almost gave it up there at the end, almost spinning out down into turn number one, but boy, he got it together, and the APX really shined yesterday in qualifying. The question is, can they do it again today? You know, I know they can, because Mercury has worked so much with our drivers, our crews, to bring the technology together for this brand new APX. I mean, it's been a couple of years, like you said, but we always talk about, evolving with sports, even with NASCAR, even with any other kind of sporting event of motorsports. Everything's evolving, and Mercury has done so much to stay right in line with that. With the new APX, they basically take it out of the box, throw it on the back, and then it's done. They're not spending. Yeah, the computer does a ton of the work, right? So it's so much more about propeller and about weight. But we actually have got a replay of that. So those of you here locally in Marble Falls, make sure you jump on that YouTube channel, smash that subscribe button. Let's take a look at that replay of the start yesterday from the 92 of Dean Comer. as they're all lined up there. They're waiting for that gun. Look at him. They drop the flag, and it's like a slight delay, and then bang. He just comes out like a rocket. He's feet in front of everybody. And then if we stay with this, we'll watch there. Not only that, but up into the wash, gets the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, and he almost goes over. You see there pulling off to the side. That's the 40 of Austin Cheatham. As the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo was all up in the spray, he almost landed on top of the 40 of Austin Cheatham. And, boy, it was a real deck-to-deck type of racing there in qualifying heat 2, but a fantastic run for Dean Comer and that Bear King Brewery sponsored entry. He needed it as well. Didn't fare super great in qualifying heat number 1, but that's jumbled everything up, and that has been the name of the game a lot this weekend. If we jump over to Texas Tri-Hull, or affectionately what we call bumper boats at 65 miles an hour, we saw really the only bright spot of those top point leaders so far coming into round 4 was the 10 of Tanner Rinker, who was able to snag a first-place finish in qualifying heat number 2, and he has now really moved things tight. Grant Schubert, middle of the pack. The 17 of Neil Marsh, your 3-time defending series champion, middle of the pack, and some other drivers that really started to show, but they really do have the speed. You look at like the 88 of Josh Wells, right? The 33 of John Ottinger, who spent most of his time up in Idaho this race season, locked into a big contract for his 8 to 5 Monday through Friday job, unable to race with us, but out here in that John Deere green machine, making sure that everybody knows, like, hey man, just because I haven't been to the bunch of the races doesn't mean I'm not a fast boat out here.
Yeah, and he came out and he was, third or fourth, and
something like that.
Yeah, he was riding right up with him on Mike Ottinger in the 33. He's right there with them. One thing about the Rinker boat, twice this weekend I have seen heads on the outside and the inside doing boat repair. And I said, I think it's almost time to retire that boat. And you know what Chris said? He says, if he keeps winning, we'll keep fixing it.
Absolutely, right? Why would you mess with a good thing if the boat we're speaking about was traditionally the patriarch of the Texas Rinker clan, Jerry Rinker, who was racing Texas Tri-Hulls into his early 80s. In our last qualifying heat at the opening round in Port Neches, he went over, had some issues with his safety restraint systems kind of seizing up on him. It was a pretty scary moment there, touch and go for about a day and a half. But Jerry pulled out of it.
Yeah.
At that point, though, Jerry recognized maybe it's time for me to step away. And at that point, he decided to retire from Tri-Hull racing, which we completely understand. But Tanner was like, hey, Pops, yo, Gramps, you think I could, that thing's pretty fast.
Yeah.
And boy, jumping into his grandfather's boat and really kind of carrying on that Rinker legacy and carrying that number 10 on the side, which he's switched numbers now here in 2025, has done phenomenal things for the 10 of Tanner Rinker. He wins at the Red River Rumble in Shreveport, Louisiana, Memorial Day weekend. And then mid-July, just a couple of weeks ago in Alton, Illinois, just outside of St. Louis, he goes back-to-back, winning the Alton Midwest Nationals, wins the heat yesterday. And if we take a look at our standings here in the Texas Tri-Hull class, boy, he has really moved himself up into the point standings. He is now up into fourth position, but he's only 90 points back from the 13 of Grant Schubert. Again, we get triple points for the final today. And boy, yesterday the 13 of Grant Schubert really struggled. He had a broken bracket on the back of that Tri-Hull. He had to, if you remember, he had to limp it around in second to last place as the 69 of Cole Waring made me aware of. He was so frustrated because he broke his steering in lap 1. Grant came out and ran enough laps to move one spot up and collect some extra points. But a veteran move by the 13 of Grant Schubert. Hard to say he's a veteran at just 21 years old, but when you've been racing boats since you were 9, you've got quite a few years under the belt. And he knew that he wasn't going to get very many points, but he knew some points was better than no points, as he's now got the 17 of Neil Marsh breathing down his neck. Right behind them, the 26 of Briston Sherman in third. And then here comes Tanner Rinker. And if he can go back to back to back, boy, they better watch out, because that's a mission that young man is on. And you're right, he had the stringers in the back inside the transom on Friday, grinding away, covered in fiberglass dust. Yesterday, the right front corner, not corner, but right front bow of that Texas Tri-Hull had about a 2.5-foot patch that had gotten dislodged or broke off from where it had been repaired before. So they put a lot of time in, but as we've talked about so many times, it wasn't like he didn't have any help. They have a great team. They were, borrowing materials and things from other teams, because that's just what we do here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series.
I mean, that's what we do with just boat racing in general.
Absolutely.
We see that in every single class that there is possible. We've seen it before where Grant Schubert had an issue at Shreveport, and unfortunately the boat was pretty much demolished at that point because he hit a hole. He turned around and went over to Clover Construction and said, hey, you got an extra boat in that. I might want to take that for a little test run. Did great with the test run and probably took a paycheck back instead of a boat back over to the clover construction. And then we've seen it before where somebody's lost a cowling, and they're like, hey, I got a spare that might fit your boat. Because we do have quite a few different hulls that are out there, but there's always 2 hulls of the same sort that are inside the pits. Or even if somebody, I've seen it before. We've seen it with Aiden Benton when he had some issues, some motor issues, and I saw the Rinker clan come over and help. I mean, everybody's there to help each other out. We've always heard this term. We want to beat you on the water, not on the beach. And then these guys want to they want to beat them, not only because they want to beat them, but they want to be like rubbing some salt into the wound, just kind of like, the outlaw group does. They have a tendency to do that every once in a while where they're saying, well, if you lose, you're going to get punished. If you win, you get the top of the podium. So which one are you going to choose, top of the podium or get punished by the outlaw group? Because we all know what the punishments can be.
Yeah, it's been an interesting weekend. If you take a look at the Outlaws, we had some we highlighted that on our social media platforms yesterday. The 69 Nicole wearing in that zebra-striped tuxedo. The one of Dustin Terry, reigning champion in Formula One, all purple, rocking those Louisiana colors, purple and gold, right? That Nola Pride, the driver out of Houma, Louisiana, our lone Cajun running here in the Formula One class in 2025. But, yeah, going to be hot, especially today. We got a little clouds. We got some wind yesterday. There is almost not a complete cloud in the sky right over the top of the river right now. And with temperatures, approaching 100 degrees, it is going to be very, very important for our drivers to stay very hydrated and very very locked in today, right? And that's big part of it, is just making sure that they're hydrated and ready to go, because those cockpits are all carbon fiber, and carbon fiber is black.
Yeah.
And very warm. And so it'll be very interesting to see what's going to happen out there. And we had some fun out in the pits over the weekend, and we've got a great piece here that's going to give you a little bit more insight into our drivers here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Let's take a look at that.
Cereal is soup? Absolutely not.
As far as I'm concerned, it is. No.
Is cereal a soup? I mean, yeah, I guess technically so.
No.
No, it's not.
No, of course not.
No. A soup? No. It's a grain. Oh, let's see. A crab probably has like maybe 8 legs. I have not a clue.
6. I think 8.
I have no idea. I don't see them when we're flying by at 120 miles an hour.
6. 8.
8.
Ooh, crab. I'm going 8. That's a great number, by the way. Fruit that starts with B. That's tough. Why can't I think of that? Banana. Banana. No, but banana was a fruit for a second.
Banana. Is that a vegetable?
B. Blueberry. Jason's bananas.
Banana.
Is there a fruit that starts with a B?
B. Banana.
Banana.
You know I'm from the city, so we don't play with goats too much down in California. I don't know what a guy. I don't. Oh, that's something like that.
Bleat, right? Spell like that? Ba. Ba. Goat?
A goat?
Man, it baws. Ba.
Bah. The fainting goat. Blackie? Jason. He does that all the time.
Zipper.
Ooh. Corky.
Flipper. Oh, man.
Flipper. Flipper, of course.
Lazarus.
Oh, can't do flipper. That's too typical. I don't know. Bobber.
All right, little insight into the mindset of our drivers. And I guess after that, Kay, I'd have to say it's a good thing they're good at racing boats.
Yeah, there was actually one that was like, ooh, good thing I'm just racing boats, not answering questions on Jeopardy. I was like, yeah, he wouldn't be winning much there, let me tell you.
Wow, yeah, it's the guys have a lot of fun with it. We have a lot of fun with it, and it's definitely work hard, play hard. I mean, they're having a good time, but at the same time, these guys are absolutely grinding for long hours. I know yesterday in the pits, trying to get that 13 Texas Tri-Hull of Grant Schubert as well as a driver we haven't seen this weekend, the 99 of Travis Yates. That Outlaw team was working until 9:30, 10:30, 11 o'clock last night, getting everything together. The 99 Travis Yates got a hole in his boat. He's moving to a backup boat on the team, which is actually the backup boat on the 13 at Grand Schubert. So you're going to see a very interesting chartreuse black, white, red trimmed Captain JH Performance Boat sponsored machine, because it's kind of a hodgepodge there. But what a fantastic weekend it's going to be here. And, let's take a look out on the screen there. We've got a little bit of something that's caught some of our people by surprise. As we had this driver had some stuff come up within her family that we didn't think she was going to be able to make it here this weekend after what had happened. And we'll get to that a little bit later, but she's here through true grit, determination, and a love for powerboat racing, and this family that she has here and the support that they're going to get. The 12 of Shelby Love is here, trying to go for 4 in a row here in 2025 in Formula Lights, and I'm so excited that young woman is able to join us here on the shores of the Colorado.
Well, I'm going to just say this because this has been said many a times before and even throughout the weekend. The last name says it all, Love. That is what their family, that is what their team is love.
Absolutely, and, we're very excited, and the only people I think that aren't super excited to see her here are her fellow competitors on the course, because they know that they are going to be in for it this afternoon, as this young woman has absolutely dominated Formula Lights here in 2025. She kicked off the year with probably one of the greatest passes we have seen in better part of a decade in Formula Lights, as in the second turn on the final lap. So she's only got 2 turns after this. She does a little head bob, fakes the outside, dives underneath the 35 of Mark Schmierbach, and she ran that thing all the way to the checkered flag. What a phenomenal piece of driving that was. Then we go to the Red River Rumble, where she just walks away with it. And then 2 weeks ago in Alton, she picks up a 1-lap penalty for dislodging a buoy. But because the river current is moving so quickly and the shape of their course, that dislodging of the buoy required a restart. Formerly, our rules stated that your 1-lap of penalty was assessed after the race. Well, we recognize that that doesn't necessarily promote as good a racing on the course, and so we changed those rules a couple of years ago, and now you are able to serve your penalty by going back of the pack. She did that and then just decided to just absolutely run through the field all the way back to that first place position, which found her going back to back to back. All 3 series races, 3 wins for the 12 of Shelby Love.
Well, and if we look back a couple years ago when she first got that boat, she had battery issues, electrical issues, fuel issues, and that team worked together with her. And I'm not saying that she's a princess, because you'll see her inside of that cockpit too. She knows every bit of that boat inside and out, all the electrical, all the fuel. So they all work together, and by the beginning of this year, they had it all figured out. But that's also testing in the off season.
Absolutely.
That's where that's a big play. And down there in California, they have a couple places to go testing, I could say. But
yeah, the Clover construction team does a really good job of making sure in the off season that they are dialed in and they're not having to. There's no questions. There's no guessing come race weekend. Now, this one's going to be a little bit different for them. They're not necessarily used to it. She hasn't collected any points because she hasn't started any of the races. So that reverse order of points collected that's going to affect everybody else doesn't apply to her. So she's going to be starting second to last off the start pontoon. Of course, our rookie, the 52 of Addison Dumford, the Franklin, Tennessee native running for Dumford Irrigation, being a rookie. This is only his second race weekend, so we're hoping that by the end of the season, he will have removed that rookie status and be able to line up on the start dock with the position that he qualified in. But for now, he's going to stay last and wide to the outside. So now we've got 8 drivers here in Formula Lights, and it has been a knockdown drag-out between, no surprise, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach and the 21 in that Mike Scott plumbing machine of Jose Mendana Jr. They traded heats yesterday, 1 and 2, 2 and 1. I think as I checked yesterday when we posted the points totals and standings after qualifying yesterday, I want to say it was like less than 10 seconds.
yes.
Total elapsed time between 30-plus laps, and the 21 of Mendana was only 10 seconds. Total elapsed time ahead of the 35 of Mark Schmierbach in that B&B Racing Pizza Inn machine. So pretty impressive how those two, but now they both know, all right, now we both have to deal with Shelby Love. In that 12 boat and that all-white Hoffman full composite boat that has Took her a little while, spinning out in the corners, things like that, but she's really started to get ready. All right, well, we're going to get things ready here with a test flag to start things off here so all the drivers know exactly where that flag is coming on the course. And then we're coming up on the 1-minute gun here to start our third and final qualifying heat in Formula Lights. 1 minute, drivers, 1 minute. Can the two of Travis Thompson, the humble Texas native, figure out all those electrical gremlins that plagued him yesterday and come off the beach screaming fast here in qualifying heat number 3? 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Or will the 78 of Marshall Gildermaster finally get off the schneid with those rough starts? He's been fast on the course but can't get off the beach. Can he do it here in qualifying heat number 3? 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. And then we've got the likes of Brandon Bobolic. The 26 is Steve Lee. And then the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. And then the 21 of Mendana. He's been fastest so far this weekend through 2 heats. Then it's the 12 of Shelby Love and the 52 of Addison Dumford. Let's set our starting lineup for the main event here at the Battle on the Colorado and Formula Lights. 20 seconds, drivers. You're under starters orders. The flag is up. He drops the flag quick. They come roaring off the beach. Great jump there finally by the 78 of Gildermaster, as well as the 35 of Schmierbach and the 21 of Mendana. Surprise there, the 12 of Shelby Love knocking the rust off a little bit. Really slow to come off the beach here. Let's see what's going to happen down the far end of the course.
Look at Travis Thompson on the inside in the number 2. He is holding him tight as close as he can, but now they're all going to squeeze together. Here we go as they start jumbling spots over here.
Whoa, look out there. Oh, no, the 78 of Gildermaster and the 2 of Travis Thompson get together down there in turn number 3. Looks like the 26 of Steve Lee also got into. Oh, no, we've got a boat over down there at the far end of the course. We've got a boat over down at the far end of the course. Our rescue team is already on site as they're getting down there to get in the water and make sure our drivers are okay. Boy, that was real rough. We saw some of those faster boats, the likes of 21 of Mendana and the 35 of Schmierbach, come sweeping in way wide to the outside. And that forced the 2 of Travis Thompson and the 78 of Marshall Gildermaster to turn very hard. The 2 of Travis Thompson just had to turn so hard he spun the back end out. The 78 of Gildermaster goes into him, and it looks like we've got a driver over there, and hopefully it looks like she might be out already of the boat. All right, looks like everybody is out of the boat and okay. But, boy, it looks like the 2 of Travis Thompson's got some pretty bad damage as that boat turned over finally after he got hit by the 78 of Gildermaster. And, boy, we've got some carnage down on the far end of the course here at the opening start of the third and final qualifying heat in Formula Lights. That's got to be frustrating for the 3 drivers that got caught up in that wreck there in the third and final qualifying heat in Formula Lights. Boy, I don't know if hopefully we'll have some replay of that. We can kind of take a look and dissect what happened back there. But on the live stream, I saw from the overhead drone shot, it seemed like the 35 of Schmierbach and the 21 of Mendana were so far out in front, they really kind of closed the door on everybody from way wide on the outside. Now, they were past the commitment buoy, so rules state as long as they've got the overlap, right? So as long as their cockpit is past the front pickle forks or the front tips of that boat, they're able to move over after that commitment buoy. And it looks like everybody's out, but boy, it looks like the 2 with Travis Thompson has really taken some damage onto the back of that Pew-designed red, white, and blue Formula Lights machine for the driver out of Humboldt, Texas. Now they've got it back up on plane. Great job by the Sport Rescue Team. That's Tim Kraft. And I believe that's Pat out there on the jumper. Yeah, look at Pat. He's laying on the back, sponsoring, making sure he can get that thing upright, trying to keep it from going under. As it, boy, looks like they may have had some really bad damage to the back left sponson of that Formula Lights for the 2 of Travis Thompson.
Geez, Jared, he's out there all the time working as hard as he can. Right now he's back there in the back corner. You can see on our live stream working on getting the second boat that's upside down back upright. These teams work together weekend after weekend to work together as a team to be able to make sure they can get these boats back upright. That's not an easy task because you imagine how much water is inside of those cockpits.
Well, what is it? A gallon of water weighs 8 pounds?
8 pounds. Yes, I know that because a gallon of water weighs 8 pounds. So then you have to remember that when it comes to boat racing because you want to make sure that you're burning just enough fuel to make sure that you're not underweight when you come back in.
Right. I remember it because of the movie Jerry Maguire. And a gallon of water weighs the same amount as the average human head. Yeah, the average human head weighs 8 pounds.
That was the cutest part of that movie. Well,
probably,
one of many.
Yeah, for sure.
The ending was the best. I'm sorry. I will say the ending was the absolute
best.
But
it looks like, boy, they are
here. Shelby Love's right up here by the beach. It looks like she's missing a cowling, but she's still upright.
But it looks like so that was not her.
Nope.
The question is who was that driver? At first we thought it was the 12 of Shelby Love That may be the 60 of Brandon Bobolic.
Oh, yep,
as he got caught up in there. We saw the 35 of Schmierbach make it out okay. But, boy, it looks like that rookie driver out of Crosby, Texas, might have been in his first accident as a Formula Lights. And I got to tip my cap to that driver because he got out real quick. So he paid attention. He understood the safety protocols that are in place. And everybody asks us, why didn't you get the boat over right away? Well, once the driver's out and safe and okay, that's priority number one. If we can get the boat over as quickly as possible, of course we're going to do that. But it looks like there's been so much water taken into that boat, they're having to drag it upside down through the center of the course here. But, boy, what a wreck we had down there at the far end of the course. The 78 of Marshall Gildermaster. And where is the 78 of Gildermaster? Is he still out there on the course?
He's right underneath the middle of that pontoon over there. I can see the
And
silver.
he might be okay just because, again, they've got those crushable pickle forks on the front, so everything's going to collapse in on the front so that he doesn't bear the brunt of the damage inside the cockpit. So hopefully he can keep running. But, boy, they are really struggling to get the two of Travis Thompson's boat anywhere where they're pulling right in front of the judges stand here at the start-finish line, and that boat is completely underwater, and they are just trying to keep it from sinking all the way to the bottom of the Colorado River.
Okay, well, we talked about this just a few minutes ago. How many other teams do you think are going to be rushing over to Travis's pit area to go help him out to say, what can we do? I know the weekend you're out. There's probably no way to repair this. Well, I can't say that. I've seen it before.
We don't know how much water is taken on. Again, when he got hit, it may have just pushed him over. And so there may not be too much damage. The concern is where he got hit, right back by the transom. So you've got steering bars, you've got steering cables, you've got midsection, lower unit, the motor itself. There may be too much damage. But if there is a chance to get it fixed today, you're absolutely right, Kay. Every single Formula Lights team, every single Formula One team, you need epoxy, you need resin, you need duct tape, you need anything. We're going to make sure. But, boy, that just kind of strings together what a frustrating couple of years it's been for the two of Travis Thompson. Seems like his racing career the last couple of years, and it looks like that is
Bobolic, yeah.
That is the 60 of Brandon Bobolic. So that was the boat that they finally got flipped over. So Bobolic and the two of Thompson both go over. They both get out very safely. But, boy, it might end the weekend, especially for the two of Travis Thompson. Now, Bobolic's boat, I think he probably snap rolled just trying to get out of the way of everybody. Yep. The mass confusion there, it was really hard to see exactly what happened to Bobolic. I mean, we saw the two of Thompson just have to set hard into turn number 3, and that's already a very tight turn. And then the 78 of Gildermaster just had nowhere to go because the back end spun so hard on the two of Travis Thompson, it killed any momentum he had carrying him into the corner. And what is 78 of Marshall Gildermaster supposed to do, the San Antonio native running for Boulevard Racing? He just had nowhere to go. It's hey, I either stay straight and hit this guy, or if I veer out of the way, he could have possibly put the pickle forks into the cockpit or into the capsule of somebody else, and that's not what we want. So good job by the 78 of Marshall Gildermaster. It's kind of like when you're on the road and a deer comes out. They tell you, don't try to veer out of the way of the deer. Just take it head on and take your medicine. And, obviously the two of Travis Thompson's going to be frustrated. Hopefully, and I know he won't be directing that at the two of Travis Thompson, will the 60 of Brandon Bobolic. And nobody's going to be mad at the 78 of Marshall Gildermaster. And that's the tough thing that we got to watch out for in these reverse order of points starts. You get those real fast boats on the outside. You've got to be cognizant as one of the drivers that's further up the start pontoon because you got to look to your right. Normally you're used to looking to your left. But on these reverse order of point starts, you got to also look to the right to ensure that you don't have a super fast boat coming bearing down hard to the inside on you because they've got the overlap, right? So many of our drivers are used to looking, hey, do I have the overlap on the guy to my left? They're not necessarily worried about the overlap they have on the driver to their right.
Yes, and I've been racing since I was 9, so I have been in that situation numerous times. In some of my classes we'll have anywhere from 4 to 12 boats out on the water, all fighting for lane 1. We fight for these lanes, and it comes down into that first turn because it's the start and first turn can usually make or break it, if you're going to be on the podium or sitting down below. And there's been many a times where I've said, I let off the throttle. And then there's other times where I'm like, I've got to hold it in. If I hold this throttle all the way through this, I'm going to ease right through the rest of this field and be able to come out on top. So it just depends on the situation. And year after year driving for a while, I'm just going to say a while, people like me, even Mark Schmierbach, Travis Thompson, have had enough experience to realize in that split second what to do. Just like you were saying, an example of when you have a deer that comes in front of you. I just was on my way to Eastern Washington about a month ago, going over there at sunset, knew my precautions, so I was aware, and literally a deer jumped right out in front of me, and I just kind of, and then got around, already got enough damage on my front bumper of my car.
Yeah, it was, that was not the way we wanted to start this Formula Lights third and final qualifying. There's the 12 of Shelby Love. You notice she lost some hardware.
They're feeling underneath that left sponson, too.
Yeah, I think they're checking for damage to the left sponson of the 12 of Shelby Love in that Hoffman composite Formula Light. Now, those Hoffman boats are all built with infused carbon, so they're very, very strong, very, very tough boats. So let's hope that there wasn't any damage done to the back of that, and it's floating very well. That typically tells me that there's not enough damage where it's taken on water, but if you have even the slightest crack on the left sponson, especially when they set that boat, there's so much torque and there's so much pressure that what they're worried about is when she sets that boat, it just peels the thing apart down the left-hand sponson. So hopefully everything's okay. Hopefully they find a rear cowling as well. I don't know if there was any flotation on that rear cowling. If not, it might be in about 16 feet of water hanging out at the bottom of the Colorado River.
Which luckily we have a great dive team that will be able to go down there and grab that up. But I've always said the one of the best tools to have in the toolbox of any kind of boat racer is duct tape. The next one is going to be water noodles, because I've seen water noodles line the inside of the canopies of these and the cowlings of these because they're so light, but they will help float if this one of these fall off. Because we've seen them just in mid-race, we've seen them just fly off.
Yeah, I mean, and they get the methods that they use to make those float vary wildly. Some like to put spray foam. Others, guys, like to glue pool noodles.
That's what I said. The pool noodles is the second thing you have.
Yeah,
inside
absolutely. Sorry, I was talking to our producer, Davis Wukovitz from the great folks at Live Race Media. And it looks like we're working on a potential replay of that wreck down there at the far end of the course, the bridge turn number 3, where they all got together. Now, that's going to require all these drivers are now sitting in those cockpits just baking in the sun. Yeah. It's going to require a lot of concentration and a lot of grit to be able to get back on the start pontoon. We're going to have to fire these Formula Lights back up, as they didn't even get to complete one half of one lap here in this third and final qualifying heat, in this reverse order of points start qualifying heat number 3, as we try to set the main starting lineup for the main event in Formula Lights here in just a couple of hours.
Not exactly the best way we wanted to start today, was with this. But, we've had this experience before, and we just talked about it, and I want to thank again all of our race rescue personnel for how quickly they were to get over there. And, of course, our jet ski drivers that are able to bring those boats back in so that we can get them repaired and get them back on down in the water. We do have a lot more racing. We're only on round 4 right now of our season.
Absolutely.
We've got, just in a couple weeks, we're going to be going to Windsor, Colorado, September 14th.
Roar of the Rockies.
That was such a fun race last year. I had a blast.
Yeah, it's a beautiful race site built on a lake that was specifically designed to be able to hold powerboat racing, thanks to the great folks at Water Valley and the community that they have built up there in Windsor, Colorado, in the foothills of the Rocky Mountains, about 45 minutes due north of Denver, Colorado. Elevation makes things very interesting for round 5. It kind of throws a wrench in a lot of the normal plans that our teams have. We've seen in the past the APX does really well due to that dynamic fuel injection that lives within that 4-stroke. The computer is always monitoring the air to fuel flow. With the lighter air being up a mile above sea level at elevation, it really is able to ensure that a lot more air gets in before it lights and ignites that gasoline inside the cylinder. So the APXs have done well. The 4-strokes in Texas Tri-Hull have done well up there. The question will be in round 5, do those 2-stroke packages have an answer for those new age 4-strokes when we go to Colorado for the penultimate round of 2025.
And then shortly after that, we make our way back into the great state of Texas. And we go
do
to
spend a lot of time down here.
I do. You know, I'm starting to like this. My daughter we're lucky enough we're staying at the hotel right there. You know, they got a nice little pool right there. And that
Absolutely.
hotel is really nice.
Fantastic pool.
And they had waffles in the morning, and it was the shape of Texas. And I was like, we might have to get like
That's
a
about the
souvenir.
most Texas thing you're going to
Yes.
see, right? The waffle maker in the hotel room is in the shape of Texas. But, yeah, that final round just outside of Houston at the Baytown Boat Club for the battle on the San Jacinto to wrap up the 2026 season, and it's going to be a doozy. You know, if we take a look at points right now, just in the Formula Lights class, we had some shakeup yesterday with the 12 of Shelby Love, unable to make it yesterday. The 35 of Mark Spiermach now has moved 36 points ahead of the 12 of Shelby Love. We see the 60 of Brandon Bobolic. He started to make up some ground, but this is really going to hurt his points in his rookie season here after that wreck. Travis Thompson had moved up some ground. He was holding on and moved up into 5th position. Well, his weekend may be done. So, again, a lot of movement in points. You know, we couldn't find the 66 of Randy Parch here this weekend after some big wrecks in Alton, Illinois at round number 3. So, hoping to see Randy back in Colorado. But, boy, the Formula Lights are in for a shakeup here this weekend. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick commercial break here for just a couple of minutes and give a big word to our sponsors here that made this race possible here in Marble Falls, and we'll be right back with more racing action.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line, whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing. Win every race.
JH Performance Boats. Custom-made, classic, shallow water boats built from scratch, offering a direct and personalized experience from start to finish. They provide exceptional service and support, having an unmatched reputation while paying close attention to detail with quality construction, expert knowledge, and outstanding performance. Mercury Racing. Proud to introduce the Apex platform of engines and the 250 APX competition outboard to Formula One Powerboat Championship Racing. This new 4.6-liter V8 model offers added torque and acceleration to take race teams to the next level. Let's welcome Mercury Racing 250 APX to the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Moto Marketing Group, accelerating brands for over 35 years. From developing some of the most famous boat and race team graphics that look fast to websites that run fast. Moto Marketing Group is your one-stop marketing shop for branding, vehicle wraps, websites, photography, and print design. They do it all professionally for a great price. Check them out online at motomarketinggroup.com. VP Racing Fuels, the official fuel of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. VP Racing Fuels has been the fuel choice of champions for decades. Now you can benefit from VP's expanded line of performance additives for your boat, daily driver, or weekend warrior. Learn more about their ultramarine and explore VP's full product line at vpracingfuels.com.
Racing Communications. They're radios for racing.
Seabold Sports, world champion powerboat racing since 1939. Find more on the legendary Seabold family at SeaboldSports.com.
All right, we are doing our rerun of our Formula One Heat 3. On this side, they decided to do a rolling start. Earlier today, you saw with a flag start. And this rolling start, once again, has proved that the Mandana group loves that rolling start with the 21, followed by the 35. Pizza Inn brings you Mark Schmierbach, the 12. Here comes Miss Shelby Love of Clover Construction.
Yeah.
Shelby Love able to make her way around, and it looks like we almost lost Dumford over in turn 1 as he tries to make his way down the backstretch. Mandana making his way down through turn 3 and 4, stretching out his lead over Mark Schmierbach of the Pizza Inn all the way out of Wisconsin, followed by the 12 of Miss Shelby Love as she's
starting to make up some room there. Hopefully she can catch up to the 35 of Mark Schmierbach there, Kay. I'm just glad to see her back out in the water after that big wreck we had down there in the far end of the course.
She did lose the cowling, but they were able to recover that cowling and put it back onto the back of her boat. She gets a little wide, starts to go outside of an outside course marker, and unfortunately it looks like she might have had some motor issues. Maybe something might have been shaking and rattling through that restart.
That is just terrible. So unfortunate for the 12 of Shelby Love. She goes dead in the water on the far end of the course outside of turn number 2. But right now it's all 21 on Jose Mendana. Can the 35 of Schmierbach catch him? I don't know if he'll have enough time. 3 minutes, 25 seconds, plus 1 lap remaining in this third and final qualifying heat in Formula Lights.
Just over 3 minutes remaining, and the distance between Jose Mendana of the Mike Scott Plumbing is starting to close quickly because here comes Schmierbach trying to duck on his inside. Mendana throws a big water at him, and he's going to go ahead and take off out of turn 3 and 4 down the front stretch. 3 minutes left in this third heat of our Formula Lights.
Yeah, it looks like we also lost the 26 of Steve Lee. I don't know what happened to him. If he got caught up in that wreck as well. We saw the 78 of Marshall Gildermaster. He's still out there. But we lost the 26 of Steve Lee along the 60 of Brandon Bobalik and the 2 of Travis Thompson.
You'll watch and see Mark Schmierbach tries to jump on the inside of Jose Mendana. Jose goes a little bit wide, but then slams the door back down onto him. And Jose Mendana comes a little bit wide along with Schmierbach. Schmierbach's forced to jump on the outside rooster tail. Gets a little squirrely coming out of 3 and 4, but settles down, comes across the start-finish line. 2.5 minutes left of our third heat of Formula Lights. We also got a great race for 3rd and 4th. Goldenmaster, he's coming out of 3 and 4, but Dunford, he is coming in hot, right on his backside corner. One of our rookie driver out here in the 52. He says, Pierce out on the side of that big yellow hull.
Yeah, that's an old school Hoffman hull. His father used to actually run that Formula Light, and now he's dusted it off and brought it back out here in 2025. Only his second race ever in Formula Lights with the 52 of Addison Dunford out of Franklin, Tennessee. He's looking to dial it in and get things picked up and do a lot better race after race. But boy, this battle between the 21 of Mendana and the 35 of Schmierbach. Schmierbach just does not have an answer on the straightaways, it looks like, Kay. He gets close in the corners. We talked to Jose Mendana in the pits last night. He's not worried about top end on that Grand Prix Formula Light that Mike Scott Plumbing with him behind the wheel. It was about the start and the corners. But it seems like they did some adjustments last night, and boy, that thing's cornering better. It got off the beach better, and now the 35 of Mark Schmierbach has the tall task of trying to get by the 21 of Jose Mendana Jr. Otherwise, we're going to see that Mike Scott Plumbing machine sitting on the pole position later on this afternoon.
Yesterday after racing, you and I walked over to the Mendana groups to say, hey, what's going on? What kind of changes are you making? And they said, we're going to make some tweaks here and there. And, you see his dad just staring at that motor saying, okay, what can I do to get this kid for the podium? What kind of adjustments can I make? We have watched this kid race against his brother in the past, and that was winning. That's because I don't stop. And that's why he keeps pushing these kids to the limits. And now he's leading this pack all the way down in the backstretch in the 21. Mike Scott Plumbing brings you Jose Mendana, but still in hot pursuit in the 35. Mark Schmierbach of the Pizza Inn. And these 3rd and 4th, the 78, driven by Goldenmaster out of Spring Branch, Texas, along with the 52 of Dunford Irrigation.
Yeah, now the 21 of Mendana, he comes up on these 2 boats. This might be, if there's enough time. Again, we've only got 21 seconds plus 1 lap, so we're going to see that white flag come out next time around. I don't know if they'll have enough time to get into those back markers, but that's what the 35 of Mark Schmierbach was sure hoping for. He wants to get into those back markers because that's going to slow the 21 of Mendana down, especially in the corners, and that could give him an opportunity, but I don't know if he's going to have enough time. Here is our leader, the 21 of Jose Mendana Jr. Slides it out of turn number 2, down out of turn number 4. There's the white flag out. Go fast, turn left just 4 more times for the man out of Tampa, Florida. The Tampa Terror looking to bring terror in the eyes of his competitors here on the shores of the Colorado River here in Marble Falls for round 4 of the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series.
We have drivers here from all over the United States, and this is a perfect example just right here on the course. Wisconsin, Florida, Texas, all out here battling it out together. They're going to come down out of the 4th turn, and your leader, white flag, will drop with a great run. It's going to be Jose Mendana, Mike Scott Plumbing, 21.
And coming in second, the lead driver on that Pizza Inn machine runner for B&B Racing out of Greenfield, Wisconsin, the number 35 of Mark Schmierbach. And as we round out the rest of the field, we had a lot of attrition here in this 3rd and final qualifying heat. We saw the 12 of Shelby Love go out. The 2 of Travis Thompson get together with the 78 of Marshall Gildermaster.
Gildermaster hangs on and finishes third, his best finish in a Formula Lights qualifying heat so far in his 2-year career. So great job there by the 78 of Gildermaster. He's got to feel bad, though, after tagging the back end of the 2 of Travis Thompson. He really had nowhere to go. There's nothing he could do. He tagged the back of Thompson, and that had to have been frustrating for that driver. But, boy, good finish for the 78 of Marshall Gildermaster. Again, let's take a look at the rest of the heat in this 12-lap for third and final qualifying heat. The 21 of Jose Mendana Jr., they call him the Tampa Terror. It brings some solid points and secures pole position for our main event here with a win in qualifying heat number 3. All right, well, we're going to hopefully have a chance to chat with the 21 of Mendana, but first, let's take a look at that replay on the start that knocked out the 2 of Thompson, the 60 of Bobalik, and the 26 of Lee. You can see there Thompson was just trying to turn hard. He had nowhere to go, did the 78 of Marshall Gildermaster. There's the 60 of Bobalik and the 26 of Lee. Lee gets into Bobalik and punches him into the motor on the other side and sends him over. So we actually had 4 boats got caught up there down in turn number 3. The 26 of Steve Lee getting into the 60 of Brandon Bobalik. And the 2 of Travis Thompson getting tagged by the 78 of Marshall Gildermaster. Look at him just push that around. What a great slow-mo shot there by the guys from Live Race Media. And I also got to give a big shout-out to Danko Productions. And Ben, our videographer, does some fantastic stuff at Danko Productions. Some great shots there. But very frustrating for the 26 of Steve Lee, the 78 of Bobalik, the 2 of Thompson, and the 26 of Steve Lee. But we're getting the 21 of Mendana out of the cockpit. And coming up next, bumper boats at 65 miles an hour. The Texas Tri-Hulls are going to lock in their third and final qualifying heat as they set their starting lineup for their main event later on this afternoon as well. All right, well, let's see what the 21 of Mendana has to say down there as he's with R.K. Myers. Take it away, Kate.
All right, Jose, that was one heck of a run. You had to do everything you could to keep Mark Schmierbach in the 35 in your back pocket. How were you able to hold him off that whole race?
Yeah, well, we had kind of a unfortunate start down there with the group. I guess I was told by Radio Man that he was penalized, so I was kind of in cruise control on that restart. Made sure I got clear of Marshall nice and clean, and just take care of the equipment for the final.
Well, that proves it well. Good, clean driving gets you the checkered flag. Once again, congratulations. Checkered flag for Jose Mendana.
Thank you. Do it in the final.
Oh, I like that idea. Back to you, Thomas.
And that's what the man from Tampa, Florida drove all this way for. He didn't care about qualifying heats. He wants to bring that hardware home to Central Florida. And it really makes the long drive from Florida over here to Texas that much more enjoyable. He's secured that pole position. He's going to be out in front, but all the other drivers in Formula Lights are going to be trying to track him down. There's going to be a few more focused on some other things here in the short term. Can they get back on the water? The 26 of Steve Lee, the 2 of Travis Thompson, and the 60 of Brandon Bobalik. They are going to be scrambling in the pits to try to get those boats cobbled back together for their main event at 2 o'clock this afternoon. But coming out on the water now is the Texas Tri-Hulls. As these bumper, again, affectionately known as bumper boats at 65 miles an hour, are going to do battle here in their 2x2 rolling start. And this is going to set the grid for their main event later on this afternoon after the Formula Lights final, before the Formula One final, sandwiched right there in the middle. The Texas Tri-Hulls are going to be putting on a show on their 2-pin, 1/3 mile course. Are they going to go 5, 6, 7 wide in the corner like they did yesterday? We're going to find out in a little bit. Let's take a look at some fun we had at our last round in Alton, Illinois. We like to poke our drivers a little bit, have some fun with them. We call this one This or That.
Netflix.
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 Oh, man. Netflix.
Netflix.
Hulu.
Apple.
Spotify.
Spotify.
Pandora.
Spotify.
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 Apple Music all the way.
Spotify.
Spotify.
Night Owl.
Neither.
Night Owl.
Early riser and a night owl.
Night Owl.
Early, yeah, both.
Night owl.
Both.
Both.
Night Owl.
Pizza or tacos?
Pizza.
Tacos. Both. No, if you made a pizza taco, that'd be cool. But pizza.
Pizza.
Tacos.
Tacos.
Pizza. That's for the late nights.
Both.
Lake racing or river racing?
Lake racing.
Lake racing.
Lake racing.
Lakes.
Lake racing all day.
Lakes.
Lake.
Ooh, river racer. I like to get down and jump, log jump.
Lake racing.
Lake racing.
Thomas or Kay?
Oh, Thomas Yarborough. But Kay, really.
Oh, okay. I'm not answering that one.
Tommy boy.
Tommy, for sure.
Thomas Yarborough.
Thomas. Sorry, K-Dub.
Both.
Oh, don't make me choose. That's rude. I love you both.
And that's what we call this or that with some of our great drivers here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. All right, we've got most of our tri-hulls out here.
Where's Tanner? Oh, he's back there, that number 10.
There he is.
That is the boat that I used to vote for, but he didn't vote for me. So, where's
Well,
88?
if you looked into the sunglasses a lot of the guys were wearing, you would have seen me behind the camera. So, when your announcer is significantly larger than almost all, if not all of the drivers, and I'm giving them the old eyeballs from behind the camera, I may or may not have influenced their decisions in that. But, no, all in good fun. We're all one big family here. We all love one another. And you know what I got to say? If you look at the right front corner of that 10 of Tanner Rinker out here in front,
yeah, they were working on that all last night and this morning, trying to cover up that hole. It basically almost started to delaminate.
Yeah, and if you see there, he's coming in right now. The front on the screen on our live stream, the front left corner of the bow had about a 2-foot section ripped out of it. Not only did they patch it, but how about the Rinker clan and Rinker Racing making sure to paint that thing nice and black so it matched, so nobody knew where to hit him come today. Now, not like these guys necessarily try to run into each other. They eventually always do, but it's not necessarily what they're trying to do out there in the Texas
and
trials.
exactly. Walking through the pits and walking through the fans the last couple days, they were stopping me right and left because I got this official shirt on, asking me about the different classes out there. I'm like, oh, you just wait till you see the tri-hulls. You just wait until you see. And I actually had a guy at the hotel. He said he was watching it. He's like, why do they have rope bars? Now I know.
Right, exactly. And for that, let's take a look at our starting lineup, reverse order of points collected so far for this third and final qualifying heat in Texas Tri-Hull. The newest addition to the Outlaw F1 racing team here in Texas Tri-Hull, out of Richmond, Texas, number 99 of Devin Brown.
And all black with the top of yellow, that's going to be the 54 inside the cockpit, Darren Ware.
Third off the start in the inside of row 2, running for Diamond Z Reynolds, number 42, Wyatt Zeller.
JH Performance brings you the number 13 of young Grant Schubert.
He's on the outside of row 2. On the inside of row 3, they call him Mullet. He's running for Burnshausen Oil, the number 69 of Cole Wearing.
3-time national champion, the number 17. Happy birthday, Neil Marsh.
And he's on the outside of row 3. On the inside of row 4, they call him John Deere Green, the number 33 of John Ottinger.
And double 8. This is the one I keep rooting for, and this guy comes up to me all the time. He goes, I'm going to do what I can for you. I'm going to do what I can for you. So let's all cheer on that 88 of Josh Wells.
Yeah, he's on the outside of row 4. On the inside of row 5, it's that Ray Bob seasoning, bright orange and white, number 26 of Briston Sherman.
And then at number 1, Corey Walker, one of our top drivers here in our Tri-Hall. Going to keep an eye out for that one.
And in the 11th position, he won qualifying heat number 1. He's running for Plantation Ace Hardware, another part of that outlaw contingency, the number 12 of Jack Schubert.
And rounding up the fleet in the number 10, Rinker Boat World brings you Tanner Rinker.
And that rounds out the field here in the Texas Tri-Hulls for the third and final heat. The final driver will be that outside of row 7, the number 03 of Austin Terry, rounding out the field again. He's a rookie, so he starts at the end of the dock until he is able to. There we go. Hey, all right. Sorry about that, guys. The heat wreaking havoc with some of the electrical cords were stretched pretty thin, and
I am not necessarily the best sound guy. I'm an announcer, but not a sound guy, but playing double duty here this weekend. And do apologize that some of our speakers here to the local crowd weren't working. Initially, I did not realize that one of the cords had gotten unplugged. We got it taken care of. I do apologize, folks. Hopefully you're able to hear all the play-by-play going on while these boats are ripping along the Colorado River. We've got them all down the far end of the course underneath the bridge trying to find a little bit of shade for a minute or two down there. You notice they're all hiding under the bridge around the pylons that hold the bridge up down into the water, just trying to find some shade to cool down a little bit before they lock it in and get ready to rock and roll here in this 2x2 rolling start here in Texas Tri-Hull for their third and final qualifying heat.
Each driver is equipped with a cut suit, a fire suit, along with that life jacket and the helmet on. You're sitting there on the beach just, sitting in your shorts and T-shirts. Imagine sitting there inside of the cockpit, heart rate's going, and you're sitting there in all of that as they start to make their way down through the front stretch. Jet ski Jared's going to bring them down. Who's going to be your driver? Is it going to be the 14 or 13? Is it going to be the 88? Is it going to be the 10? This is your time to lay your bets, boys and girls, race fans. Here we go with their first heat of the day for our Texas Tri-Hulls.
All right, as they walk him down front, the jet ski pulls off. We're waiting for that green flag. Go, 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 go. The green flag drops, and the 54 of Darren Ware on the outside with a smiley face on the underside. But that all-white Texas Tri-Hull gets a good jump off the start as he goes out into lane number 2. Now they're going to be wall-wadded up down in there. The 17 of Neil Marsh gets in nice. But the 54 of Darren Ware goes the outside. Is that the 13 of Grant Schubert going way wide to the outside as they go side 3x3 down the back straightaway? Who's going to come out after lap 1 out in front here? But there goes the 69 of Cole Waring making his way up. Then the 1 of Corey Walker. But there's the 54 of Darren Ware making down out of turn number 2 as we've completed our first lap. But he's got to watch out because the veteran, the 13 of Grant Schubert's coming screaming on the outside as he goes side by side up to the 99 of Devin Brown.
It looks like Cole the Mullet, as we call him. Cole the Mullet has made a great move on that last run. Sneaks up on the inside. Now we got 3 wide going down the back stretch. We just about lost Cole as he went all the way out of the water, brought it back on the left-hand side, grabbed a bunch of that steering wheel, brought it back down with a good maneuver. Way to hold on to that one, Cole.
The question is can anybody catch the man they affectionately call Caddy, running for Selco Auto Restoration, the man out in front. There's the 69 of Cole Waring. There's the 10 of Tanner Inker. Corey Walker gets bogged down. The 17 of Neil Marsh blows by him. Now he's got the 26 of Briston Sherman all over him. They are fighting hard here on the shores of the Colorado River. It's all about Darren Ware right now, but the 13 of Grant Schubert is now up into that second position. He's liking that wide line to the outside, trying to find clean water. Then it's the 99 of Devin Brown, the 69 of Waring, and the 10 of Tanner Rinker's now moving up, but here comes the 69 of Waring making a move. But the 13 of Grant Schubert, look at him dive down tight to the inside. We're going to have a battle here on our hands in just a second. As the 13 of Schubert had to cross over the wake of the 54 of Darren Ware, but now here comes the 10 of Tanner Rinker and the 69 of Neil Marsh doing battle for third and fourth.
What a great run we've got for first and second, and it looks like the 54 has just jumped on the inside. But with a great run, Grant Schubert is now taking over the lead. He's going to make his way around down that backstretch into turn number 2. Can he hold on to that and keep the 54 of Devin right behind him? And another great race for third and fourth. Tanner Rinker going to jump on the inside of Cole the Mullet as they make their way through turn 2 and down the front stretch. But our leader starting to make a giant lead in the Captain Mark Seafood, Grant Schubert.
And there's the 10 of Tanner Rinker looking to eye up the 69 of Cole Waring. He's actually pulled away from the 10 of Tanner Rinker, and he's now in solo third. Looking to eye up the 54 of Darren Ware in that Selco racing machine. Oh, look at out there. Devin Brown gets on the motor of the 1 of Corey Walker, and that's been a big thing this year, especially for those 4-stroke motors. Their steering bars are very exposed to the point where the 69 of Cole Waring actually moved the steering bar connection from one side of the back of the boat to the other to hopefully ensure that he didn't get tagged and break that steering. What happened yesterday? Same thing happened. He broke it in Heat 2. So I know the 69 of Cole Waring was just hoping to have a clean race here in qualifying Heat number 3. Looks like so far he's doing a pretty darn good job.
I don't know. He still has Tanner Rinker right on his back hip trying to put another couple little, scratches in the back of that APX. Got to break it in a couple different ways. But we're going to now drop down. White flag will come out as our leader comes across the start-finish line in the number 13, Captain Mark Seafood, young Grant Schubert.
Look at there, the 10 of Rinker is trying to do everything he can to catch the 69 of Cole Waring. And it looks like the 17 of Neil Marsh is way off the pace, wide to the outside. He's just staying out there to collect some points, but that white flag is out right now as the 13 of Grant Schubert's way out in front on the back straightaway. There's the 54 of Darren Ware. He's hanging on to second, but can the 69 of Cole Waring clip him at the end? We're going to find out, but first let's
stay with. There's the 13 of Grant Schubert. He comes wide out of turn number 2. Down at the bridge end turn, ladies and gentlemen, with a fantastic run here in qualifying heat number 3, the 13 of Grant Schubert taking the final qualifying heat, followed by the 69 of Cole Waring, the 10 of Tanner Rinker, and then the 54 of Darren Ware. Waring pulled it off with a second place finish. What a great run there right at the end for the man they called Mullet.
Well, I think he had some extra incentive because he's wearing that full tuxedo suit. That is because these outlaw groups have these little challenges, and if you don't win, they have little punishments, and that's his punishment. And I don't think he wants to get punished again because that has got to be so hot inside of that cockpit with that suit on.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to send you down to have hopefully a chance to chat with the 13 of Grant Schubert. I don't know if we're going to be able to get one with him because he's got to get out of a tri-hull and directly into a Formula One here on the shores of the Colorado River. Look at how churned up this water is after all the Texas tri-hulls. There's the winner, Grant Schubert, making his way back by the start-finish line. And as our rest of our tri-hull drivers head down into the canal, back to the pits, we're going to be bringing the Formula Ones out next. But what a fantastic run it was for the 13 of Grant Schubert. He started 4th, came out like a rocket, took a couple laps to get by the man they call Caddy, Darren Ware, who started on the pole and got out into the clean water first. But what a great piece of driving by the young driver out of Richmond, Texas, as he was able to dial it up, figure out a way to get behind the 54 of Darren Ware and ran it all the way to the finish. Let's take a look at that full grid finish. The 13 of Grant Schubert, your winner here in qualifying heat number 3, followed by the 69 of Cole Waring. Then it's the 10 of Tanner Rinker. Great job by him. He started 12th, made it all the way up to 3rd. Probably the best move on the day here in heat 3. Then the 54 of Darren Ware in 4th. The 1 of Corey Walker in 5th. The 99 of Devin Brown started on the outside of row 1, fell all the way back to 6th position. Then it's the 26 of Briston Sherman in 7th. The 88 of Josh Wells finished in that 8th position. The 12 of Jack Schubert in the 9th position. The 42 of Wyatt Zeller rounds out the top 10. And then it's the rest of the field would be the 33 of John Ottinger, the 17 of Neil Marsh, and the 03 of Austin Terry. All right, well, it looks like we've got Kay down there looking to have a chat with the 13 of Grant Schubert. All right, we're going to turn things down to Kay with the big winner here in qualifying heat number 3, the number 13 of Grant Schubert. Take it away, Kay.
Wow, Grant, that was one heck of a run. That water got really bad. First thing you did was get out of the boat and look in the back. What were you looking for?
I mean, after heat 2, the motor was about to fall off because the clamp bracket broke, so I was just making sure everything was still tight back there.
Well, it looks like it's all clamped on there. Got a couple more scuffs marks on the back of that motor. We're going to make this quick because you're pulling double duty, checkered flag here in Tri-Halls. Now we're going to get you back over to the Formula One and maybe collect another checkered flag. What do you think?
I'm trying.
Yes, ma'am. All right, congratulations, checkered flag one more time. Captain Mark Seafood, driver Grant Schubert, number 13.
Boy, he looks like he's been doing a lot of late-night work, and that voice has pulled double duty as well, as he sounded rough talking to our announcer, Kay Myers. But rough, he was not out on the water. He was running that thing like a pro out there on the shores of the Colorado. He ran it all the way to victory in qualifying heat number 3, and that's going to move him up the starting grid quite a bit. Will that be enough for him to get by the top drivers, as I believe with a third-place finish there in qualifying heat number 3, the 10 of Tanner Rinker, after going back-to-back in round 2 and round 3, will now be your pole sitter here in the Tri-Hull final here at round number 4 at the Battle on the Colorado. But fans, make your way down here to the shoreline. We've got some fantastic giveaways from the great folks at Marble Falls and the Battle on the Colorado. We got some T-shirts we're giving away. They're going to be chucking them down there. So much fun here so far, just through 2 qualifying heats here on Sunday's finals, Kay?
Well, some little extra incentive on coming down here to catch one of these shirts. I saw them yesterday. They're actually signed by drivers. So you come down here, get yourself a signed T-shirt. They're throwing them out there, but you got to get a little closer. I see some kids running down now. Also, a reminder, up there at our vendors, the Firefly Aerospace has lots of merchandise for sale. All of the proceeds will go to flood victims here in Texas. So make sure you go grab some of your Firefly Aerospace. They got T-shirts up there, I saw. They got a couple other things.
They got some cool T-shirts, fantastic hats. I mean, what a great logo Firefly Aviation has. What a fantastic partner they've been with us so far here at the inaugural Battle on the Colorado.
Ooh, they have hats. You know me.
Absolutely.
I have a hat for, like, every occasion. I think, I have a whole shelf of hats. I get up in the morning, I'm like, well, my day job is I work at a CPA office, and I have to all dress business casual. But on the weekends, it's baseball caps and tennis shoes. So I might have to make my way up there and go get me one of those hats.
Looks like we're having some issues with our T-shirt cannon, trying to get the PSI cranked up on that T-shirt gun. Hopefully fire them up the hill there for all our great fans. Let's see if we can get some good ones shot off the front. That JH Performance Outlaw, what a beautiful boat that is. They're rolling down the front, and what a great sponsor JH Performance has been for many years here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series.
Do I need to go throw off my softball arm and my daughter's softball arm and start chucking them up there?
Well, we'll see here. Looks like he's got it dialed in. He's hoping to make them fight.
Oh!
And that one's wet. That one looked like it didn't work out there.
There we go. All right, let's go back to manpower right there. Let's see how far he can throw. That's actually a pretty good arm.
They're collecting them down there in the front. That one's gonna have to get washed first before somebody enjoys that fantastic T-shirt from the folks here at the Battle on the Colorado. But what a great heat that was. The 10 of Tanner. How about coming from 12th to 3rd? If you're looking to secure pole position, running 12th to 3rd in your final qualifying heats, definitely the way to do it.
And that just tells you that they have dialed that boat in so well. Jerry is always usually in the cockpit, and he has, I don't know how many wins inside the cockpit of that boat. We talked about that a little bit earlier about how Jerry's now decided to step aside and be a crew chief, I guess you could say. And he's still got his head just dialed into that, along with the rest of that Rinker group that's over there. They got a whole sea of yellow. So if you get a chance to go over to the pit area. We got more racing, so don't go too far. Make sure you grab yourself a lemonade, a Kona Ice. They got barbecue chicken up there, kettle corn. I saw cotton candy up there. This is a venue that we have of.
Hey, there we go. Sorry about that. Yeah, we got all sorts of fantastic food up there. There's barbecue, taquitos, pulled pork sandwiches, brisket sandwiches, kettle corn, cotton candy, Kona Ice, fresh squeezed lemonade, so many great vendors. Like you mentioned, the Firefly Aviation donating all their proceeds from merchandise today to the flood victims here in Central Texas. We've also got our Formula One Powerboat Championship Series merch tent up there. We've got all sorts of great hats, shirts, and other merchandise from the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Make sure you say hi to Debbie Siebold. Stop by and get your Formula One Powerboat Championship Series merch, your Firefly Aviation merch, and all the great stuff that's going on here at the Battle on the Colorado, the inaugural Battle on the Colorado here in beautiful Marble Falls, Texas. I don't know if you could get a better outdoor arena for powerboat racing. The hills on either side really creating a great stadium-like atmosphere here. We've got the elevated viewing for all of our fans here on this side of the river. Hopefully we've got other fans in their houses across enjoying the beautiful sunshine with a nice little breeze that's come up, which makes that mid-90s heat quite a bit more bearable here in Central Texas.
Not for this specific Northwest girl.
Well, that's fair. I'm from Minnesota as well, and I turn from I have two colors, white and red. Very red here, nice and sunburned. I'll go back to Minnesota and look like a lobster for a day or two before I go back to normal. But, boy, what a fantastic run that was in Texas Tri-Hall. And we're going to get rocking and rolling here in just a little bit. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to put on some tunes. Make sure you get that, wet your whistle, get some food in your belly. Again, if you're enjoying some adult beverages, have an adult beverage and then a water. An adult beverage and then a water. Keeps you enjoying those adult beverages all day long without them getting on top of you. So be safe, be smart, stay hydrated, and we'll be right back with the final qualifying heat here at the Battle on the Colorado as the Formula Ones are going to hop on the river and crank it up to speeds in excess of 120 miles an hour.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products for those who put it all on the line. Whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing. Win every race.
JH Performance Boats. Custom-made, classic, shallow water boats built from scratch, offering a direct and personalized experience from start to finish. They provide exceptional service and support, having an unmatched reputation while paying close attention to detail with quality construction, expert knowledge, and outstanding performance. Mercury Racing, born from competition. Mercury Racing combines its legacy in powerboat racing and leading-edge technology to design and manufacture high-performance marine propulsion systems, powering wide-open experiences for performance boaters and competitive race teams. Mercury Racing takes you further, faster. Moto Marketing Group, accelerating brands for over 35 years. From developing some of the most famous boat and race team graphics that look fast to websites that run fast. Moto Marketing Group is your one-stop marketing shop for branding, vehicle wraps, websites, photography, and print design. They do it all professionally for a great price. Check them out online at motomarketinggroup.com. Seaway Marine, the Formula Light sponsor here in 2025 on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, operates out of a 62,000 square foot warehouse that is packed with current OEM parts, aftermarket parts, and vintage hard-to-find parts. They ship over 100,000 packages all over the United States, providing same-day shipping on in-stock orders. Seaway staff is arguably the most knowledgeable in the industry. With decades of experience, Seaway prides itself in excellent customer service. Make Seaway Marine your first call or text for all your marine part needs. 425-412-4006 or online at seawaymarine.com. VP Racing Fuels, the official fuel of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. VP Racing Fuels has been the fuel choice of champions for decades. Now you can benefit from VP's expanded line of performance additives for your boat, daily driver, or weekend warrior. Learn more about their ultramarine and explore VP's full product line at vpracingfuels.com.
Racing Communications. They're radios for racing.
Seabold Sports, world champion powerboat racing since 1939. Find more on the legendary Seabold family at seaboldsports.com. Welcome back, race fans. Here as we've got the final qualifying heat here in round 4 lined up and just about ready to go here for the third and final qualifying heat in the Formula One class. We've had an addition here today after some damage sustained in testing on Friday. The 99 of Travis Yates and the Outlaw team decided to move him into the backup boat of the 13 of Grant Schubert. That's why you will see the white and black and red 99 boat with a chartreuse and black in the boat. Oh no, it looks like the 99 of Yates went back into the canal. It might be the damage on the 13 of Grant Schubert from 2 weeks ago in Alton, Illinois that they repaired. It looks like it might not have held up, and he may have been taking on water here in the warm-up lap. So boy, a continuing frustrating weekend for the 99 of Travis Yates. He's avoided the Outlaw punishments, team punishment so far in 2025, but it looks like he might be on the docket for his first go-round in the Outlaw team punishments. For those of you who don't know, the Outlaw F1 team for both their Tri-Hull and their F1 class, they take a punishment if you finish last out of all the drivers in your respective class. So in Formula One, we've got the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, the 13 of Grant Schubert, the 99 of Travis Yates, and our series defending champion, the 1 of Dustin Terry. In Texas Tri-Hull, we've got the 99 of Devin Brown, the 69 of Cole Waring, the 26 of Briston Sherman, the 13 of Grant Schubert, and the 12 of Jack Schubert. So they're all fighting to not get punished at the end of the race. We'll find out what that punishment is at the Roar of the Rockies for round 5 in mid-September. They will dole out that punishment from the previous round, so it'll be interesting to see what happens there. But we've got them all lined up on the start pontoon. Let's take a look at our starting lineup for this reverse order of points collected third and final qualifying heat here. On the pole, running for Nashville Marine and JH Performance Boats, the number 40 of Austin Cheatham.
Right on his right-hand side, can't miss that bright orange number 8, Snap-on Tools out of Richmond, Texas. Almost took flight yesterday, but was able to bring it back down. That's going to be Jeremiah Mayo.
Third off the start pontoon, the defending series champion running for Firefly Aviation here. Got the big local sponsor on the side. They call him the Dustman out of Houma, Louisiana. Coming third off the start pontoon, the number 1 of Dustin Terry.
In the 52, Rinker Boat World, Mastercraft brings you one of the fastest drivers holding a speed record, Chris Rinker.
Right behind him, fifth off the start pontoon, another part of that Outlaw F1 contingency. He's running for Captain Mark Seafood out of Richmond, Texas. Coming fifth off the start talk, the number 13 of Grant Schubert.
Over 26.5-hour drive, Dean Comer comes out of California. Brought to you by your local sponsor right up the street, Bear King Brewery.
In seventh, the Island Lake Marine coming out of nowhere, the 29 of Jared Jensen starting seventh. Then in eighth position, the 17 of Dylan Anderson, the man who's sitting in the catbird seat right now. He's topping points through 2 qualifying heats. Can he do it here again in qualifying heat 3 and come from last all the way to first and secure pole position? And the 99 of Travis Yates had to pull off the race course, so he unable to run here in qualifying heat number 3. All right, that's our starting lineup. Who's going to come off the dock best here in qualifying heat number 3? How are we going to set our starting lineup? We're going to find out here in just a minute. We're going to coming up on the 1-minute gun. 1 minute drivers, 1 minute. Can the 40 of Austin Cheatham figure out that gray and orange Mola guard and get it off the beach screaming fast here in qualifying heat number 3 and secure a win here in qualifying? 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Or will the Ray Bob Seasoning, number 8 of Jeremiah, get out of my way Mayo, be the guy who comes off the dock and down into the turn 3 and headed out into clean water? 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Or will it be the 1 of Dustin Terry and that APX motor coming third off the start pontoon? Or fourth off the dock, the 52 of Chris Rinker? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Then it's the 92 of Dean Comer, the 29 of Jared Jensen. And our points leader so far through 2 qualifying heats, the 17 of Dylan Anderson. Let's see who's going to win heat 3 and set that starting lineup for our main event in Formula One. 20 seconds, drivers. You're under starter's orders. Long flag, he drops it, and away they go. That was a real long jump there, but look at a great jump by the 1 of Dustin Terry. And those top 5 drivers are all side by side as they go down into the backside of the race course, down into turn 3. Let's see what's going to happen here on this opening of qualifying heat number 3. They go down into turn 1. Oh boy, cutting way underneath is the 92 of Dean Comer, but the 1 of Dustin Terry comes out of nowhere like a absolute banshee coming down the front straightaway. Firefly Aviation on the side. He's your leader here in qualifying heat number 3. Then the 52 of Chris Rinker, followed by the 8 of Mayo, the 13 of Schubert, and the 17 to Dylan Anderson all the way up in fifth, running way wide to the outside.
He is running fast on the outside. That's going to be that bright blue. Look at him come out from nowhere on the outside of Captain Mark's Grant Schubert. They're deck to deck moving down that backstretch, but our leader, he's got a whole group of people watching him on the big screen at Houma, Louisiana. They're all sitting there at the bumper saying, go, go, go. That's his new restaurant he just opened.
And the one of Dustin Terry out in front. There's the 52 of Chris Rinker. He's trying to go wide to the outside, but they're deck to deck. The 17 of Dylan Anderson and the 13 of Grant Schubert as they battle for third position here on the shores of the Colorado. Anderson out there in lane number 3, goes wide to the outside, now tries to cut tight. 13 of Grant Schubert's got to pull it in real tight in lane 1, and the 17 of Dylan Anderson cruises by him, going down the back straightaway, moving up another spot as he's now up into 4th position. But look at the one of Dustin Terry, airing it out, coming out of turn number 4. The 52 of Rinker now goes tight to the inside, and there's the 8 of Jeremiah, get out of my way, Mayo, slide it wide to the outside.
Great run for second and third, but it looks like it's going to be held right now by the Rinker Boat World Mastercraft of Chris Rinker, but here comes Ray Boggs of Jeremiah Mayo in that bright orange 8. But keep an eye out for that all-blue Nashville, Tennessee native in the 17 Anderson Marine as he comes quick, closing the gap between him and Jeremiah Mayo. But also, that young Grant Schubert just jumped out of a tri-haul, and he's still got the adrenaline running as he makes his way down the backstretch.
As we stick with the 17 of Dylan Anderson, he goes through turn 3. That's a hard turn down there in 3. Now comes off 4. You see him in the back of the screen, but there's the 52 Mastercraft Rinker Boat World of Chris Rinker sitting in second, trying to track down the 1 of Dustin Terry. Then it's the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, and then there's the 17 of Dylan Anderson as he's moved up from 8th to 4th position here halfway through the field. In just a couple of minutes, we've got 5 minutes, 55 seconds, plus 1 lap remaining in this third and final qualifying heat. The 92 of Dean Comer there doing battle with the 29 of Jared Jensen. That's really surprising. The 29 of Jared Jensen way back, and he was super fast yesterday, but looks like maybe not as much speed, or his competitors figured out something that he didn't overnight last night.
You know, and he had a great run yesterday, but they went back into the prop box and said, do we think we can get another mile an hour out of this prop? He's doing great, but he just cannot seem to get around Dean Comer of this Chuck Skeleton Racing.
And then we stick with the 52 of Rinker there as he's trying to track down that man right now, the one of Dustin Terry. Terry goes wide out of turn number 3, now coming out of lane 3 off of turn 4. Sweeping it through the left-hand chicane down the front straightaway there. He kinks it down the front stretch, lays the hammer down, 115, 120 miles an hour as he cruises that 4.6 liter V8 APX 250 and giving it everything he's got down the north end of the course, down through turn number 1, now sliding off of turn number 2, now walking it down the back straightaway all by himself out in the clear water. Will he catch up to some bat markers, or will he be able to stay in the clean water here as we've got 4 minutes, 52 seconds, plus 1 lap remaining in this third and final qualifying heat here in Formula One class? It's the inaugural battle on the Colorado here, round 4 of the 2025 series. That man was out in front before round 3. He relinquished his lead to the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo after round 3, but he got it back yesterday after 2 heats of qualifying, and with a first place finish here in qualifying heat number 3, if he can hang on, he is going to grow that room between him and the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo here for our season point standings. But we've got the all-important final coming up here later on this afternoon, and first place in the final is worth triple points over qualifying. So you can qualify well, but ultimately you got to do it when it's all on the line for the main event later on this afternoon. Dustin Terry trying to set himself up for the best possible place for that main event later on today.
Looks like Dustin Terry making his way down into turn 1, now starting to come up to back traffic, and we've talked about this before. Chris Rinker is hoping that Cheatham makes it very difficult for him to go around him, but we saw yesterday Cheatham was a gentleman, moved to the outside, but we're not going to see that again today because he starts to hug the buoys. Not going to give that up very easy. That has slowed Dustin Terry down and brought the gap between him and Chris Rinker very close.
Absolutely. Will the 40 of Austin Cheatham held onto his lane. The one of Dustin Terry, he's got to go through the wash there. That's going to slow him down a little bit. And we've seen this be a challenge for drivers getting around some of these slower back markers, and that starts to allow the other drivers to reel him in. Now let's take a look at it. It's a battle way back in the field for 7th and 8th. But that's the 92 of Dean Comer and the 29 to 6th and 7th. But now the 92 of Comer started to pull away from the 29 of Jared Jensen as they go down into turn number 1. There's the 92 of Comer. There's the 29 of Jensen, setting hard down tight to the inside, trying to gain ground on the man with the APX on the back of that Bear King Brewery machine. But the one of Dustin Terry finally get by the 40 of Austin Cheatham down here into turn number 1 just before it. And he's now got a wide open rest of the race course as the 52 of Chris Rinker is able to get by him as well. There's the 29 of Jensen battling for 6th and 7th with the 92 of Comer as they continue to fight and do battle here on the shores of the Colorado River. But can anybody catch our leader, the 1 of Dustin Terry? Could it be that man, the 17 of Dylan Anderson? He's fighting for pole position. He came in leading in points. He's ahead of the driver who's sitting in second in points right now through 2 qualifying heats. But will a 4th place finish be enough to lock up that top spot, or will the 1 of Dustin Terry be able to snatch it away from him here in this 3rd and final qualifying heat?
As we're looking at this great drone footage, you'll watch the gray bobs of the number 8, Jeremiah Mayo, struggles to make his way through a first and second turn along with the 3rd and 4th, but he's making up ground with a great straightaway. Yesterday almost took air, kind of keeping that in the back of his mind as he's driving down into turn 2 and 3. Doing a great job, but our leader comes across the start-finish line. That's the number 1, Dustin Terry, followed by the 52 of Chris Rinker.
We got 2 minutes plus 1 lap remaining here in this 3rd and final qualifying heat. There you see the flash of that Mastercraft Rinker Boat World machine in second position, trying to track down the man on the screen right now. That is the 1 of Dustin Terry. Can he go wire to wire after a fantastic run? Yesterday we saw that driver right there, the 92 of Dean Comer, that blue, black, and red Bear King Brewery sponsored machine come off the dock screaming fast, but boy, struggling a little bit more here this afternoon in qualifying heat number 3. They're coming through the chicane, the 1 of Dustin Terry crossing the start-finish line one more time as we're now getting into the final few laps of this 3rd and final qualifying heat. Who will be our pole sitter for the main event? Will it be that man there? Will it be the 52 of Chris Rinker who's chasing him down, sitting in second? Can the man sitting in 4th position, the 17 of Dylan Anderson, hang on, or will he lose enough points to be shuffled back on the starting pontoon for our main event later today? We're going to have to find out here in these final few laps as we conclude our 3rd and final qualifying heat here in Formula One.
Great run right now. Keep in mind, race fans, these drivers are doing over 120 miles an hour as they make it to the end of each straightaway. You'll see that the boat starts to float up as they come out. That is a trim button that they have attached to the steering wheel. It makes them be able to trim the boat and the motor in and out. That's what helps them guide their way through each one of these turns. A lot of action going inside of those hot boxes is what I keep calling them. You imagine, they've already been running in these for over 4 to 5 minutes. Also sitting inside of these cockpits, they have got to be getting hot and they have got to be getting exhausted and to be able to hold on to the horsepower. We've talked about this now. We're looking right now at the back of an APX motor. The one thing about these APX, they've got the torque. So they're having to do everything they can to make these boats get around each corner and not make a mistake, because Chris Rinker is waiting for that mistake. He wants to put the 2.5 back on the top of the podium.
Absolutely. He's looking to go back-to-back after a win in round 3 at the Alton Midwest Nationals. His first win on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Can he do it again in back-to-back weekends? He's got a big uphill battle to climb up here in the final moments of this 3rd and final qualifying heat. There's the white flag goes out for our leader. Go fast, turn left. Just 5 more times for the driver out of Houma, Louisiana, running for Firefly Aviation. Can he hang on to this first spot here in the 3rd and final qualifying heat? Will that give him enough points to be our pole sitter of the main event? We're going to have to wait and find out as he goes out of turn number 2. Puts it back up on its tail. 100, 105, 110, 115 miles an hour. Chasing him is the 52 of Chris Rinker, that Mastercraft Rinker Boat World machine. Can he somehow find a way to catch the 1 of Dustin Terry? I don't think he's going to be able to do it, ladies and gentlemen, as he slides it wide out of turn number 4, across turn 5 and across the start-finish line. Ladies and gentlemen, taking the checkered flag here in qualifying heat number 3, the number 1 of Dustin Terry.
Followed very quickly, still fighting all the way through down to the checkered flag. Rinker Boat World, along with Mastercraft, brings you the 52, Chris Rinker.
And rounding out the top 3, ready for Ray Bob, seasoning in that bright orange and white Hoffman Formula One composite, the number 8 of Jeremiah, Get Out of My Way, Mayo. What a great run there for, boy, the number 1 of Dustin Terry. And a great run there by all of our top 3 drivers as they were slugging it out all 16 laps here in this 3rd and final qualifying heat. For unfortunate for the 99 of Travis Yates, as he was unable to start here in this 3rd and final qualifying heat. And we'll take a look at our final qualifying heat as the full grid lineup. The 1 of Dustin Terry taking a win over the 52 of Chris Rinker, then followed by him the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, then in 4th the 17 of Dylan Anderson, in 5th the 13 of Grant Schubert, in 6th the 92 of Dean Comer, in 7th the 29 of Jared Jensen, in 8th the 40 of Austin Cheatham, and a DNS, or did not start, for the 99 of Travis Yates there in qualifying heat number 3. What a great run it was for the 1 of Dustin Terry. Can he get back on top of points after round 4, or will he be sitting looking up at the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo or the 52 of Chris Rinker? Well, I can tell you right now, what he did here in qualifying heat number 3 was exactly what he needed to try to hang on to that top points here in the Formula One class here at round number 4. Again, we've got 2 races after we finish up here in Marble Falls. Round 5, we're going to head to the foothills of the Colorado Rockies September 13th and 14th for the Roar of the Rockies. And then we're rounding out the 2026 season with round 6, the battle on the San Jacinto River just outside of Houston, Texas at the Baytown Boat Club. And that's where we will crown a series champion here in 2025. Hopefully we get a chance to have K-Chat with the one of Dustin Terry, and it looks like they're ready to go. I'm going to send things down to my partner, Kay, as she's got our winner from qualifying heat number 3 in that beautiful purple tuxedo, the one of Dustin Terry. Take it away, Kay.
All right, we talk about this outlaw group and how goofy they are. Race fans at home, check out our outlaw group. That is your punishment. So, apparently you didn't want to wear this purple outfit again, and you made sure you rocked this heat with a checkered flag.
Well, Catherine, I don't know that I would say rocked it after my performance last weekend. I'm ashamed, and this is all our team expects of us and nothing less. So I just hope the team's happy with me right now.
Well, I know somebody else who's happy right now. There's a couple of people. Firefly Aviation is here cheering you on as well.
Yes, absolutely. Fantastic rockets. I just knew that was the type of team I wanted to represent, and we had to put on our Sunday's best whenever we're going to represent a team like that. They're going to put people on the moon one day, and we're going to look down from here racing our boats knowing that we work with the best.
You do work with the best. You got a lot of people that are working for you at Houma, Louisiana. Brand new restaurant opened up by this man. You got a bunch of people to say hi to, don't you?
Yeah, hello to everyone at the bunker. If you called in sick today, just don't even bother showing up tomorrow because we're having a good time out here. And no, thank you everybody who's back at home. Thank you to my compadre Mullet right here. He's quite the gentleman. Second place in the last heat. Not good enough, but we'll get there. But yeah, thank you to Marble Falls in all seriousness. This is great. We appreciate everybody putting up with our antics and everything. I'm very happy with Firefly. I've been excited to rep their stuff, and man, it's just a cool event. I love we've eaten at all the places here on the water. I'm staying at the Hill Country right there. Love it. Love the hot tub too. I was in there late last night, just what do you call it?
Chilling out with your son, going over the whole starting process because you had him in the tri-hall. I heard you guys out there getting up your game plan.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what we did. We worked hard from the hot tub. So thank you again to everybody, and thank you to the series. And we still got some long finals to go through today. So hopefully our team is back on top, and we're going to be in tuxedos running those finals to our best.
Well, you do look good in your tuxedo. This I'm kind of questioning, but, there you go. That is our outlaw group. Congratulations, Dustin Terry. Firefly Arrow Spring brings you the number 1.
All right, that was the one of Dustin Terry. A fantastic run here in qualifying heat number 3. Probably the second best start I've ever seen with an APX 4-stroke on the back of a Formula One tunnel hull. He came out screaming fast, made it to the first turn, and never looked back there in the final qualifying heat in Formula One. Now the real question is going to be is who's going to be able to make it back on the water for the main event in Formula Lights. We saw some carnage in qualifying heat number 3 as the 78 of Marshall Gildermaster got together with the 2 of Travis Thompson, and then the 26 of Steve Lee, due to a chain reaction, got into the 60 of Brandon Bobolic, sent him over on his head. He went upside down, got out of the cockpit super quick and super safely. But, boy, the question is going to be, did they have enough time to get all the repairs made to get back out here for the main event in Formula Lights? The carnage on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series is real. It is rough. And the real question is who's going to be able to track down the man sitting on the pole position. They call him the Tampa Terror. He's out of Tampa, Florida, running for Mike Scott Plumbing, the number 21 of Jose Mendana Jr., going to be sitting on the pole here for the Formula Lights main event.
All right, race fans, that's your winner. Check out that purple suit he gets to wear all weekend long. Let's give him a big wave. That's your winner of our last heat of Formula One, Dustin Terry.
All right, we're going to get our Formula Lights onto the water. We're going to get the Formula Ones
off the water here quickly. Once the one of Dustin Terry makes it back into the canal, we're going to get the last few drivers from Formula Lights out of the canal onto the race course. They're going to do their hot laps, and then they're going to get rocking and rolling for their 15 minutes plus 1 lap main event here on the shores of the Colorado River. It's the Battle on the Colorado, round 4 of the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. We're going to be right back with a word from our sponsors. To the moon here in the future. The great folks at Firefly Aviation. Check them out at fireflyspace.com.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line, whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing. Win every race.
JH Performance Boats. Custom-made, classic, shallow water boats built from scratch, offering a direct and personalized experience from start to finish. They provide exceptional service and support, having an unmatched reputation while paying close attention to detail with quality construction, expert knowledge, and outstanding performance. Mercury Racing. Proud to introduce the Apex platform of engines and the 250 APX competition outboard to Formula One Powerboat Championship Racing. This new 4.6-liter V8 model offers added torque and acceleration to take race teams to the next level. Let's welcome Mercury Racing 250 APX to the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Moto Marketing Group, accelerating brands for over 35 years. From developing some of the most famous boat and race team graphics that look fast to websites that run fast. Moto Marketing Group is your one-stop marketing shop for branding, vehicle wraps, websites, photography, and print design. They do it all professionally for a great price. Check them out online at motomarketinggroup.com. Seaway Marine, the Formula Light sponsor here in 2025 on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, operates out of a 62,000 square foot warehouse that is packed with current OEM parts, aftermarket parts, and vintage hard-to-find parts. They ship over 100,000 packages all over the United States, providing same-day shipping on in-stock orders. Seaway staff is arguably the most knowledgeable in the industry. With decades of experience, Seaway prides itself in excellent customer service. Make Seaway Marine your first call or text for all your marine part needs. 425-412-4006 or online at seawaymarine.com. VP Racing Fuels, the official fuel of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. VP Racing Fuels has been the fuel choice of champions for decades. Now you can benefit from VP's expanded line of performance additives for your boat, daily driver, or weekend warrior. Learn more about their ultramarine and explore VP's full product line at vpracingfuels.com.
Racing Communications. They're radios for racing.
Seabold Sports, world champion powerboat racing since 1939. Find more on the legendary Seabold family at seaboldsports.com.
All right, race fans, we were waiting to see if we could get some of those damaged boats from that third qualifying heat, but it looks like the 2 of Travis Thompson, the 60 of Brandon Bobolick, and the 26 of Steve Lee are not going to be able to make it back out on the course, but one boat that did is the 12 of Shelby Love in that all-white Clover Construction Hoffman Machines. There she is. And we're going to get hot laps for these 5 boats that are going to run here in this main event in Formula Lights. Ken, the 21 of Mendana, start out in front and run it all the way to the finish and go wire to wire, or will the 35 of Mark Schmierbach get a good jump off the beach, sit in second, and be able to capture the inaugural Battle on the Colorado here in Formula Lights? Or will the 12 of Shelby Love come out of nowhere?
You know, I have a lot, we talked about this before. Sometimes, especially when it comes to these Formula Lights, you can take all of these drivers and basically throw the numbers up in the air and bring it back down, because we have had so many different top podium finishers, second place, third place. We've also had some of the Lone Darks come out from nowhere. You know, we haven't seen Mendana since the beginning of the season, but he just came out on a mission with a great heat on that last heat with the Formula Lights, able to keep the 35 of Mark Schmierbach in his rearview mirror. When I talked to him when he first got out of the boat, I said, man, that was one heck of a race. He goes, I had to do everything I could to keep Mark Schmierbach in my back mirror. And I said, you still got one more heat, and this is the winner-take-all final coming up. Can you hold on to that win? And he says, I've got a great team behind me. My dad has done everything he can possible to put me in the top podium year after year. And I really do think that with all that hard work that they've done over the years, or over the season and off season, that they can be able to possibly take that top podium. But he's got some fierce competition out there. The number 12 Clover Construction, Miss Shelby Love, came here on a mission as well. She's got a lot to do. She unfortunately did not make it out for testing on Friday. She didn't make racing yesterday. So all these other drivers have the advantage of knowing this course a little bit better than she does, because it's the first time we've ever been here. So she basically came out here for that heat, no testing, no qualifying, blind.
Absolutely, she did. When we talk about the 12 of Shelby Love, for those of you who notice, I changed. So now we got the vote right on the YouTube channel, like the crispy white or the loud F1 shirt. Now, don't be wrong. I love the shirt, but I like to blend in the background, because that's not normally something that I do too well. But I would be remiss if I didn't talk about something that has been a bit of an abrupt thing that came up here in our family on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, and it's the reason why the Shelby Love, the driver for Clover Construction, is not normally running her number 24. She's running the number 12 because on Tuesday morning, running in the stock outboard category of the American Powerboat Association, the 2024 Formula Lights champion and the man sitting in third position lost his life on the shores of Champions Park Lake in Springfield, Ohio, at a young age of 20 years old. Tridon Schleicher, a consummate professional and a battler on the race course every time he got in a boat, got into a horrific accident. It was an accident that nobody expected and nobody wanted to see, and unfortunately that young man lost his life on the race course at Champions Park Lake, and we pray and have so many thoughts for not only Tradon and his family, but his other adopted families that have taken him in, the Love family out in California. He's become a part of their family as well, and he's a part of our boat racing family, and we love that young man. And the tragedy that happened on Tuesday is something that we don't take lightly. But at this time, we would like to honor that young man. What a fantastic driver he was, and what a fantastic human he was. And so if we could please have everybody just a moment of silence while we pay our tribute to our brother who's watching down from above, the number 12 of Tridon Schleicher. We love you, Tradon.
Out of Santa Rosa Valley, California, for Clover Construction, number 12, Tridon Schleicher.
My name is Tradon. I'm from Rylander, Wisconsin, and I'm 19 years old.
Pretty good. It's cool. I mean, I couldn't have done it without all the good equipment and lots of hard work that we've put in, a lot of hours in the last couple months.
And then what does racing mean to you?
It's more of a family to me than a thing to go have fun. It's good to hang out with all the people.
Never stops. I mean, we're always working. So I got a good team, and it takes a strong team to win races. So that's what we got.
Appreciate it.
Let's go. Congrats.
A lot of fun. You got to give it everything you got to make it through here, and especially to get out front. The fans love it, so we keep showing up.
Race in peace, young man. Godspeed, Traden. Hopefully you're watching down from above, cheering on your teammate, the 12, as she carries on your legacy and your number in that White Hoffman as she makes her way around the shores of the Colorado River here in Marble Falls. We love you, young man, and we hope you're watching down from above, keeping Shelby and the rest of our Formula Light drivers safe here as they slug it out on the Colorado River. Boy, Kay, it's been a tough week in boat racing.
Yeah.
The 12 of Trident Schleicher, the 20, and as well as a former Formula Lights driver, Dustin Pearson, both losing their lives this week. Boat racing is a dangerous sport. We all know that. That's why we have the safety cells and all the different safety components that we take care of, or we make sure our drivers are locked in. Hans devices, 6-point safety harnesses, carbon fiber cells. These are all very important safety features, and that's why we require them here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series.
And that just proved our point with that last heat. I mean, it could have ended way differently, but
Absolutely.
Thanks to the technology and the way these boat builders are thinking, not just about building boats, but these boat builders are thinking about safety first, putting in the best cells that they can, making these boats as safe as they can.
Absolutely. All right, well, looks like we've got them all lined up and ready to go after that honor lap by the 12 of Shelby Love. We've got them ready to rock and roll here on the start dock. Let's take a look at our starting lineup here for Formula Lights. On the pole, the 21 of Mendana. There we go. 1 minute drivers, 1 minute. Will the man sitting on the pole, the man they call the Tampa Terror, running for Mike Scott Plumbing, be able to go wire to wire here, the 21 of Jose Mendana. 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Or will the 35 of Mark Schmierbach in that Pizza Inn machine be able to come off the dock like a rocket and claim the inaugural battle on the Colorado Championship here in Formula Lights? 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Or will the 78 of Marshall Gildermaster find himself on the top of the podium for the first time in his young career? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Or will the 12 of Shelby Love be able to carry her brother and teammate to victory here on the shores of the Colorado? Or could it be the 52 of Addison Dumford? How about we crown a champion in Formula Lights, ladies and gentlemen? 20 seconds, drivers, you're under starters orders.
All right,
he drops the
Down.
flag.
That was quick.
That was much quicker than we saw in the third and final Formula Lights heat. But the 21 of Manania and the 35 of Schmierbach are going side by side. Schmierbach gets a little bit of a better jump. What's going to happen down there at the far end of the course? Will he leave the 21 of Mendana room, or will he be able to get far enough by him? Look at Mendana start to catch back up as that Grand Prix got some scary top-end speed here in Formula Lights. They go down into turn number 3. The 21 of Mendana gets chopped off there by the 53 or 35 of Schmierbach, and the man from Greenfield, Wisconsin's out in front. But watch out, ladies and gentlemen, because here comes the 12 of Shelby Love up in third as she's going to try to track down these hard-charging drivers. Can she get out in top? She's sitting up in third and running wide to the outside.
Sitting side by side, catching up quickly on the other side of the 21 of Mendana, but it looks like Dumfoner was unable to get off of the beach quick enough, but he's still out here on the course. He's got a lot of time to make up. This is the final. We'll be running a 15-minute Formula Light final.
Yeah, plus one lap. Look at the 12 of Shelby Love going wide to the outside, doing almost on the decks of the 21 of Mendana. She's going to have to get by him, but he is not an easy driver to get by. He's going to push her all over the race course in that white Mike Scott plumbing machine with those chartreuse tips. As she's going to have her hands full to try to push hard and get by the 21 of Mendana, but they're all trying to chase down the man that's way out in front right now, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach, running for Pizza Inn and B&B Racing.
Oh, it looks like we lost the 52 of Dumford. He was able to get out and around, but now they're going to have to maneuver around him. He actually becomes now like an extra buoy going into that turn. Shelby Love's going to jump on the outside of Mendana. Those two are deck-to-deck coming out of turn number 4 down the front stretch. But right now, your leaders, the 35 Pizza Inn of Mark Schmierbach, doing everything he can to get as much ground in front of the second and third place, knowing that those two are battling each other out. He's going to take as much advantage of that time as he can.
Oh, it looks like the 52 of Dumford was able to get it fired back up again, but now we're going to stay on top of the 21 of Mendana. And look at the lead the 35 of Mark Schmierbach has put up as he gets through turn number 3. Now just getting to turn 3 is the 21 of Mendana. But what happened to the 12 of Shelby Love? She was right all over the 21 of Mendana. Now she's moved back a little bit, about 4 boat lengths between her and the 21 of Mendana. She goes wide to the outside, trying to stay out in lane 4, keep those RPMs up on that 2-cylinder, 45 cubic inch
Formula Light Powerhead on the back of that Hoffman Composite Formula Light.
Just like I was saying, these other drivers have the advantage of being out on this course for the last 2 days. She is just now starting to figure out and get comfortable with this course. It's one of her smaller courses of the season, so that's going to make a big difference in her driving skills. But our leader, I think he's got it figured out. That's Mark Schmierbach in the 35 of Pizza Inn.
Absolutely. That thing's got a ton of punch out of the corner on this short 4-pin half-mile course. It makes the punch out of the corner so important here in Formula Lights, and it looks like he was able to get off the dock well, find the clean water, and after he shut the door on the 21 of Mendana, he's been cruising. Looking to go wire to wire as he came out front early, and he's got a 4.5-second lead over the 21 of Mendana, and Mendana's just got a little less than 2 seconds over him and the 12 of Shelby Love.
Shelby Love still running a good run as she jumps on the inside of Mendana. Mendana slams the door, gives her a big gulp of water as they come out of turn 4, making their way down to the front stretch. This is going to be a close race, I believe, all the way through. I know Shelby's still got a lot in there, and I think she's just waiting for the right moment to pounce on Mendana of the 21.
Absolutely. She's going to continue to push hard and give it everything she's got. She's got her teammate, the 12, Trident Schleicher, with her here this afternoon. Can she run it all the way to the top spot on the podium? It's going to be a tall task for the young driver out of Santa Rosa Valley, California, because that man right there on the screen, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach, is out in front, and he is putting on a clinic here on the shores of the Colorado River. It's looking to drive away from everybody, drive it all the way to victory lane here in Formula Lights.
I talked to Mark Schmierbach a couple times over the weekend making my walk through the pits, and I said, hey, Mark, I said, do you think you got enough to be able to keep Mendana and Shelby Love in your back rear view mirror? He goes, I think so every weekend, but those kids keep coming out from nowhere, and they keep running me around the course. But this time, looks like Mark has already decided to take the lead with a sizable lead. 5-second lead now. He keeps stretching his lead out more and more. Behind him, these two are still battling it out, trying to get up in front of each other. Shelby Love comes through turn number 1. You can see how she jumps on the outside, then back to the inside. Then she jumps one more time to the back of the outside, basically playing a game with Mendana, saying, hey, I'm on your right mirror. Now I'm on your left. When do you think I'm going to come in on your inside? Keeping him and guessing the whole game.
Yeah, she's trying to find that clean water. As you can see, she keeps having to go through the wake of the 21 of Mendana, and that's not on accident. The 21 of Mendana forcing her to weave back and forth, and that's what's allowed him to hold that gap over the 12 of Shelby Love as they go down into turn number 1. Notice Mendana starts in lane 2. Now Shelby's got to go wide. Now she chooses to stay outside this time because she knows she cannot afford to continue to keep crossing back and forth over the wake of the 21 of Mendana if she wants to catch and get by the driver out of Tampa, Florida.
As you can see with our great drone footage, she's going to jump back on the inside. That's what I was just talking about. The last turn she stayed outside. This time she turned inside. She's just keeping him guessing, doing everything she can to try and close that gap. But Mendana's saying, I'm going to play the same game, and I'm going to run you back and forth.
Absolutely. It looks like we did completely lose the 52 of Addison Dumford. Looks like he is pulled off the race course somewhere. And the unfortunate for the driver out of Franklin, Tennessee, was able to start, but now 8 laps down here in this main event in Formula Lights as we've got 9 minutes, 32 seconds plus 1 lap remaining. And the man from Greenfield, Wisconsin, Mark Schmierbach, out in front, continuing to open up the lead. But now here's the interesting thing. You see there, that's the 78 of Marshall Gildermaster. He is not a slow boat, and it's going to be a very tall task for the 35 of Schmierbach to get by the 78 of Gildermaster. And if he has to spend any extra time getting by the 78 of Gildermaster, that's going to be exactly what the 21 of Mendana and the 12 of Shelby Love want. As you see the 78 of Gildermaster staying wide to the outside. Now they're going to go down the front stretch. Can the 35 of Schmierbach get close enough by the corner? And it looks like the 78 of Gildermaster is going to leave him a lane in turn number 1. Oh, they get close there. Gildermaster doing the smart thing, staying out of the way. He's already made contact with one driver today. Didn't want to make it in second round. As the 35 of Schmierbach's able to get him and put him a lap down. Boy, I know Mendana and 12 of Love, their K, would have really hoped for it to take a lot longer for the 35 of Schmierbach to get by the 78 of Gildermaster.
Even on that Formula 1 heat, we saw that with Cheatham. He was in there, and he was not going to let the lead boats have that inside lane. He held that, but the 78 decided to move out, but not very far. As you saw, they almost came together coming out of turn 3 and 4. He says, if you're going to work around and try and get around me and take me off of that lead lap, you're going to have to work for it. But now it looks like he's going to go a little bit wide. The great race right now is for second and third between Mendana and the 21 and Love and the 12.
Yeah, Mendana is starting to pull away a little bit from the 12 of Shelby Love. She just can't seem to find a clean enough line without having to cross through the wake. And that is a really veteran move by the 21 of Mendana. Instead of sitting in one lane and having the same lap after lap position throughout the race course, he's moving his position all over. He's going inside, he's going outside. Not so much for anything else than keeping the 12 of Shelby Love behind him. He knows that the 35 of Mark Schmierbach's pretty far out in front. It's going to be a very tall order to catch that boat because he has really got it dialed in. But what he has to make sure of is he doesn't relinquish that second place spot to the 12 of Shelby Love, as he's now going to go wide to the outside. As you see him flash through the backside of the screen there around the 78 of Gildermaster, as our leader, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach, goes wide out of turn number 1, sweeping it easy through turns 1 and 2. There's Mendana way wide to the outside. Now they're going to get real close there. Oh, look out, the 78 of Gildermaster gets hooked way down to the inside. They almost collide coming out of turn number 1, him and the 21 of Mendana. And that's exactly what the 12 of Shelby Love was looking for, is she's able to close the gap and try to track down the man from Tampa, Florida.
And I know that she was hoping that he was going to have to fight off the 78 of Gildermaster a little bit longer, because you saw in that last lap, Gildermaster held the inside, shoving Mendana to the outside. Shelby chose to take the inside like she's doing right now. She likes that inside lane. She's got that boat figured out, dialed in. She knows how to hold the inside, and you can see that Mendana chooses to stay in lane 2 or 3, like you said, gliding his way around each corner.
And absolutely, if you take a look at the 12 of Shelby Love, Mendana's doing it on purpose. She was on the inside lane, and you can see it here again. She's got to cross through the wake. She crossed out. She crossed back in. When the propeller goes through the water, Kay, so much torque is lost if you're running right in the wash, because the propellers infuse water or air bubbles into the water. And when that propeller hits that air bubble, it really decreases the performance of that propeller and the top speed in these Formula Lights.
Exactly. We call that churned water, pre-churned water, and trying to get that prop to even find water to cut through when they're going through that. And on top of that, we're going to see that we just saw it a minute ago, where she was so close she took a gulp of water right to her windshield. Natural reaction, as any driver would say, either on the pavement or on the water, is to actually let go of the throttle for just a sec. But, we know Shelby Love a little bit better than that. She held on to that throttle, and that's why she's coming deck to deck into turn 1.
As she goes, the 21 of Mendana goes down in turn 1. Shelby Love now darts down inside, but Mendana's going to do a good job of pinning out of turn number 2. She's going to have to get into the wake. Now she hangs down to the inside as well. She's sticking with that line. She knows she's got to find one line and kind of stick with it, try to go short way around the course, which is what she's doing. You notice she's staying on the inside of lane 1, but then she's got to cross into that wake of the 21 of Mendana, because he's making sure every time she seems to come out of a corner, he's going to make sure, hey, Shelby, you're going to run through my wake. You're going to go through that wash, and all that ground that you made up on the straightaway is going to disappear in an instant after you have to do that.
And she says, challenge accepted, here I come. She's been nipping on his heels this whole race. We still have just under 5 minutes left of this enduring final in the Formula Lights. But check out our leaders. He comes across the start-finish line to go into turn 1 with almost a half a lap lead over the second and third place. He jumped off of that dock with a man on a mission, and he has executed it perfectly here.
Absolutely. It's hard you rarely will see the 35 of Mark Schmierbach make any mistakes. Now, he did get penalized in that qualifying heat number 3 for coming across and being the one who caused that collision down there at the far end of the course, but he still had so many points that he was able to stay in the second position there, and he was able to get the 21 of Mendana off the dock, and now he's got over a 10-second lead here on the rest of the field. And boy, Mendana just can't get the 12 of Shelby Love to go away. She's like an annoying gnat buzzing around your head. She's just always there, and she's just saying, hey, Mendana, make one mistake. I dare you, and see what happens.
I remember when you first used that phrase, and then I went camping, and I went, God, that's that person that I'm racing against that just won't go away, and I just can't swat them out of the way. And that's exactly what Mendana's saying. He's like, get away from me. My goal is to try and go catch up back up to the 35, but I can't do that until I get rid of you.
Yeah, absolutely, as Mendana crosses the start-finish line. Now the gap has closed. It was 10.5 seconds. It's now down under 10 seconds. But with under 5 minutes plus 1 lap, 3 minutes and 30 seconds to be exact, that I don't know if they're going to have enough time to make up the 9.5 second lead right now that is being held on to by our leader, the Pizza Inn, number 35, of Mark Schmierbach.
You know, that's something that we say often, and he works hard. A veteran driver, we'll just say over 20 years of experience racing in this
It's
formula.
a lot more than that.
It is, but we're just going to go with 20-ish years of racing, and it shows right here about how he was able to calmly but quickly get off of that dock and get that start, because he knew he had to get out of there, because he knew Mandana and him battled it out on the last heat. He knows he has to get ahead of him to be able to keep him behind, because the second you let Mandana in front of you, game over.
Absolutely, yeah, and he has moved it down to a 9-second lead, so he shaved off almost a complete second there on that lap. Can he do it again here as the 35 of Schmierbach crosses the start-finish line? He's now back up on the heels of the 78 of Gildermaster. Let's see what happens now as the 21 of Mendana crosses. Yes, now it's down to 8.2 seconds.
Nice.
So Mendana is starting to make up ground. I don't know if the motor's starting to go away or if he's just getting a little bit lackadaisical out there in front because he's got such a big lead. But we all know that a big lead can be erased in an instant here in Formula Lights.
You know, and especially with as tight of a course that we've seen here, we've already seen a few times where drivers going into turn one have just overcorrected it just enough. And with the water starting to get churned up after a 15-minute final, that water is starting to churn up. Those rollers are starting to come back and forth and back and forth. So they have to be careful with that trim button. One move to the right, one move to the left, one up and one down can make a huge difference of dropping you straight off that podium.
Absolutely, as they continue to battle, the 21 of Manania still hanging on, going down the back straightaway, but Shelby Love continuing to fill his rearview mirrors with that white Clover construction machine. Can she catch him? That lead down to 7.5 seconds, so it's been shaved by 2.5 seconds here in the last couple of laps, but we are running out of time with just 1 minute, 36 seconds plus one lap. I don't know if it's going to be enough, and now it looks like Schmierbach's radio guy got into his ear and said, hey, man, you need to get going here, buddy, because he gained almost a half a second back on the field there, as it's just under 8-second lead for the 35 of Schmierbach now, who comes out of turn number 4.
Go ahead. Just over a minute left in this race, but this is the winner-take-all final. This is where they lay it out on the line. They put all their notes together and said, what was our best, fastest speeds that we could get this weekend? What's the best prop that we put on this weekend? That's when they put it on here, and that's where they put it all out on the line.
Absolutely, as they continue to push now 8.3 seconds, but there's the 8.3 to 9.6, a 1.3 second difference between the 12 of Shelby Love and the 21 of Mendana. She might be able to catch him, but I don't know. Almost 8.5 second lead is quite insurmountable here in Formula Lights, especially as we're coming up with just 39 seconds plus one lap. Can the 35 of Mark Schmierbach hang on and go wire to wire here in Formula Lights, or will the 21 of Mendana come out of nowhere and figure this out? I mean, at this point, it's going to have to be a big mistake by the 35 of Schmierbach. But look at there, the 78 of Gildermaster is getting in with the 12 of Love and the 21 of Mandanya. Mandanya goes wide to the outside. Shelby Love's now got to go split in the middle. Can she use this to her advantage? I think that might have not worked out for her nearly as well as it did for the 21 of Mandanya. Oh, look out there. Mandanya tries to cut inside, but the 78 of Gildermaster not giving him any room. There's the white flag, though. Go fast, turn left just 4 more times for the veteran out of Wisconsin, who's looking to win another series race here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. He's won the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series multiple times in the past. He's always in the top 3 in running, and he loves bringing hardware back to Texas for that B&B Racing team based out of Texas. He driving out of Wisconsin as he comes out of turn number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, let me hear you put your hands together. Going wire to wire, winning the inaugural Marble Falls Formula One Formula Lights title here at the Battle on the Colorado, number 35, Mark Schmierbach.
And with a great second place, had to work really hard for it, but earned it well, the 21. That's going to be Jose Mendana, Mike Scott Plumbing.
And rounding out the podium here in the Formula Lights final after getting in late last night, having some gremlins in the third and final qualifying heat. She secures a solid third place finish here in the main event in Formula Lights, the number 12 of Shelby Love. Good run there by our host of drivers here in the Formula Lights main event. What a fantastic run it was by the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. Small field here after some carnage in qualifying heat number 3 made it a little bit easier breathing for the man running for B&B Racing, as he did a fantastic job of getting out early, beating Mendana to the pin, and running away with it from there here in Formula Lights. As you see him on the water taking a victory lap as he comes down through the middle of the course. We're going to hopefully get him a checkered flag in his hands, and he can make a parade lap out here on the shores of the Colorado River with a hard-fought and well-deserved victory for that Pizza Inn B&B Racing team. He's making his way down to the start dock. Hopefully here in a little bit we're going to have a chance to chat with the winner of the Battle on the Colorado here in Marble Falls for the first time ever running in Marble Falls. And I got to say, what a fantastic community this has been. If you've never had the opportunity to come down to Marble Falls, I mean, the river is beautiful. The landscape around the river is exactly what you would want. It's this beautiful little river valley tucked into the hill country of central Texas, just about 85 miles straight north of San Antonio, about 45 miles west-northwest of Austin, Texas, here for round number 4 on the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. There he is, ladies and gentlemen, checkered flag in hand, making his way down this side of the river with that checkered flag flying. It was a good, hard-fought, well-deserved victory for the 35 of Schmierbach. He knew he was going to have his hands full. He knew he had to beat the 21 of Madania down to the first pin on that opening lap after that modified Le Mans start, and he did exactly what he needed to do. Once he got out in the clean water, you're talking about one of the most difficult drivers to pass and get around in all of Formula Lights is the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. I've only seen it happen to him once before, and that was done to him by the 12 of Shelby Love in round 1 this year, back in early May in Port Neches, Texas, as she gave him the head shake, gave him a little fake to the outside, dove down underneath, and drag raced him down to the last 2 turns on the final lap and was able to pull off a victory and snatch it away from the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. And he was not going to let that happen here this weekend, as he was on a mission to get back into form here in Formula Lights to ensure that he is the top dog going into round 5. And I believe with this victory today, as well as the points collected from yesterday, he will be our new series points leader in Formula Lights. Coming in, it was Shelby Love, but he had done so well in finishing on the podium in all 3 of the opening rounds, along with the 12 of Shelby Love, that he has now been able to use those extra points from qualifying yesterday to move ahead of the young woman out of Santa Rosa Valley, California, who finished 3rd here. But there's a lot left here in the season. We've got 2 more races, and I can tell you this. If that young woman can win round 5 in Colorado and secure victory in round 6 in Houston, Texas to wrap up the season, she will call herself the Formula Lights champion here in 2025. And that'll be back-to-back series championships for the Clover Construction Racing team here in Formula Lights. What a fantastic storyline that would be. I know that her decision to come down here after the tragedy on their race team was for one reason and one reason only. And she is doing everything she can to bring an APBA Hall of Champions, which is the one driver in every class that can win a series championship, a national championship, and lock down enough points to be the best driver in the country, no matter what racing series that they are a part of. She has done a lot to do that so far, and I know that she is on a mission to continue that in honor of her former teammate, the 12 of Traden Schleicher. All right, we got the Texas Trials coming up here in a little bit. We've got the drivers checking out their 2x2 rolling start, but right now, hopefully we're going to have a chance to chat with the 35 of Mark Schmierbach before these Texas Trials churn up the water, and he has a hard time getting that Formula Light back into the canal after a hard-fought victory here in Formula Lights. He's climbing out of the boat. These cockpits very tight. Again, those cockpits are full carbon fiber and Kevlar. Very safe, very sturdy, very strong. And that's why we ensure that our drivers are in those capsules, because it is so important. And look at how rough the water is getting just from these tri-hulls warming up as he tries to get out of the capsule of that 35 Pizza Inn machine. What a great run it was. Another victory for that B&B Racing team. The trophies are plentiful at the headquarters of B&B Racing. And look at, there he is, the man from Wisconsin. All right, and he's now joining my colleague Kay, is the winner of Formula Lights, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. Take it away, Kay.
Well, Mark Schmierbach, you came in here with a man on a mission, jumped off of this dock, and you executed every second of that final.
I got to thank the crew and everybody associated with BB Racing. They did one heck of a job this weekend. We broke a lot of stuff, and I just wanted to do it for them and also for our fallen hero, Trident.
You know, you have countless titles, countless championship wins. How does this checkered flag compare to those?
This ranks up there. I know Shelby really wanted to win too, but so did I. And I really like Triton.
Well, I know that you've got a whole group, a sea of red I could see up there in that fan basis. What do you got to say to them?
Oh, hi, gang. We won. Put the name tags on later.
All right, Marble Falls, congratulate you as well. We are here on the Battle of Colorado, your F-Light champion right here, Mark Schmierbach in the Pizza Inn, number 35.
And thank you, Marble Falls and Firefly. What great people. And I hope we're back again.
That's the plan. 2026, we'll be right back here. But right now, we got some tri-halls out there ready to go. Let's bring them around, Thomas.
All right, looks like the tri-halls are down at the far end of the race course, and it looks like we've got them all down there. Let's take a look at our starting lineup for this 2x2 rolling start to crown a champion here at the Battle on the Colorado in the Texas Tri-Hull division of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. All right, let's take a look. So, no surprise here. He won round 2 in Shreveport, Louisiana. He won round 3 in Alton, Illinois, just outside of St. Louis. And he's the man sitting on the inside of row 1 here in the Texas Tri-Hull final at the Battle on the Colorado. He runs for Rinker Boat World and Mastercraft Boats, the number 10 of Tanner Rinker.
And this is one I've been watching all weekend. The number 1 of Corey Walker. He started a little bit back in the pack, but he worked his way through. Now, does he have what it takes to get to the very top for this final?
Absolutely. He sits on the outside of row 1. On the inside of row 2, they call him Mullet. He's running for Burnshausen Oil, the number 69, Cole Wearing, starting third here in this Tri-Hull main event.
Well, he's going to have to battle it out with his teammates. They are working together on the pavement, but when it comes out here to Tri-Halls, it's every bumper boat for themselves. In the number 12, Jack Schubert.
And another one of those outlaw drivers here coming fifth off the start pontoon on the inside of row number 3. That's the Ray Bob Seasoning, number 26 of Briston Sherman.
JH Performance brings you the young gun doing double duty this weekend in the number 13, Grant Schubert.
He's on the outside of row 3. On the inside of row 4, he runs for Brondo because it's what boats crave. They call him Not Sure, the number 88 of Josh Wells.
All black with a yellow top on top of that Bumblebee boat, number 54, Darren Ware.
And Ware's on the outside of row 4. On the inside of row 5, this is the lowest start I have seen from this driver in over 3 years. Coming ninth off the start here in Texas Tri-Hull. They call him the Dude out of Hemlock, Michigan, the number 17 of Neil Marsh.
Driving the 42 with that roll cage on top, saying, I'm going to protect myself, but I'm going to get that top of that podium too, Wyatt Zoller.
And rounding out the field here on the inside of row 6, we call him John Deere Green in that green and yellow machine, number 33 of John Ottinger.
And I've seen it a couple times because he goes so fast. That 99, he just can't seem to keep it on the side of that boat because he's just driving it so fast. Devin Brown.
And rounding out the field, the young 14-year-old rookie out of Houma, Louisiana, running that 03 of Austin Terry. All right, we've got Jet Ski Jared and the Pace Jet Ski out in front. They're lined up 2x2 coming down the front straightaway. Who's going to be your champion here in Texas Tri-Hull? How about we crown one here in just a moment as we're about to get underway with racing action here in the Texas Tri-Hull final at the inaugural Battle on the Colorado. The jet ski pulls off. They're 2x2 waiting for that green flag. There we go. Green flag go. And they power these Texas Tri-Hulls to speeds in excess of 60 miles an hour. The one of Corey Walker on the outside. The 10 of Tanner Rinker on the inside as they go down into turn number 1. Ooh, a nice move there by the 69 of Cole Waring. He gets out clean, but so does the one of Walker and the 10 of Tanner Rinker. 13 of Grant Schubert gets wadded up there with the 54 of Darren Ware, and the 12 of Jack Schubert, as well as the 88 of Josh Wells, is now already moved up into 5th.
That's my boy right there. He said, I'm going to do everything I can to get to the top of the podium, not only for myself, but for my favorite announcer, Thomas.
Hey, that's okay, but look at it is all Tanner Rinker right now. But look at the 69 of Cole Waring. He's side by side, deck to deck with the one of Corey Walker as they go down into turn number 1 on this 2-pin, third-mile course. 69 of Waring pushing the 1 way wide to the outside. There's the 13 of Schubert, the 26 of Sherman, the 88 of Wells, and the 12 of Grant Schubert all fighting it out down the front back straightaway. Well, the 26 of Sherman and the 12 of Jack Schubert getting together down the back straightaway, but they're all trying to catch the man out in front, the 10 of Tanner Rinker, who is starting to become the dominant force here in Texas Tri-Hull in 2025. Can he go for 3 in a row? Look out there. Corey Walker gets wild, but the 69 of Cole Waring moving up into second place. Can we see Mullet win the Texas Tri-Hull final here on the Colorado? That would be an impressive run
for the man out of Texas, running for Bernshausen Oil.
You know, he started his career not inside of the boat, but sitting there in the JH Performance sweeping floors. And he said, I'm done sweeping floors. I want to start going to race. Just a couple years ago, got his first, came out with a huge smile on his face. We have watched him move forward and been able to maneuver.
All right, as we take a look at the 69 of Cole Waring, we're making his way out of turn number 1 down the back straightaway. But boy, the 10 of Tanner Rinker has started to open up a lead, Kay. And the only thing that's going to stop that is once we get into the later stages of this 20-lap main event, we're only 3 laps in, 17 left to go. He's going to start catching those back markers, and that's where maybe a little bit lack of experience might make it a little bit tougher for the 10 of Tanner Rinker. He's only been running a Texas trial for a couple of years, but boy, he has got an absolute gem of a haul. The ex-haul of Jerry Rinker, the patriarch of the Texas Rinker family, retiring after round 1. And boy, Tanner is carrying that thing in his honor, trying to run that thing all the way to a series championship here in 2025 in that number 10 Rinker Boat World machine.
I don't know if you've noticed this, but I just counted this. The top 4 boats are all riding with the brand new Mercury motor. I mean, that's just telling you what Mercury has done with these tri-hulls along with the Formula Ones. They've now moved their way into the tri-hulls, and you just saw Corey just take a huge hot. This is not even race water right now. We're racing in an ocean. These might as well be called the smaller version of an offshore boat with the way these guys are slamming around.
Absolutely. Well, the 13 of Grant Schubert started, middle of the pack. Now he's moved his way up into 4th position, and he's trying to track down the 1 of Corey Walker. There's the 42 of Wyatt Zeller coming out of turn number 2 on the south end of the course, doing battle as he's trying to stay on the lead lap, but the 10 of Tanner Rinker just cruising by the outside. Can he get by the 42 Diamond Z Reynolds of Wyatt Zeller as they go down in turn 1? And this is the stuff that's going to make it hard. Now watch the 69 of Cole Waring might make a move down to the inside as we stay with the 13 Grant Schubert. That Bernhausen Oil sponsored entry had a good run down in the corner, but kind of got bogged down coming turn, and that cost him some valuable time as the 10 of Tanner Rinker just seems to continue to slice and dice through this Texas Tri-Hull field.
Down the front stretch, down into turn number 1. Your leader is the all black with the white top and the number 10. That's Tanner Rinker driving for the Rinker Boat World. Second is the purple and green and black 69, Cole the Mullet. And your third place right now looks to be Corey Walker, is the all-white with the red stripe. They're all kind of getting jumbled in there, so that's why I'm describing the boats.
Yeah, and it looks like the 13 of Grant Schubert just missed a turn, and the 26 of Briston Sherman was able to get by him, and now the 13 of Grant Schubert's got a battle with his brother, the 12 of Jack Schubert, but right now the 99 of Devin Brown is trying to stay on the lead lap, and it looks like it's just not going to happen because nobody has got an answer for the 10 of Tanner Rinker. He loves to go tight into the entrance and sweep it wide to the outside. I think he's trying to find that clean water K that's almost impossible to find as we are all just about to the halfway point of this 20-lap main event here in Texas Tri-Hull.
I don't know, race fans. If any of you are chiropractors out there, I think that you might want to go talk to some of these drivers because look as they're getting slammed around. As race fans, you guys are up there elevated just enough to be able to look inside the cockpit. And look how the hands are moving back and forth. This is not really this is still a race, but this is more just an endurance run to try and make your way to the podium.
Oh, look at out there. The 33 of Ottinger gets tagged by the 10 of Rinker as well as the 88 of Josh Wells, who's really started to drop off. He came out really, really well, but as the water's gotten rough, he's struggled a lot more. Same with the 69 of Cole Waring. It seems like the only one who's been able to keep it flying high as well as he can is the 10 of Tanner Rinker as he continues to open up a lead over the rest of the field here in the Texas Tri-Hull main event. He's got a 4.7 second lead as he crosses our finish line. Looks like we've got a red flag on the course. Looks like the 33 of John Ottinger just in the way down there in turn number 1. He can't seem to get that thing out of idle, and he's trying to get out of the way, but we had to red flag the course here in Texas Tri-Hull, and that is not what the 10 of Tanner Rinker wanted to see, as we're going to have to do a restart here in the Texas Tri-Hull main event as we reach the halfway point. Boy, the John Deere Green, number 33 of John Ottinger, just couldn't seem to get out of the way. And you got to imagine the 10 of Tanner Rinker is absolutely furious with a restart here because he had built up such a big lead.
Yeah, but you know who's happy about that? Down in that backstretch, sporting that zebra suit out of the Outcast Racing team is the 69 of Cole, we call him the Mullet.
because he was already starting to lose that lead or lose that strength between him, or the distance between him and Tanner Rinker. And right now, they're going to have to go side by side for another rolling start. This is where it might get interesting, because we know that Tanner Rinker has some really fast equipment on there, but you also got to remember that Cole the Mullet, that guy, he's just out there and he's like giggling the whole time. He's just like, this is fun. Let's just go rally it around. So it's going to be speed versus, I don't know what I would call Cole. Craziness?
Yeah, there we go. It looks like, did we possibly may have lost one of the turns down there? It looks like, I don't know if the buoys are moving. It doesn't look like necessarily they may be moving, but they're having to tow the 33 of John Ottinger and that John Deere green machine off the race course. That's got to be frustrating. He hasn't been able to run this year. He's been up in Idaho working on a large power plant up in Idaho, and so he has not been able to run with us all this year. He finally got a break away from the big project, and the first thing he wanted to do was, hey, pack everything up, get ready. We're going to Marble Falls to run in Tri-Hall. And he was running, had a solid run so far until he came down in that corner and spun out, killed the motor, and his afternoon is done. But, yeah, now the 69 of Cole Waring in that Bernshausen oil machine, he's going to be on the outside of row one. That means he's going to have some of that clean water just like the 10 of Tanner Rinker. And I think it's going to come down to who can get to that first pin on the restart and drive that clear water all the way through these final 10 laps to victory.
And these guys have been nose to nose all season long, and Cole's had some unfortunate bad luck along with Tanner. I mean, it seems like every weekend he's over there underneath that thing, patching that thing back up, keeping it afloat. Talking to Chris, his dad, and I was like, when are you going to retire that boat? He says, the kid just keeps on running it, and honestly, he'll probably bash up another boat. Have you not watched the Tri-Hulls before?
Yeah, a Texas Tri-Hull doesn't make it more than a season or two without some pretty major repairs due to the bumping and grinding that they endure out on the water in the Texas Tri-Hull class. It looks like, yes, we did lose turn one there when John Ottinger spun out down there in the on turn number one, so they're going to have to reset that buoy as well as get everybody lined up here for the final 10 laps in Texas Tri-Hull.
Well, let's look back at season 2024 in Windsor, Colorado. You and I saw something we have never seen before. We watched as in turn one, the buoy actually added an extra buoy, which was, I believe, Ottinger. Wasn't it Ottinger?
No, actually, it was a driver who had to step away from 2025, the man out of Wichita, Kansas, Andy Miller in the DD1.
He got stuck in him.
He became part of the buoy. He kind of got turned around, and the boat landed on top of the twin buoys that we normally use to mark the Texas Tri-Hull course. And they had to stop the race because they couldn't get him off the buoy. It was quite a comical moment on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series by the DD1 of Andy Miller.
You can't.
All right. Well, it looks like we got a great sponsor here that has come up to provide some fantastic cigars for our winners here in 2025 of the Battle on the Colorado. De Garcia and Estevez cigars here locally from the great Marble Falls community. This beautiful box for all of our winners here in all three classes. We got to love our local sponsors. I mean, the city of Marble Falls, thank you so much for bringing us here. I know you guys had a long history with drag boats, and we love that you brought some circle boat racing here to the shores of the Colorado River, as well as Firefly Aerospace. I mean, the fact that a company outside of NASA is looking to put people on the moon and really continuing to drive aerospace in the U.S. in 2025, continue to drive us into the stratosphere, and what a fantastic partner they've been. They brought a bunch of our drivers down on Thursday, gave them a tour of their facility and all the rockets that they're building, and so happy that they're with us here in 2025.
And what we did to reward them? 2 of their employees got to go for rides with Tim Siebold and our 2-seater. They went this morning, and they were like, oh, yeah, this looks like fun. And I'm like, yeah, I know you guys work with some really crazy stuff, but you've never been side by side with Tim Siebold going out in an F. Basically, it's an F1 at 100 miles an hour. And the faces when those two got out were just incredible. Like, that's something I've never seen before or done before. That was so much fun to watch.
The race ride experience on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series is second to none. That is for sure. It is a unique experience that 99.9% of the global population will never have an opportunity, and we're so glad that the great folks from Firefly Aerospace would allow a couple of their fantastic employees to see what it's like to ride in a Formula One tunnel hull with the great Tim Siebold.
You know, and I was lucky enough last year in 2024 to be able to take my own ride with Tim Siebold. As a driver myself, I'm third-generation driver, and I started racing when I was at 9 years old, and I got inside that cockpit, and I went, okay, I can do this, and Tim took off, and the second that he took off, he took a quick left-hand turn and gave me an experience that I've never had before, that these F1 drivers and Formula I drivers had. The G-forces when they take those corners are incredible.
Absolutely. It's the only form of powerboat racing here in the United States that can give you that type of G-forces in the turns. There's really only a couple of different types of disciplines of boat racing. I think the other would be the jet boat racing that they run predominantly in Australia or in the Pacific Northwest. Those jet boats can turn on a dime as well. But the performance and the speed of the Formula One powerboats is unmatched here in the U.S. You add 5-6 Gs in the corners plus speeds in excess of 120 miles an hour, and it is a fantastic run for anybody who gets to be a part of our race ride experience.
Once again, I want to thank Firefly Aerospace for everything that they've done. They do have a great merchandise tent up there. All proceeds go to Texas Flood Victims. Well, we're going to go through our lineup. It looks like it's changed up just a little bit there, Thomas.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and don't forget here between the Tri-Hall final and the Formula One final, make sure you swing up to Firefly Aerospace. All proceeds of their merch sales from the Battle on the Colorado are going to go to the flood victims from here in Central Texas. So make sure you support your fellow hill country folk as they continue to put their lives back together after an absolute tragedy just about 3 weeks or a month ago. And again, I got to apologize. I kept calling them Firefly Aviation. They don't fly planes. They shoot rockets into outer space, right? Aerospace, and I do apologize for that. But we take a look at our starting lineup now. Again, he started on the pole at the beginning of this 20-lap main event in Texas Tri-Hall. He remains out inside of row one, and he's the man that's going to try to run this second half of the race all the way to victory for his third straight win, the number 10 of Tanner Rinker.
And winning that, I would say taking the lucky ticket, being able to do this restart, is going to be the 69 of Coldemar Waring. He's excited because now he's going to go deck to deck with one of his biggest rivals that he has right in front of him. And the number 1 is going to be Corey Walker. He worked his way through the fleet on that last heat, and he worked his way up into the inside of lane 1. On the outside of him, in the number 26, Briston Sherman.
All right, on the inside of row 3, he's the man sitting out in front in points, the number 13 of Grant Schubert.
And, you know, we talked about this. This is a family sport. Right on his outside hip is going to be his youngest brother, Jack Schubert. So we're going to have two brothers dueling it out for row 3.
In row 4, the number 54, they call him Caddy, running for Selco Auto Restoration. In 7th, here in the restart in Texas Tri-Hall, the number 54 of Darren Ware.
In the number 17, he's got lots of trophies underneath his belt and a big belt to prove it. The number 17, Neil Marsh.
And right behind him on the inside of row 5, the number 88 of Josh Wells.
I kept saying this 99, he's so fast. Devin Brown is so fast. You can't seem to keep that 99 on there. I noticed halfway through, it's more like 0-0 because the bottom parts of the 9 are on there. But we'll still call him the 99, Devin Brown.
And right behind him in row 6 on the inside, the number 42, Diamond Z Rentals of Wyatt Zeller.
And right on his outside hip is going to be our young gun, brand new rookie driver out there. That is going to be Austin Terry.
And rounding out the field after being knocked out and causing the restart, and he's going to end up finishing in 13th position because he's done for the afternoon, is the 33 of John Ottinger. All right, we're going to get them lined back up 2 by 2, and they're going to come down the front straightaway, and we're going to finish the final 10 laps of this 20-lap main event here at the Battle on the Colorado, brought to you by the Marble Falls Chamber of Commerce, as well as Firefly Aerospace, and all of our great series sponsors here for 2025 on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. But we've got them lined back up 2 by 2. Here they come down the front straightaway. We're just waiting for that green flag as our Pace jet ski pulls off the course. Here we go. Let's get back underway in this 20-lap main event here in Texas Tri-Hall. Green flag go. Who's going to make it to the first turn? Will it be the 69 of Cole Waring in that Burnshausen oil machine, or will it be the Rinker Boat World number 10 of Tanner Rinker as they go down into the first turn?
It's going to be a great run as Tanner's going to be able to hold on to that inside. And look at the move that was brought to you by Corey Walker in the number 1, but Grant Schubert charging hard. And here comes the 17 of Neil Marsh trying to thread the needle between him and Briston Sherman in the 26.
As they go down to turn number 2, it's still the 10 of Tanner Rinker out in front. Then the 69 of Cole Waring, the 1 of Corey Walker in third, the 13 of Grant Schubert in fourth, the 17 of Neil Marsh in 5th, the 26 of Briston Sherman in 6th, and the rest of the drivers here in this Texas Tri-Hole main event as we've now under 10 laps with 9 laps remaining. Can anybody figure out what the 10 of Tanner Rinker is doing as he has got that thing absolutely dialed here this afternoon, Kay?
You know, he's doing a great job starting to stretch out his lead, but I can see there's a gap being closed quickly because on his outside, the 69 of Cole the Mullet is starting to charge hard. But look at number 1, the Corey Walker. He had a great move in the first lap in turn 1. He's going to do it one more time as they come out of turn number 2, as they come down the straightaway, as he bounces left to right. Corey Walker in the number 1, sitting in 3rd, followed by Grant Schubert, Captain Mark Seafood in the number 13.
And look at how close the 13 of Schubert has got to the 1 of Corey Walker as he's going to try to track down the hard charger out of San Antonio. Can he do it as he's sitting in the series points lead right now? He knows he needs to collect some more valuable points, but he's very worried because nobody has an answer right now for the man out in front, the 10 of Tanner Rinker. As the top 4 boats come out of turn number 2, now back down the front straightaway. The 69 of Waring trying to find a way to catch the man out in front. There's a 17 of Neil Marsh coming out of turn number 2. He's still sitting back in that 5th position. Sorry, no, he's in 6th position now. Continuing to fight hard here in the Texas Tri-Hole main event. But look at Tanner Rinker just slide it out of turn number 2. He's got the clean water. And with this restart, right, all those back markers that the 69 of Waring, the 1 of Walker were hoping for are now... It looks like the 1 of Corey Walker went dead in the water down here on the front straightaway. So now the 13 of Grant Schubert moves up one more spot, and he finds himself on that final spot on the podium here in the Texas Tri-Hole main event. Now we got a battle there between this 54 of Darren Ware and that Selco auto restoration machine and the 17 of Neil Marsh. As they go down into turn number 1, Marsh on the inside. Looks like that outside line has been the preferred line here on the Colorado River this weekend, Kay, here in Texas Tri-Hole.
You know, we would say that's the cleanest line. That's what we've been saying when it comes to the Formula Ones and the Formula Lights. But I don't think there's such thing as a clean line. They've only ran a few laps, and look at the ocean. These drivers, and we just about lost Tanner over coming out of turn number 1. Got real loose. The top end came out. He was able to bring it back down. That is, 54 just about took a submarine ride right in front of us, and you could hear it as it slammed back down just through our microphones. That can tell you, race fans at home, not only are you seeing how much these guys are getting bounced around, but you can actually hear it through our microphones.
Absolutely, as we continue to stay with our leader, the 10 of Tanner Rinker. Now look at eye up that Diamond Z Reynolds 42 of Wyatt Zeller. And can one of these drivers hold off the 10 of Tanner Rinker from lapping them? And can the 69 of Cole Waring use that to his advantage to try to close that gap? As we've got a 3.4 second lead. Does the 10 of Tanner Rinker over the 69 of Cole Waring as they go down into turn number 2? Look at him continue to slide that thing beautifully out of the turns. He doesn't seem, a lot of times that you'll see almost a bogging or a slowdown in the turn because they're turning so hard in these tri-hull boats. That doesn't seem to happen to the 10 of Tanner Rinker. He seems like he's got that thing cruising in the corners, and that's the name of the game here in Texas Tri-Hole.
It is. It's more of an endurance run to be able to make it through and find that one little tiny bit of clean water to be able to break through. And right now, there's not many left because this water is getting rough and tumbled through these turns. These drivers are slamming around. Not only are they trying to maneuver their way through this water, but as you can see, Tanner Rinker is trying to get himself through back traffic. He is going across the start-finish line right now. That's going to be the white and black boat with the number 10 Rinker boat rolled across the side.
We just cut 2 laps remaining and now only an under a 3-second lead as he's 2.786 seconds ahead of the 69 of Waring. Can he figure out a way to get by the young man who's looking for the trifecta with 3 straight wins here in Texas Tri-Hole as he goes wide to the outside down the back straightaway? I don't know if he's going to have enough time as they go down into turn number 2. The 10 of Rinker is dealing with the 03 of Austin Terry as he's trying to get by him now with a white flag.
3 laps to go.
It looks like, we have 2 laps to go. Apologize, a little bit of glare on the screen there, but 2 laps to go here for the 10 of Tanner Rinker as he's now down the back straightaway, pushing hard going into turn number 2, sweeping it wide out of turn number 2. Gets by the 03 of Austin Terry and continuing to fight hard. Can he hang on? Will he be able?
You also have to think Tanner Rinker is thinking through his head, I just patched the left side. The undercarriage was patched on Friday. He's like, I'm really hoping this thing can hold off for one more lap. White flag is out. Tanner Rinker brings them out of turn number 1, down the backstretch, going right past Corey Walker, who unfortunately lost about a lap and a half sitting there when he went dead. But halfway down the backstretch, your leader in the number 10, Rinker Boat World, Tanner Rinker.
As he goes down into turn number 2, this is going to wrap it up. Can he hang on here? Oh, no, look out. The 88 of Josh Wells takes out turn 2 on the final lap, but he's able to get through the wad up, and he comes down across the start-finish line. Ladies and gentlemen, for the third time in 3 races, your winner here in Marble Falls out of Spring, Texas, number 10, Tanner Rinker.
Followed by Corey the Mullet Wearing, as he actually bounced his way over that start-finish line. He let go to do a little fist pump, and then all of a sudden it was like, bam, hands back on the steering wheel, kid.
And rounding out the podium with a fantastic run. After on the restart, he was in 5th. He moved up 2 places into 3rd, and he has continued to rattle off enough points to keep him out in front in the series point standings, with rounding out the podium, the number 13 of Grant Schubert. Always a great fun to watch the bumper boats at 65 miles an hour do battle here on their 2-pin 1/3 mile course here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. The Texas Tri-Hull class is always a fan favorite and one that's absolutely enjoyable to watch as these things bounce and fly all over the shores here of the Colorado, churning it up and making it look more like an ocean than it does a river here in central Texas. Coming up next, we've just got one more main event here in the final race of the afternoon, final race of the weekend here at the inaugural Battle on the Colorado. The Formula Ones are coming up here in just a few minutes. But right now, we're going to make sure that our driver from Spring, Texas can grab that checkered flag and take one more lap around this 2-pin 3rd mile course here, as he deserves it, going back to back to back. He's won the last 3 races here on Texas in the Texas Tri-Hull division of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. What a fantastic run for that driver. And boy, the Rinker clan has got to be happy with him. He has taken over the lead boat in that Tri-Hull faction of the Rinker Racing team, and he has done exactly what they were hoping, and he has run that thing like a pro every second he's been behind the wheel. Ladies and gentlemen, hear you one more time. Put your hands together for your winner in Texas Tri-Hull, the number 10 of Tanner Rinker. Again, big shout out to the great folks at Firefly Aerospace, as well as the Marble Falls Chamber of Commerce. Again, don't forget to swing up to that Firefly Aerospace tent. They've got all sorts of cool merch, and I got to see some of it last night, and it is that gear is on point. And all proceeds from their sales today are going to victim relief from the floods that happened just a few weeks ago. So make sure you swing by and pick yourself up a fantastic Firefly Aerospace t-shirt or hat. We've also got the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series merch tent up there. We've got all sorts of great Formula One Powerboat Championship Series merchandise for you guys to grab here before the rest of the weekend. And when we're all wrapped up, don't forget to swing out the pits. Check out your favorite driver from this weekend. Have a chance to meet them, shake their hand, and check out these unbelievable racing machines here on the water as a part of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. But we're working to get that driver out of his boat right now so he can have a chance to chat for the 3rd time in the last 3 races with my colleague and co-host, Miss Kay Myers, as they're down there out of the boat. All hugs all around, and they're very excited. And he's got to be just absolutely ecstatic. I don't think you'd ever thought he would win 3 in a row, but here we are, back-to-back-to-back wins. How's the 10 of Tanner Rinker feeling there, Kay?
All right, congratulations, back-to-back, and now a 3rd time you have brought home that checkered flag for Rinker Boat World.
Yeah, it's a really good feeling. I just want to thank Firefly Aerospace and Marble Falls Chamber of Commerce for having us out here. It's an incredible race. I was fighting my hardest to stay out front. I knew Mullet was coming, so I just had to keep my foot in it.
Well, your team has worked super hard for you this weekend. Friday, I saw your dad inside the cockpit fixing a hole that was on the bottom. Yesterday, another hole on the side. What do you got to say to your team?
Huge shout out to my dad and Dylan Gamina, my crew chief. Big shout out to them. They got me back on the water and helped me get the win.
Well, congratulations. Your dad just came by and gave you a big old wave as he went by because he's next out on the class. But, once again, congratulations. 3 in a row, a hat trick right here. Your winner, Tanner Mason, Rinker Boat World.
Thank you.
All right, that was your winner, the 10 of Tanner Rinker. What a fantastic run. It was third time in a row. Now we got some fantastic swag from the Battle on the Colorado rolling by in that beautiful JH Performance Outlaw shallow water bay boat. Look at that beautiful tan leather white deck. Those are custom built at the Sport Marine facility just west of Houston, Texas in Richmond. So if you're looking for an awesome cruiser here on the river, don't forget to grab yourself a shallow water bay boat as we're trying to get some of the great swag down to all the fans here in Marble Falls. We'll be right back with more racing as the Formula One class is out on the water, and they're going to look to crown a champion here at the Battle on the Colorado right after a word from our sponsors.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line, whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing. Win every race.
JH Performance Boats. Custom-made, classic, shallow water boats built from scratch, offering a direct and personalized experience from start to finish. They provide exceptional service and support, having an unmatched reputation while paying close attention to detail with quality construction, expert knowledge, and outstanding performance. Let's take a look at a full recap from our Texas Tri-Hall final. The Tanner Rinker did just enough in qualifying to nip the rest of the field by just a couple of points, and he found himself on the inside of row one. And boy, he started off like a rocket. He came out, found the clean water, was able to get out in front of the rest of the field and really open up a lead early on in that Texas Tri-Hall main event. But coming hard, charging behind him was the man who ended up finishing in second place. That was the 69 of Cole Wearing in that Burnshausen oil-sponsored entry. He was all over the place, giving it everything he had to try to stay out near the front and try to have an opportunity to catch the Tanner Rinker. But then halfway through that main event, we had the 33 of John Ottinger go dead in the water right in turn number one. He clipped a buoy. It caused him to lose power. So not only did we have the buoy destroyed in turn number one, we also had a boat right in the middle of all of the traffic, and so that caused a restart. That restart erased the entire lead that the Tanner Rinker had built up there, Kay, and that's got to be one of the most frustrating things for a driver who's out in front.
You know, challenge accepted, and he said, I'm going to take that challenge and run with it, and he sure did, because he walked away from the rest of the field right off the bat, right through that rolling start.
Absolutely. He built up a lead that was well over 5 seconds in that last 10 laps, but not for nothing. The 69 of Cole Wearing was given everything he had. He closed that gap down
down to about 3 seconds, but he also had battles all over the place behind him, mostly the 13 at Grant Schubert starting from like 8th or 9th when we got going here in the Texas Tri-Hole Final. On the restart, he moved his way all the way up to 5th position, and boy, he was able to come out like a rocket on that restart, making his way all the way up to 3rd.
You know, and talking about Grant Schubert, him and John Schubert are basically the protocol who brought this Tri-Halls together and started this racing series, and they have made it so grow year after year after year. Grant Schubert, one of our veteran drivers when it comes to the Tri-Halls, did a wonderful job staying on top of that podium in 3rd place.
Absolutely, and the one who really kind of got left on the outside there was the one of Corey Walker. He was doing a fantastic job hanging on to that 3rd place, but he lost power down here on the front straightaway, had to pull off to the side of the course. He did end up getting it refired, but shuffled him way back in the standings here in this Texas Tri-Hall main event. But another solid run by the 26 of Briston Sherman, as well as the 17 of Neil Marsh and the 54 of Darren Ware. That Selco Auto Restoration, not running since round 1, really came out here with a solid performance in this main event.
Well, I'm going to have to say they all had a solid performance because this water was treacherous. I mean, even a couple laps in, and they were able to maneuver themselves around. You saw them hopping out of the boats, their steering wheels going back and forth, just trying to, I guess, guide their way through the rough water and through this ocean of water that they were leaving behind.
Absolutely, and the 10 of Tanner Rinker did exactly what he wanted to, which was go wire to wire. Even though there was a restart, he still found the clean water, ran it all the way to victory with the 69 of Cole Waring in 2nd and the 13 of Grant Schubert in 3rd. Looking forward now, well, the 10 of Tanner Rinker is absolutely in the conversation for series championship as we head next round to the Roar of the Rockies and the foothills of the Colorado Rockies just north of Denver in Windsor, Colorado. It's going to be a 3-dog fight between the 17 of Neil Marsh, the 10 of Tanner Rinker, and the 13 of Grant Schubert. But you also can't forget about the 69 of Cole Waring and the 26 of Briston Sherman. Those top 5 are all sandwiched together. This next round for round 5 is going to be a doozy in Texas Tri-Hall.
So make sure you follow us. We still have more racing to go today, but make sure you continue to follow us through the rest of the season of the 2025. And you can do that by going to F1 Powerboat Racing. Go on to all of your social media. We have the previous races, driver bio interviews, information, also gives you information about each and every one of these classes. So if you're kind of interested in saying, what's the horsepower, what's the weight, what's the speed, how does this work? Great place to do it, F1 Powerboat Racing.
All right. Well, we are got most of the boats on the water. We are just minutes away, but we've got some fantastic content for you, so make sure you hop From dock to podium, the two-stroke was king. But time waits for no legend. In 2025, the tides are shifting. Enter the Mercury APX 250, a 4.6-liter V8 four-stroke powerhouse built for a new era of dominance. With a series victory in 2024, is change already racing ahead? Will the veteran two-stroke reclaim its crown? Or is this the dawn of a new dynasty? As the battle at the top evolves, the action across the series is just as fierce. From the Texas tri-hulls, where raw grit meets unpredictable water warfare, to the Formula Lights, where the next generation of champions cut their teeth. And of course, the Formula Ones, 120-mile-an-hour ballet of precision and nerve, where the boats fly, the stakes are high, and only the bold survive. This is more than a championship. It's a revolution on water. This is the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series.
We are deep in Texas Hill Country, Marble Falls, Texas, where the river cuts through the limestone and the F1 Powerboat Championship is ready to shake the shores. There is nothing small about the energy here. It's a community that rallies around the river and looks forward to weekends like this. It's not just about horsepower, it's about survival. August in Texas is not for the faint of heart. The sun doesn't just shine, it's gorgeous. The air is heavy, the water is blistering, and this course gives no breaks. Every lap is about focus, stamina, and pure horsepower. At Alton Midwest Nationals, Chris Rinker found that winning ticket, putting him top on the podium. Meanwhile, his son, Tanner Rinker, is on a tear with back-to-back wins at the Red River Rumble and Midwest Nationals. And now we shift to Marble Falls, Texas, where a tight, technical course awaits. Fans are lining the banks. The smell of barbecue is in the air, and these boats are ready to scream down the Colorado at over 120 miles an hour. There's no margin for error, and there's no place to hide. This is the first time that the F1 Powerboats has ever seen the water here at Marble Falls, Texas. There's no previous winner, no perfect setup, just raw power and a brand new battleground. This is where momentum breaks or builds into something legendary. Engines are ready, the heat is rising. This is the battle on the Colorado.
And welcome to the battle on the Colorado, the inaugural race here in beautiful Marble Falls, Texas for round 4 of the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Boy, and we've got a fantastic final coming up here in the Formula One class as we see some of the top drivers from all across North America have lined up here on the shores of the Colorado River to do battle. Again, Thomas Yarbrough here with you live. Kay Myers, my partner, all series long here in 2025. And what a fantastic run we're going to have here on the hot, muggy August weekend here in Central Texas.
You know, and you said it just perfectly. It is hot, it is muggy, but the sun is out and it is ready for these drivers. They are all lining up. We have Colorado, Florida, Michigan, California, all battling it out here in Texas, in Marble Falls, Texas.
Absolutely, and one family that's been able to dominate a little bit more than all the rest of them here over the last few series races is one of the most iconic racing families in all of tunnel boat racing. Who are they? Well, they are the Rinkers.
For decades, there's one family in tunnel boat racing that's risen above the rest. They call themselves the Rinkers. It began with John Rinker, visionary founder of Rinker Boats, whose legacy on the water would become the foundation for one of powerboat racing's most iconic families. Terry Rinker brought the Rinkers' legacy to new heights, winning over 18 national and series championships, including 2 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series titles in his illustrious career, cementing himself as one of the best to ever grip the wheel. Then came Ashton Rinker, continuing their excellence
with back-to-back Formula One Powerboat Championship Series championships in 2018 and 2019. Along with that, the Rinker family did something none have ever done before. On the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series in 2017, they swept the top 3 spots on the series podium, with Terry taking first, Rob in the middle, and Ashton rounding out the top 3. But the Rinker legacy doesn't just live on in national championships. It runs deep in the heart of Texas, where the Texas branch of the Rinker racing family has carved their own path. Leading the charge was Jerry Rinker, bringing Rinker boats and Rinker family racing to the great state of Texas, establishing Rinker Boat World just north of Houston, Texas. Jerry also found tri-hull racing with an unmatched passion and drive for excellence. He became one of the most decorated drivers in Texas tri-hull racing.
There's a lot of heritage in it. We actually started racing boats back in the late 30s, and my dad was started building the Rinker boats, and the first race I saw, I was 7 on the White River north of Indianapolis. My oldest brother came down, grabbed me by the ear, and dragged me down the bank and said, "Jared, see that race boat? You're going to drive it."
He passed his legacy on to his son Chris, who became a decorated tri-hull driver in his own right before stepping into the Formula One class. After a steady ascent and multiple podiums in his F1 career, 2025 has seen Chris Rinker in a breakout performance. With his first win ever on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, Chris Rinker took home the 2025 Alton Midwest Nationals.
Well, deep down, I think we have a lot of confidence in what we do, and we've got a great team, but I try to stay humble with it all because you never know what's going to happen. You know, there's some really good drivers out there, and, you know, we show up because we know we have a chance. We know we have a good chance, but we just hope all the dominoes fall our way.
Now Chris finds himself in the top 3 in the standings as the season hits critical stretch, and he's got all the momentum on his side. Chris's sons, Tanner and Mason Rinker, are now carrying the flag in the Texas Tri-Hull class for the Rinker family. Tanner has stepped into the lead boat of the Rinker Texas Tri-Hull contingency here in 2025. Tanner has taken off like a rocket from there, winning back-to-back races at round 2, the Red River Rumble in Shreveport, Louisiana, and the last round at the Alton Midwest Nationals. Tanner now finds himself right in the thick of things, going up against 3-time defending champion Neil Marsh and series points leader so far, the 13 of Grant Schubert.
It's pretty cool to be able to carry on the tradition of racing, to be a part of the crew, part of the Rinker racing team. There's a long line of winning, and it's cool to even further that legacy of winning. When we're in the pits, it's nothing but friendly, family stuff, but when it comes to racing, it's all about winning.
Can Tanner make it 3 in a row in tri-hull? Will Chris go back-to-back and catapult himself to the top of the Formula One standing? It's a living story yet to be written. One family, one name, one legacy, the Rinkers, generation after generation.
All right, what a fantastic group of racers for multi-generations. Now let's take a look at our starting lineup here for the main event in Formula One here at the inaugural Battle on the Colorado here in Marble Falls, Texas. On the pole out of Nashville, Tennessee, running for Excess Batteries in Anderson Marine, number 17, Dylan Anderson.
Followed by the number 1, Dustin Terry, flying for Firefly Aerospace.
And the one of Dustin Terry trying to hang on to that series championship lead here in 2025 after winning in 2024. Coming third off the start pontoon, the man who won round 3 at the Alton Midwest Nationals, running for Mastercraft Boats and Rinker Boat World out of Spring, Texas. Coming off third off the dock, number 52 of Chris Rinker.
Water Valley Company out of Windsor, Colorado brings you the 29 of Jared Jensen.
Jensen coming fourth off the start pontoon. Can he get on the podium for the first time in his young career? We'll have to find out, because right behind him, coming fifth off the start pontoon, running for Captain Mark Seafood out of Richmond, Texas, the number 13 of Grant Schubert.
In the red, white, and blue, Bear King Brewery brings you the 92 of Dean Comer.
Seventh off the start pontoon, way back, not normal spot for this young driver, but coming seventh off the start pontoon in that Ray Bob seasoning, the number 8 of Jeremiah Mayo.
And rounding out the field in the number 40, Jage Performance brings you Austin Cheatham.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, coming up here on the 1 Minute Gun, let's crown a champion here at the Battle on the Colorado in beautiful Marble Falls, Texas. 1 minute drivers, 1 minute. as those lids start to shut. Will the 17 of Dylan Anderson with that APX 4-stroke on the back of that Anderson Marine machine be able to go wire to wire here in Marble Falls? 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Or will the one of Dustin Terry get back on the winning ways here in Marble Falls and grab a victory in 2025? 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Or will the winner from round 3, coming third off the start dock, the 52 of Chris Rinker, be able to capture a title here at the Battle on the Colorado? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Or will it be the 29 of Jared Jensen, the 13 of Grant Schubert, the 92 of Dean Comer, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo? How about we crown a champion at the inaugural Battle on the Colorado? 20 seconds, drivers, runners, starters, orders. The flag is up. He drops the flag, and they come roaring off the beach. Great jump there by the 29 of Anderson, and oh no, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo gets left in the dust. What a frustrating weekend for the man who came in leading in points after round 3K as they go down to the south end of the course. Let's see what's going to happen here. The 92 of Comer gets washed way down to the inside, but a smart move by the 92 of Comer as he was able to make up some great ground. But the 1 of Terry and the 17 of Dylan Anderson flying side by side through the chicane down the front straightaway as we get underway here in this 17-minute +1 lap main event here in Formula One.
Dylan Anderson jumped off of that dock so quick, knowing he was going to have Dustin Terry right there on his outside. But he's doing a great job as they make their way out of turn number 2, down that backstretch. Keep that blue boat flying, and the number 17 of Anderson Marine.
Hey, look at there, the 92 of Dean Comer, the 29 of Jared Jensen battling for 4th down the back straightaway. Jensen's got him clipped on the outside. Does he have enough room for overlap? Oh no, the 92 of Comer takes out the buoy there down in turn 1, or turn number 4. That's going to cause him a penalty to go a lap down. And now the 29 of Jared Jensen's just got to make sure to stay clean water. The man who has all the clean water in the world right now is the number 17 of Dylan Anderson. But look at the 52 of Chris Rinker and the 1 of Terry, Dustin Terry, are all over him as they go out of turns 1 and 2 and head back down towards the bridge here in Marble Falls.
It's going to be the 2 APXs versus the 1 2.5, but we've seen that 2.5 on the top of the podium. Chris Rinker wants to bring Mastercraft a big trophy at the end of the weekend, but we have only gone 15 minutes left into this final. It's going to be all about endurance and clean driving. Right now, your leader comes across the start-finish line, Anderson Marine, Dylan Anderson, followed by the number 1 of Dustin Terry for Firefly Aerospace.
Oh no, look out. Terry spins out down in turn number 2, and he's right there in the middle of the corner. We got a red flag on the race course. Red flag on the race course. The 1 of Dustin Terry, your defending series champion, spins out down there in turn number 1. Boy, he was being pushed hard there, Kay, by the 52 of Chris Rinker, and I think he got a bit over his skis, tried to slam that boat hard inside to try to get back up on its tail and head down the straightaway, and it was just a little too much for that big, heavy APX on the back of that number 1 Firefly Aerospace machine as he spins out down between turns 1 and 2, and for the third time in 4 races here on Sunday, we've had a red flag out on the course. Boy, that is not what the 17 of Dylan Anderson wanted, but it's definitely not what the 1 of Dustin Terry wanted, because he might now find himself done for the afternoon.
You know, and that's an unfortunate thing, but, you know, he has done so much just for this sport just this weekend, been a busy guy. His son just got done racing with the Tri-Hulls, then he jumped into the Formula One. It's an unfortunate thing to see him in there. We're going to see the jet ski. Jared is now pushing him on in. We also saw on that start, we talked about this, Ray Bobs of Jeremiah Mayo couldn't get off of the line, and then I saw that he went and pulled inside down to the canal. It's another unfortunate thing. The heat is getting to these motors and getting to the electrical system. But, it looks like Ray Bobs was able to get back out.
Yeah, so Jeremiah understands our protocol here. If you don't fire off the dock, you have to wait for the rest of the field to go by the start pontoon, and then you fall back in line. So he started 7th. He was in 8th there because he had to fall in behind the 40 of Austin Cheatham. So frustrating as it was, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo may get another opportunity to move up a few spots if he can get a good start here on the restart of this Formula One main event. Looks like they're bringing the 1 of Dustin Terry to the start pontoon to see if they can't figure out what happened, what may have caused that spin out down between turns 1 and 2, and if they can get that Firefly Aerospace machine back under power here for this restart in Formula One.
You can see all these drivers do have the lids up inside of these boats because it is getting extremely hot. But you and I have talked about this a couple times. One smart driver is used to this heat down in the Nashville, Tennessee area. It's going to be the 17 of Anderson. Each time that these boats are set out here and waiting to go out, he's going to be the one sitting over there in the shade. It looks like Dean Comer of the 92 is going to come across over here. Might be making some changes. I'm not quite sure. Also,
Oh, looks like the nose is gone off of the front of that 92. The unfortunate thing. And,
well, that's what happens when you punch a buoy at about 95 miles an hour, as the 92 of Dean Comer in that Bear King Brewery-sponsored entry had the 29 of Jared Jensen all over him, and he tried to cut tight into the inside to keep the 29 behind him, and he cut it a little too tight, punctured one of the buoys down there in turn number 3, and caused himself a nice little fine, a one-lap penalty, and probably a lot of frustration inside the cockpit of the 92 of Dean Comer.
You know, and he had a great day at the end of the day yesterday with that win, and I know that team was excited and came into this morning saying, we've got this, we've got this. You know, he's had other wins at home in California. He's come a long ways in the last couple years in that Chuck Skelton Racing. Looks like, unfortunately, he may be coming back out. We're going to have to see what
he'll be back out. He's fine. You can race without a middle pickle fork. It's just going to be maybe a little bit less aerodynamic, which not what he necessarily wants at all. But looks like we're going to get a word from our referee team, see what we're going to do here on the restart. Oh, it looks like we found out why the number 1 of Dustin Terry spun out. His prop came off down there between turns 1 and 2. You talked about the torque of those APX. There's so much torque that it torqued the propeller right off the gear case on that number 1 machine. And per the rules on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, we put him on a 5-minute clock to be able to replace that propeller. So they got the team flying back to the pits, grabbing the spare propeller. The frustrating part for him is I don't know if they're going to be able to find his good number 1 propeller at the bottom of the river when racing is all done. I know we've done this in the past where drivers have had our divers go out and dive for a rear cowling or a propeller that comes off, and sometimes that happens. You get so much torque. It's just a nut that holds that propeller on the skeg of the gear case, and it looks like he had so much torque from that spin, it just spun that screw backwards and ripped the prop right off of the lower unit on that number 1 of Dustin Terry.
Well, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a phone call later on this afternoon saying, my best prop is sitting in the bottom of the Colorado. DeWalt, can you send me another one? Because I've only got a few weeks before I go racing again. Because we all know Dave DeWalt.
Well, and not to mention that, if he can get a prop back on, now he's on a prop that isn't what he believes is the ideal setup or propeller for the race here on the Colorado River. What's that going to do from a performance standpoint? Is the 52 of Chris Rinker going to be able to easily get around him, right? Will he be able to stay in contention and fight for position in those top few spots like he was here in the opening handful of minutes of this Formula One main event? Or will he basically just have to settle for a mid-pack finish because he doesn't have the optimal performance out of that APX package due to not having the prop, because propellers are so important here in Formula One, aren't they, Kay?
We do. We talk about propellers and about propeller choice. We are here on one of our smaller, skinnier courses, so they want to have the prop that's going to give them the punch out of the corner. And, you know, he probably had that prop on, and now he's going back to plan B, as we would call it. But you never know. Plan B may actually flip him around and be better. I've had that happen to me when I put my second best prop on, and I was like, well, maybe I should have chose that one the first time. So hopefully we're going to be able to get him back out onto the water. He does have a little bit of time to put that new prop onto there. That is also because of the size of the prop and the pitch of the prop. So Dave DeWalt is probably sitting at home going, okay, he's going back through his notes saying, which prop did I send and which prop do you think he's looking for? And you know that he's already in the middle of making a new one for him.
Yeah, absolutely he is, you know, and it's got to be frustrated. He's sitting in there in that purple tuxedo, sweating profusely inside that cockpit as his team works at a feverish clip to try to get that propeller on there. And, you know, who's got to be real frustrated is his sponsor this weekend, the great folks at Firefly Aerospace.
Well, right now they do have T-shirts for sale up there. All of the proceeds go to lender flood victims. Also, another thing, the Battle of the Colorado shirts are now 50% off. While you're up there underneath that white Easy Up, they have ice cold beer. So make sure you, what do you say, freshen your palate?
No, you got to wet your whistle.
Wet your whistle.
Wet your whistle. Yeah, you got to wet your whistle. Get yourself hydrated, whether that's in the adult way or the everybody way. Make sure you stay hydrated. We got those Battle on the Colorado Marble Falls T-shirts 50% off. And again, the Leander flood victims getting all proceeds from the T-shirt and hat sales from the great folks at Firefly Aerospace. As we've got them all ready to go. It looks like they're all down at the far end of the course. Now, again, the rules on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series dictate, based on time available in our racing schedule as well as how many laps have been completed, we may move to a rolling start, and that is exactly what has happened here. It looks like we are going to be moving to a rolling start. I don't know who that benefits the most, but it could
very well change the normal start dynamics that we have that allowed the 17 of Dylan Anderson to get out front here off the start dock. Is he going to be able to get as good of a jump here on this rolling restart as he did at the start of the main event?
Well, he does have a lot of pressure because sitting on his outside hip is the 52 of Rinker Boat World. You know, two of our faster drivers. And right on his backside, Jared Jensen in the 29, along with Grant Schubert of the Captain Mark Seafood. I mean, he doesn't really have much of a choice if you're really looking at this lineup.
Absolutely, because of that spin out down there, and which caused the stoppage of the race. The one of Dustin Terry, gets assessed a one-lap penalty per our rules on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Now, some changes on our series rules here a couple of years ago allows him to serve that penalty immediately and get moved to the back of the pack. So he's going to go all the way back to last in the starting order here on this restart. That is if he can get a new propeller on there inside of his 5-minute window, because, again, they give him 5 minutes. The clock has started. The clock has been running. And if he can't get that prop on before that 5-minute window closes, he'll have to watch the rest of this main event from the shores of the Colorado.
And we talked about props just a minute ago, and a lot of these drivers are picking a prop that's got quick punch off of the dock. Now, with that in mind, we've now switched it over to a rolling start. So that's going to tell the Dustin Terry group of the number one Firefly Aerospace, maybe we are going to have to think of a different prop, maybe one that's going to be able to get us through that line instead of not concentrating so much of getting off of the dock.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The rolling start is a whole different dynamic, and it'd be one thing if these guys had to have gone through a rolling start in one of our qualifying heats yesterday or this morning, but they have no idea what a rolling start is like here on the shores of the Colorado, so it's going to be an unknown factor that they're all going to have to deal with here on this main event in Formula One. It looks like they're waiting for the propeller there to try to figure out. There's all the rest of the drivers lined up down at the end of the course. Let's see how much time is left on that 5-minute clock for the one of Dustin Terry.
All right, and if you look down there on our camera, we are on live stream on your YouTube. Go to F1 Powerboat Racing. We have some great footage, overhead footage of all of these drivers as they're out here on the course. You race fans actually have what I say the best, because you can not only see the boats out on the water, you can feel the boats, you can hear the boats, and it's the excitement of everybody that's here, all of our race fans side by side, easy up to easy up, I would say. So this is where I always tell our race fans, make sure you lay your bet. Go over to the easy up next to you and start putting some dollars down and say, I raise you 2 beers and 1 water to say that the 13 of Grant Schubert is going to take top of the podium. And the next guy is going to say, I raise you 4 beers and 6 waters to say that the 17 of Anderson's going to take top of the podium. This is where it gets kind of fun.
I appreciate the balance that you get.
I balanced it.
Absolutely,
okay?
The balance between the adult beverages and the water that is so important to stay hydrated here in the warm summer months in Central Texas. But boy, we've actually had some beautiful weather. A little bit of a breeze today. We had that storm yesterday that rolled through and allowed the temps to drop a little bit. But hopefully we're going to be moments away from getting underway. We're under 2 minutes left in that clock on the one of Dustin Terry. I don't know if he's going to be able to get it done in time. And boy, that is going... that is going to be an absolute disaster for the one of Dustin Terry, because you remember he had a DNF in Alton, which is the reason why he's wearing that purple tuxedo inside the cockpit of that number one Firefly Aerospace machine. If that happens to him 2 races in a row, boy, he is going to be real frustrated heading into round 5. Not only that, but he's probably, instead of looking down at everybody else below him in the standings, he's going to be looking up at possibly 1, maybe even 2 drivers ahead of him in the standings after this weekend, unless he can get that backup propeller on the boat here momentarily. Looks like they've got one of the crew members there down in the water in about 6 feet of water there right off the bulkhead here on our side of the river, and they are working feverishly to get that secondary prop back on that 250 APX V8 4.6 liter power plant on that Fireflies Aerospace number 1 of Dustin Terry.
Once again, a reminder that our Battle of the Colorado t-shirts are for sale, 50% off. While you're up there, grab yourself a nice cold beverage. We got a great final coming up with our F1s. On your way home, make sure that you post all of your pictures and tag us on your social media with F1 Powerboat Racing that you were here for Battle of the Colorado.
Yeah, and the crazy thing was actually talking to our folks at Live Race Media, and those of you online, don't worry, we do have an extra drone. Actually, the drone was right over the head of the one of Dustin Terry when he spun out down there between turns 1 and 2, and the spray coming off the one of Terry took out the drone, and it as well is at the bottom of the Colorado right now. But thankfully, our crew comes prepared. We have multiple drones that we deploy, and these drones are very unique, custom carbon fiber drones that run at speeds even faster than our boats, so that they can get out in front of them and be able to track them down and get in front of them on the straightaways. And I know our fans all over the world love the drone footage from the great folks at Live Race Media, but it looks like they might have gotten that number 1 machine back together. They've got the propeller back on the back of that number 1 Firefly Aerospace. The crew is out of the water now. They just got to get it backed away from the start pontoon. All right, and there he goes. Away from the dock is the one of Dustin Terry running for Firefly Aerospace. He's going to make his way all the way down to the far end of the course. Boy, well, it looks like that second propeller isn't too bad, because he is boogieing down that straightaway to get down to the far end of the course to see if he can't fight his way back through the field, because he is now going to be starting in that 8th and final position here in this Formula One main event after being assessed that 1-lap penalty and having to move back.
I don't know. Have you watched Dustin Terry over the years race? I'm pretty sure he said, I may be getting this penalty and I may be moving back, but I think this is the winning prop that's going to get me through the rest of the field. At the same time, we have Jeremiah Mayo out there underneath the shade for Ray Bob's Barbecue, which is up here, by the way, and I know that a lot of our fans have been walking around with that. It looks really good. I might have to make my way up there to go get me some Ray Bob's Barbecue. I know you got some.
Oh, absolutely. Some fried ribs from the great folks at Ray Bob's Seasoning. The seasoning they put on them, really, I mean, a fried rib is great, but a fried rib with Ray Bob's Seasoning, that's right there.
When I was walking through the pits this morning, I walked by Jared Jensen, and I was like, man, you are on a mission. What are you doing? He's like, I'm going over to Jeremiah Mayo. I have got to get the seasoning before the day starts because I'm running out of – he's like, I'm going to get so busy and everything's going to happen. That was like his number one focus first thing this morning was to go get some of that seasoning. So make sure that you go get some of that seasoning up there at Ray Bob's. Grab yourself some ribeye barbecue while you're at it. There's some Kona Ice up there, lemonade. I've seen kettle corn, cotton candy. And once again – the T-shirts are for sale. Battle of the Colorado. Make sure you grab yours and bring them down, because after this final, we do have our awards presentation at the bottom of the stairs to get your signatures from each and every one of these drivers. They would love to give you a signature on top of that shirt. Make sure you're taking home the winning signature at the end of this weekend. It is our final coming up for the F1 Powerboat Racing.
Absolutely. And again, don't forget about the Firefly Aerospace merch up there, as well as the Formula One Powerboat Racing Series merch. We've got it all up there. All the proceeds going to the Leander flood victims from Firefly Aerospace. We really appreciate those guys, doing what they do outside of their primary, which is putting people in outer space. They take care of their local community. They're here to support and take care of those from Leander that were devastated by the floods. Big shout out to the Marble Falls Chamber of Commerce. All the great community members that make up that Chamber of Commerce really put together a fantastic event here. I know year one of any event is always a difficult thing to put together. There's so many moving pieces. We don't know one another, meaning us, the series, and the Chamber here in Marble Falls, but they listened really well to us, and they did a lot of fantastic things that put on a great event here on the shores of the Colorado River here in beautiful Marble Falls, Texas. It's round 4 of the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, and we are just waiting for everybody to be lined up and ready to rock and roll, as we've got just about 2/3 of our Formula One main event left here in the Formula One class. Who's going to come out on top? The 17 of Dylan Anderson started on the pole, had a great run down to that opening turn, and was able to get out in front early, find the clean water, and was running well out in front until that unfortunate restart that saw the one of Dustin Terry spin out and lose a prop down between turns 1 and 2. Thankfully for him, he was able to get on his backup prop on that boat and back out onto the field to compete, as he's now got his work cut out for him, as he's got to run from the back of the pack and try to get back on the podium. It's going to be tough here on this tight, narrow course on the Colorado River, But if anybody's going to be able to pull it off, it will be our defending series champion, the one of Dustin Terry.
You know, and Dustin Terry's done a wonderful job just this season putting the one on the side, but I know he's had a lot of work cut out at home opening up 2 different restaurants. I'm going to put that shout out to him because all of you over there in Houma, Louisiana watching Dustin, we want to say hello to you because we're on the big screen out there. I don't know if you saw it. They have like golf games there, so this is all you. You need to go visit that place.
Yeah. It's a Bunkers is a cool little place. You know, like a lot of things have popped up where you've got the simulators, the golf simulators. It's a great bar and restaurant as well. A great way to hang out during the hot summer months down in way southern Louisiana. But right now, the action's about to heat up again here in the Formula One main event as they go side by side. Rolling start here on the restart on the inside of row 1, the 17 of Dylan Anderson. Then it's the 52 of Rinker, the 29 of Jensen, the 13 of Schubert, the 92 of Comer, the 8 of Mayo, the 40 of Jensen, or the 40 of Cheatham, and then the 1 of Dustin Terry drops a flag, and here we go. We're back underway. Can the 52 of Chris Rinker get a jump on the 17 of Dylan Anderson as they go down into turn number 1?
And look at Dustin Terry like a rocket. Came out in clean water. He's already starting to pick them off one by one as he makes his way down the backstretch. But my eye right now is down that backstretch out into turn 3 and 4. Our leader with a sizable lead, which is only the first, not even a half a lap in, the number 17 of Dylan Anderson.
And let's see what's going to happen here as they come out of turn number 4. Now they're going to sweep it through the chicane. Look at the 13 of Grant Schubert just getting doused down by the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo as they come out of turns 3 and 4. But it is all Dylan Anderson right now as he is absolutely screaming fast here on the shores of the Colorado as he comes out of turn 1. Now off of turn 2, heading down the back straight. But there's the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. He's now moved up a couple of spots in the 4th position ahead of the 13 of Grant Schubert and the 1 of Dustin Terry.
A great run by Dustin Terry as he ducks on the inside of Grant Schubert of Captain Mark's Seafood. Now they're going to try and navigate. I will say navigate because turn 2 has really caught a lot of victims this weekend. Down out of turn number 2, down the front stretch, and look at Dustin Terry as he starts to move through, passing Grant Schubert, throwing a huge rooster tail at him because now he's chasing down Ray Bob Seasoning of the number 8, Jeremiah Mayo.
And hanging on there in that 3rd place position with a rear view mirror full of that Ray Bob Seasoning number 8 is the 29 of Jared Jensen. Can the young driver out of Colorado make his first podium in a Formula One main event in his young career? This would be a big turn for that young driver running for Island Lake Marine. Can he get off the schneid after a big blowover in round 1? Made him a little bit hesitant. And it looks like the 92 of Dean Comer. Watch out as our leaders come down into turn number 1. He is almost dead in the water down there. The Bear King Brewery sponsored entry is having to pull to the inside of the course. Frustrating day for the team that made their way all the way from Monrovia, California.
You know, that's an unfortunate thing, but it looks like that boat might be leaning a little bit to the right, but he's going to make his way around, try and clean out some of that water and get back out onto the course. Nope, he's rolling into the canal. I'm thinking there might be a hole in that boat. So
yeah, it looks like there might be something wrong on the hull after he punched that buoy down there, fighting with the 29 of Jared Jensen on the opening couple of laps. But there's the overhead of the 52 of Chris Rinker. Don't worry, our drones are back up and ripping at 100-plus miles an hour, following these fantastic racing machines around the shores of the Colorado River. The 52 of Rinker. And this is the problem here with this course for a lot of drivers. There's no way to get through the corners unless you go out to like lane 4 to find clean water. These lead drivers know all I got to do is move lanes in between the corners, and it's going to scrub up that water. You see there, the 52 of Chris Rinker just can't get out of the wash of the 17 of Dylan Anderson. And even though he's only 1.9 seconds behind our leader, the 17 of Anderson, you might see that lead grow as he continues to be forced through the wash of the 17 Anderson. And there we go, one more lap. It went from 1.95 to 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, that is a huge difference. And I'm wondering if that had anything to do with the rollers that were left behind when Dean Comer unfortunately spun out in turn 1. Had to maneuver through those extra rollers that are kind of a little different than rollers that are flying out and in off of the course. But our leader right there on the screen, the 17 of Dylan Anderson of Anderson Marine, in hot pursuit right on his back hip is going to be the 52, Chris Rinker of Rinker Boat World, followed with Island Marine of the 29 of Jared Jensen. Look at how he flies down that front stretch.
Yeah, and the 52 of Chris Rinker better watch out, because if he just focuses solely on the 17 of Dylan Anderson, that gap between the 29 of Jensen and the 52 of Rinker is a little over 1 second and closing. Can the young driver from Colorado move his way up into second? But we're going to have to wait and find out, and all of them are trying to track down the man on the screen right now. That's the 17 of Dylan Anderson running for Excess Batteries and Anderson Marine. Can he notch another victory here in 2025? He won the opening round
at Port Neches, Texas. Had some technical infractions, but still the winner there in round one. He's got the speed. He's been collecting a ton of points since then. Can he do the best job here at the inaugural Battle on the Colorado and collect as many points as possible to get back up into the series championship conversation, because he knows the one of Dustin Terry is way behind him in 5th position. So that's going to be some nice ground game by the 17 of Dylan Anderson and the 52 of Chris Rinker. The only person who's really going to be struggling a little bit is the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, as he's only 1 position ahead of our series points leader, the 1 of Dustin Terry.
You know, he's had a great season thus far, but this weekend it seems like he's having an issue navigating around turn number 3 and 4, and that's what I'm talking about with Jeremiah Mayo. If you remember yesterday, almost took flight going into turn 3 and 4. So that has not been his favorite turn, but he seems to be working on it just a little bit. Once again, this is a brand new course for these drivers. They're still trying to figure it out. It's a shorter course than they're used to, but they are doing a wonderful job with keeping the speeds up of over 120 miles per hour in our Formula One.
As the 52 of Chris Rinker now goes down through turn number 1. He comes off at turn 2. There you see he's back in the wash, the 17 of Anderson. That is not what he wants, but he's trying to find the short way around the course as well, trying to play that game of cat and mouse with our leader, the 17 of Anderson, to try to find a way to close that 2.77 second gap between himself and our leader. As the 17 Anderson now goes through the left-hand chicane down the front straightaway. There comes the 52 of Rinker. There you see the 29 of Jensen hanging on into 3rd. I know he'd be super happy with 3rd, but if he could get up into 2nd, he would be even that much better for the young driver out of Windsor, Colorado, as he goes for his first podium ever in his young Formula One career.
You know, and it's been good to watch him. And I said, hey, when are you going to take that paint and make it back into the green and purple? He says, I only had a couple weeks between these races. I had to work because I got to pay to play. And he goes, but, you know, Windsor, Colorado, you might be seeing a brand new boat. And I'm like, okay, you're going to flip it around on me all over the place. And I think, you know, he's excited to put back on that island.
Or maybe he'll just keep the teal, black, and white on it as a little bit of a lucky as a little bit of luck for him as he's hanging on to that 3rd position, and he's actually really started to pull away from the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. As you see there, almost 5 seconds between the 3rd and 4th place boats, the 29 of Jensen and the 8 of Mayo. But the 52 of Rinker is continuing to hold things right around that 2.5 second mark. Now, if we can get into some of the back markers, and we've still got 9 minutes plus 1 lap remaining in this main event final, there is still a lot of time for the 52 of Chris Rinker to methodically and slowly pick off our leader as he comes down into turn number 1. But now they're starting to get up on the 40 of Austin Cheatham, who's trying to hang on to that lead lap. There's the 1 of Dustin Terry sitting in 5th position. He just makes his way through the chicane. Will the 40 of Austin Cheatham cause problems for the 17 of Dylan Anderson and allow that man right there, the 52 of Chris Rinker, to really close that gap, because he went from 2.5 to 2.1, so 0.4 of a second made up there on just 1 lap. Can he make up another second or so here as the 17 of Anderson had to get by the 40 of Austin Cheatham, but he's going to be able to do that down the straightaway. Cheatham moving way wide to the outside to allow these top drivers to slug it out here on the Colorado.
You know, and we didn't see him give him that much of a room in that last heat, because he was also being passed on the last heat. He held onto that inside lane. Not sure if there was a little tucking to up there saying, hey, you know what, just kind of scoot out just a little bit, so give me some room. You know, and it's going to be a great run as they come out of turn 3 and 4. Anderson Marine, Dylan Anderson in the 17. It's going to come flying down the front stretch, but look at the gap between Rinker and Jared Jensen. Only a rooster tail difference between those two. It's starting to shorten up pretty quick.
Absolutely. It looks like somehow the 52 of Chris Rinker's transponder has failed here midway through the race. So thankfully we've got manual backup scoring. So the 52 of Chris Rinker, while you see on the screen he is shuffling backwards, that is due to, looks like his transponder might have gone dead out there, but he is still sitting in 2nd place, but right behind him is the 29 of Jared Jensen. This kid is driving it like he stole it out here on the Colorado, and looking to bring some hardware back to the great state of Colorado for the first time ever in his career. Can he hang on to that 3rd place? Can he catch the 52 of Chris Rinker and get up into 2nd place? But they're all trying to chase down the man who's run from the beginning out in front. He started on the pole with that Anderson Marine machine. He's continued to push hard, but wow, what a great run so far by the 29 of Jared Jensen. And how about Hoffman? 1, 2, 1, 3, and 4 here in Marble Falls so far, with 6 minutes, 52 seconds plus 1 lap remaining here in the main event.
You know, and it's been great to watch some of these different hulls as they go through the courses. You can see just on some of our footage of how the boats handle so much differently. Some are wider, some are shorter. These boats are all built by the drivers' questions they want to say, this is how I like to drive. And then those boat
builders say, okay, well, let's do this. Let's change this on this. And
it's no different than a Formula One car or a NASCAR. Every driver has their setup the way they like it. It may be very different from one driver to another, but as long as they are in the most comfortable place they can be, that's how they can live on the ragged edge and push it to the limit here in a Formula One class. As the 17 Anderson makes a great turn out of turn number 1. They're now off of turn 2. He has been fantastic in the corners, Kay, and I think that is exactly why. It looks like Rinker's transponder started working again, as he's back to almost 3 seconds behind our leader, but only a second behind him is the man on the screen right now, the 29 of Jared Jensen in that Island Lake Marine machine. He has been really setting it well out of turn number 3, the opposite of the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, who's struggled all weekend long down there on the bridge turn.
And we just got just over 5 minutes left in this enduring final for the F1s. You know, you got to figure how hot it's probably getting inside of those cockpits. These drivers are suited up. Well, some are suited up in purple suits. They're all suited up with the helmets, you know, and they've got all of the energy that's going inside, and they're trying to maneuver their way through the course. It's got to be just getting, I mean, you and I are just standing out here with the breeze just sweating. Can you imagine the sweat pouring into the eyes of these drivers as they're trying to maneuver through this course?
And that's, you know, that's one of those factors that you don't necessarily think about a lot of time in motorsports racing is the wear and tear on the body and the focus that needs to remain at the optimal level, lap in and lap out. And as you continue to get into the later stages like we are now with 5 minutes remaining plus 1 lap, does that play a factor? Does the experience of knowing how to handle the heat, the sweat, the fatigue that comes along with cranking these high performance machines around this 5-pin 3/4 mile course here on the shores of the Colorado, you got to imagine it's got to play a factor in some way. The real question is, Kay, is how can the driver handle it? And if they handle it the best, they might just end up on top.
Exactly. And you know that these drivers do think about that in the off season, that they're working out and that they're getting ready for some of the hotter races. When we're going to Windsor, Colorado next, we're going to have to deal with the elevation. I'm a hiker, and I know that the elevation is also going to affect not only the motors, as you and I were talking about, but the body and everything that's going on. They're going from Texas to Colorado, back to Texas, so they have to think about those factors at the same time.
Absolutely. Now the lead a little over 3 seconds for the 17 of Dylan Anderson, but the 52 of Chris Rinker has also started to pull away from the 29 of Jared Jensen. He's now got about a 2-second buffer, almost 3-second buffer over the third place boat. The driver on the screen now, that's that Island Lake Marine number 29 of Jared Jensen as he pushes down the back straightaway. Here's where he's really done a good job of making up time. He's done such a good job in turns 3 and 4 before he hits that left-hand chicane on the front straightaway. That's where he seemed to make up ground. Let's see if he can do it again here as he comes across the start-finish line. No, he's now even further back, but the 52 of Rinker has started to close up on the 17 of Dylan Anderson, now back under 3 seconds. Does he have enough time with 3 minutes, 27 seconds remaining to catch the 17 Anderson? I don't really know. Only time will tell. But you got to be impressed by the 52 of Chris Rinker pushing it to the limit here on the shores of the Colorado.
You can tell just by overhead drone footage that Anderson slides out just a little bit out of turn 3, punching into turn 4. Meanwhile, Chris in the Rinker 52 holds tight to the third buoy and then moves out on the fourth buoy. Each one of these drivers spent all day Friday figuring out which line works best for their boat, their setup, and their driving skills.
Absolutely. Now down to 2.5 second lead for the 17 of Dylan Anderson over the 52 of Chris Rinker. Rinker now about 2.5 seconds ahead of the 29 of Jared Jensen, so they keep going back and forth. Let's see what happens here as the 17 of Dylan Anderson crosses the start-finish line. Then the 52 of Chris Rinker goes by into turn 1, and then it's the 29 of Jared Jensen as they continue to push hard. Can the 52 of Chris Rinker find a way to catch the man out in front? You can see it's about an 8 to 10 boat length lead down the straightaways, but Rinker loves that tight line to the inside, staying out of the wash of the 17 of Anderson. Anderson left him a lane to the inside there, but not through the chicane, as the 52 of Rinker's got to run right over the top of the wash of the 17 of Anderson as he crosses the start-finish line one more time.
Looks like we also lost a transporter for the Rinker, so as you see him on the screen, here's how they are out onto the course. Anderson is your leader, followed by the 52 of Rinker. Third place is now sitting with, we lose 2 transponders?
No, the 29 of
right
Jared
there.
Jensen.
Jared Jensen, and then Jeremiah Mayo and the Ray Bobs sitting back there on that back corner. You can't miss that bright orange snap-on tools.
Yeah, absolutely. In fifth position, we've got the 13 of Grant Schubert. In 6th position, the 40 of Austin Cheatham. In 7th, Sorry, in fifth position is the 1 of Dustin Terry. In sixth is the 13 of Grant Schubert. Seventh, the 40 of Austin Cheatham. And then the 92 of Dean Comer, who had to pull off after that restart. He's done for the afternoon in that 8th and final spot here in the Formula One main event. But it is all Dylan Anderson as he continues to drive beautifully between the corners and get that thing back up on its tail, packing air under that tunnel hall. 110, 115, 120 plus miles an hour here on the shores of the Colorado as he walks that APX 4.6 liter V8 250 on the back of that Hoffman Formula One composite down out of turn 1. He's continuing to push the 52 of Chris Rinker, who's still under 3 seconds, but he doesn't seem to be able to get below a 2-second gap between him and the 17 of Anderson.
And he's trying everything he can. I've noticed on the last couple laps, he did change up his setup a little bit. He's moving to the outside, trying to say, okay, let's see if we can try and run a different line. Running out of time with less than 1 minute and 1 lap until we see that checkered flag come out.
Absolutely, as we'll stay with our leader, the 17 of Dylan Anderson. He goes down through turn number 1, now slides it off at turn number 2, down the back straightaway, trims that APX out, packing air under that 17-foot-long tunnel hull as he continues to push hard. We're flying overhead with that man who's cruising down here on the shores of the Colorado, trying to grab another victory here in Formula One in 2025 as he goes out of turn 3. Off of turn 4, now comes through turn 5, and that left-hand chicane down the front straightaway. There's the white flag. Go fast, turn left, just 5 more times for the young man out of Nashville, Tennessee, running for Anderson Marine and XS Batteries. Can he hang on here on the final lap, or will the 52 of Chris Rinker be in that lucky spot and snatch it away from the 17 Anderson? I don't know if that's going to be able to happen as he's already out of turns 1 and 2, now making his way down the back straightaway.
I noticed in the last couple laps when I was watching Rinker go around the course, he seems to be getting a little bit more aggressive, but unfortunately might be running out of time because you know what? That white flag is dropping, the checkered flag. Bring him down to the checkered flag, Thomas.
Ladies and gentlemen, taking the inaugural battle on the Colorado here in beautiful Marble Falls, Texas. Your winner here in Formula One, number 17, Dylan Anderson.
And with a solid finish in second place is going to be Rinker Boat World Mastercraft, Chris Rinker.
And the surprise of the weekend, rounding out the podium out of Windsor, Colorado, running for Island Lake Marine and Water Valley, number 29, Jared Jensen.
Followed by you talked about it, you're going to have to go get yourself some Ray Bobs. Ray Bobs is the number 8, Jeremiah Mayo.
And then right behind him is the number 1 of Dustin Terry, followed by the 13 of Grant Schubert, the 40 of Austin Cheatham, and the 92 of Dean Comer, who was unable to finish the race here, having to pull off into the canal after about the halfway mark. Looks like he might have got a hole in the boat, but what a fantastic run for the 17 of Dylan Anderson. He has been on a tear since the mishap at the opening round of 2025 in Port Neches, Texas, and he has been pushing that thing to the limit. He decided between the 4-stroke and the 2-stroke late Friday afternoon after testing was over. They decided to go with the 4-stroke package, and what a choice it was. That APX 250 V8 4-stroke on the back of that Anderson Marine machine was dialed in all weekend long. He started off with solid finishes in the first 2 qualifying heats, found himself in a great position in the 3rd qualifying heat to lock up enough points to get pole position for the main event, and he did exactly what you'd expect the pole sitter to do. He got out in front early, he found the clean water, and he ran that thing all the way to the checkered flag here on the shores of the Colorado River. What a fantastic run for the 17 of Dylan Anderson. As he's got that checkered flag in hand, he's got to feel very, very happy to have a checkered flag back out, hanging outside the cockpit of that Formula One machine as he makes his way from the start pontoon with a checkered flag in hand. Ladies and gentlemen, look at there, getting a little bit of a wheelie. Ladies and gentlemen, let me hear you put your hands together one more time. Your winner here at the inaugural battle on the Colorado and Marble Falls, Texas, here for round 4 of the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. None other than the number 17 of Dylan Anderson. Well, what a fantastic run it was for the 17 of Anderson. He's still got 2 more events to go. We talk about what is up next here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Well, first and foremost, don't leave here in downtown Marble Falls. Make your way down just to the right of the judges' stand near the VIP pavilion, as we are going to have our award ceremony presenting to all 3 classes. Fantastic runs for all 3 classes here on the Colorado River. As we do a recap of that, in Formula Lights, we saw the 35 of Mark Schmierbach started second off the start dock, but was able to get out in front of the 21 of Mendana down in turn number 3. He got out in front early, and he went wire to wire. Even after a restart, he went wire to wire for the Formula Lights main event win, followed by the 21 of Jose Mendaña Jr. And the surprise of the weekend in Formula Lights, the 12 of Shelby Love, after a family tragedy, is coming down here to fight for her teammate and win it for him. She wasn't able to win it here this weekend, but she collected a ton of great points, finishing third in Formula Lights. Then we got the Texas Tri-Hulls that saw the Tanner Rinker do what nobody else but Neil Marsh has been able to do in over 3 years, and that is go back to back to back in Texas Tri-Hull, putting himself smack dab in the season championship conversation. And then it was the 69 of Cole Wearing, followed by the 13 of Grant Schubert in the Texas Tri-Hulls. And then the Formula One class saw the man sitting on the screen right now, handing Kay his helmet. That is the 17 of Dylan Anderson and that Anderson Marine Machine. He goes wire to wire in the Formula One final, followed by the number 52 of Chris Rinker, collecting some valuable points to continue into the conversation. And then rounding out the top three was the 29 of Jared Jensen. But right now, my colleague Kay Myers is with our winner, the 17 of Dylan Anderson. Take it away, Kay.
All right, we are here with our winner. I mean, I've seen some pretty cool victory laps, but I don't think you stopped racing with that checkered flag around the course.
Oh, why would you? I mean, I just had a lot of fun.
Well, just not too long ago in Alton, Illinois, you finished third. You know, you were right there behind some of your other drivers of Chris Rinker. This weekend, you said, you know what, I'm bringing out the best stuff, and that's what you did.
Yeah, I mean, boat was set up good. It worked out really good on this slightly smaller course that we got here in Marble Falls, Texas. Beautiful place. Could not ask for a better place to go race. I mean, even when the wind picked up, it still wasn't bad, which is not usually the case. Glad to be on a nice lake. Colorado River treated us good. Hopefully we'll treat us good when we get to Colorado again.
All right. Well, on Friday, you guys tested the 2.5. Then you decided to throw the APX on there, and I think that was the perfect choice for this weekend for this size course.
Yeah, the torque of the four-stroke definitely helps it on the smaller course. We tested the two-stroke on Friday, and we never really got it right. So, unfortunately, we don't know if it could have been a little bit faster, but I ain't mad at the four-stroke. I think I've said that more than once.
They have done so much work with the Mercury, with the APX, to bring it to the top of the podium, and the combination of a great boat, a great motor, and one heck of a driver right here, Dylan Anderson. Checkered flag belongs to you here at the Battle of Colorado in the F1.
Thank you very much. And before we get out of here, just got to thank the sponsors, man. We couldn't be here without them. Anderson Marine obviously does a lot to get us here. Elite Recreational Finance and Elite Direct Finance. XS Power Batteries, Low Car Performance, Danny and them at C2 Machine. Really appreciate all those guys.
Oh, you're getting all choked up because you're so excited, and all those people that have helped you out. Congratulations one more time. I'm going to let you get back over to your crew. I know they want to give you big hugs. There is your winner right there, Anderson Marine, Dylan Anderson in the number 17.
What a fantastic run for that driver out of Nashville, Tennessee. He's got his third victory on the season. He won in Shreveport, Louisiana for round 2 at the Red River Rumble. He won the opening round at Port Neches on the season. And if it weren't for a technical infraction, he would have a big lead on the series point standings. But as it sits today, he did exactly what he needed to do to get back into the conversation for the series points championship. He ran that thing like a pro, wire to wire, bell to bell, and was able to secure his third victory in 4 races here on the 2025 season. But a great finish as well for the 52 of Chris Rinker. And how about the 29 of Jared Jensen? I know that young driver is going to head back to Colorado with an ear-to-ear smile, ending up on the podium for the first time in his career as he rounds out the top 3 here in Formula 1K. What a fantastic weekend of racing we had here on the Colorado River.
You know, it has been filled with thrills and spills, crowning champions right and left. But the smiles from our fans, that's what I've been excited to see. First time here at Marble Falls. I've already talked to a couple of the, I guess you could say, the Chamber of Commerce, saying I can't wait till 2026. But you know what? They're coming back to Highlands to watch some of the races because they had so much fun here this weekend.
Yeah, that's fantastic. We love when our fans can travel, and hopefully a whole contingent of Central Texans make their way down to southeastern Texas, just east of downtown Houston, to the Baytown Boat Club. That will be round 6 and the final round of 2025. But up next, we head to the foothills of the Rocky Mountains for the Roar of the Rockies for round 5 of the 2025 season as we continue to push forward here on the 2025 calendar. Okay, we have had absolute knockdown, drag-out battles in all 3 classes, every race of 2025, and I don't expect anything less in Colorado as we move on here in a little over a month's time.
I mean, our race star drivers give our fans one heck of a show weekend after weekend.
I look forward to every race. I'm like, when is it Colorado? I'm ready for Windsor, Colorado. I'm ready for the next race to see what's going to happen. A whole new chapter of stories will be opened there at Windsor, Colorado. So make sure you follow us on F1 Powerboat Racing on all of your social media. You can listen to Thomas and I talk all weekend, and it's kind of fun, I think. But we have to figure out: do we want the white shirt or the blue shirt? We got to find that out.
Yeah, well, we'll check the comments when we're all done from our live stream on YouTube. So again, if you go to our YouTube channel, you want to rewatch it, make sure you smash that subscribe button. You'll get notified every time we go live for the rest of 2025. But as it sits here for Marble Falls in round 4 of the Battle in the Colorado, what a fantastic inaugural event it was that saw the 17 of Dylan Anderson do what he does best behind the wheel of a Formula One and run that thing all the way to victory. Coming up next, we're going to have our award ceremony right down here by the VIP pavilion, so please make your way down and hang out with our drivers, meet the drivers, shake their hands, get an autograph, pick up your half-off Marble Falls Battle on the Colorado t-shirt up there and bring it down with a Sharpie in hand and get all the autographs from these fantastic Formula One, Formula Light, and Tri-Hull drivers that made their way here to Marble Falls for round 4. Again, coming up next, we're going to be September 13th and 14th in Windsor, Colorado in the Water Valley communities for Roar of the Rockies 2025, and then round out the season with the Battle on the San Jacinto. The Battle on the San Jacinto just east of Houston at the Baytown Boat Club. Well, we are going to put on some tunes and allow you guys to enjoy some music here while we get ready to set up our award ceremony. But on behalf of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, on behalf of my partner Kay and myself, thank you so much for joining us all weekend. We're going to give away some well-deserved hardware coming up next.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line, whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing. Win every race.
JH Performance Boats. Custom-made, classic, shallow water boats built from scratch, offering a direct and personalized experience from start to finish. They provide exceptional service and support, having an unmatched reputation while paying close attention to detail with quality construction, expert knowledge, and outstanding performance. Mercury Racing, born from competition. Mercury Racing combines its legacy in powerboat racing and leading-edge technology to design and manufacture high-performance marine propulsion systems, powering wide-open experiences for performance boaters and competitive race teams. Mercury Racing takes you further, faster. Moto Marketing Group, accelerating brands for over 35 years. From developing some of the most famous boat and race team graphics that look fast to websites that run fast. Moto Marketing Group is your one-stop marketing shop for branding, vehicle wraps, websites, photography, and print design. They do it all professionally for a great price. Check them out online at motomarketinggroup.com. Seaway Marine, the Formula Light sponsor here in 2025 on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, operates out of a 62,000 square foot warehouse that is packed with current OEM parts, aftermarket parts, and vintage hard-to-find parts. They ship over 100,000 packages all over the United States, providing same-day shipping on in-stock orders. Seaway staff is arguably the most knowledgeable in the industry. With decades of experience, Seaway prides itself in excellent customer service. Make Seaway Marine your first call or text for all your marine part needs. 425-412-4006 or online at seawaymarine.com. VP Racing Fuels, the official fuel of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series.
VP Racing Fuels has been the fuel choice of champions for decades. Now you can benefit from VP's expanded line of performance additives for your boat, daily driver, or weekend warrior. Learn more about their ultramarine and explore VP's full product line at vpracingfuels.com.
Racing Communications. They're radios for racing.
Seabold Sports, world champion powerboat racing since 1939. Find more on the legendary Seabold family at seaboldsports.com. Don't forget, race fans, we've got award ceremony coming up here for all three classes on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. For all race teams, please make sure to make your way down here to just below the VIP pavilion for our award ceremony for all three classes, giving away some well-deserved hardware here from the inaugural battle on the Colorado Round 4 of the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. So any of our fans left up there, make sure you jump on down here just below the pavilion and hang out with all of our race teams and all the different drivers. Make sure you meet them, grab your 50% off Battle on the Colorado t-shirt, and bring a Sharpie down here. They'll be more than happy to give you an autograph on that shirt that you can cherish until 2026, when hopefully you can get a new one. And when we come back to Marble Falls in 2026, what a fantastic inaugural event it was. We got to thank the great folks at the Marble Falls Chamber of Commerce. They were a fantastic partner in bringing us here in 2025. I know it was a short notice in the grand scheme of things of planning large-scale events, and they pulled it off in fantastic fashion. And, of course, our title sponsor here from the Battle on the Colorado, Firefly Aerospace, sending folks to the moon from right here in Central Texas. And don't forget, their merchandise, all their proceeds from the Firefly merchandise being sold here this weekend are going to the Leander flood victims as they help to rebuild the families and the communities of those folks who were devastated by the floods just a few weeks ago. Again, awards presentation coming up momentarily, so get your way down here as we're going to give away some hardware and wrap up Round 4 of the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Check, check, check. There we go. Nice and loud. I don't even have to talk loud. This is fantastic. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you could make your way down here to our awards presentation, we're going to give away some well-due hardware to all of our drivers in all three classes here from the inaugural Battle on the Colorado, brought to you by Firefly Aerospace and the Marble Falls Chamber of Commerce. And what a great weekend it was here on the shores of the Colorado River. The heat was hot. The competition was on fire. And these trophies are well earned by all three drivers in all three classes. And we're going to start things off with the Formula Lights class. This driver has had a week, to say the least. But she showed up to honor her teammate, and she found her way on the podium. And now they're headed back to California to deal with everything else that they've got to deal with. So she's not going to be able to make it down here for the awards presentation. But in honor of her teammate and the hard work and effort that she put in, ladies and gentlemen, let me hear you put your hands together. Your third-place finisher in Formula Lights, number 12, Shelby Love. This next driver had a long drive all the way up the panhandle of Florida, all the way across the deep south of the U.S., here to the beautiful shores of the Colorado River in central Texas. Formerly the Miami Madman, now the Tampa Terror. Ladies and gentlemen, your second-place finisher in Formula Lights, running for Mike Scott Plumbing, number 21, Jose Mendaña Jr. I'm tall. Well, Jose, I know it's been a while since we've seen you back from round one in Port Neches. Took some time off, and, boy, it looks like you didn't have to knock a whole lot of rust off. A fantastic finish here for the Mike Scott Plumbing Mendaña Enterprises machine.
Yeah, we had a 9 out of 10 weekend. It was pretty good. We were there on the cusp, grabbing it. Mark just beat us in the final, just by a hair off that line. But we're going to go back, regroup. We'll be back in a couple of rounds, and we're going to be stronger going in 2026, I promise.
Well, hey, fantastic, man. Enjoy a good ride back to Central Florida with some hardware in hand. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, your second-place finisher, number 21, Jose Mendaña Jr. Well, this is the first time in a little while, definitely the first time this year, this guy has been in this place. And it's probably weird for him, and he's glad to be back. He ran hard all weekend. He battled with the 21 of Mendaña. It was nip and tuck all weekend long, but he came off the beach like a rocket, got to the first turn, and ran that thing wire to wire. And he did it for his fantastic race team, B&B Racing, who had a big crowd here. I know he was bummed that his teammate couldn't make the final, but he did what he could to make sure that the B&B Racing team running for Pizza Inn was represented well here at the Battle on the Colorado. Your winner in Formula Lights, out of Greenfield, Wisconsin, number 35, Mark Schmierbach. All right, Mark. Well, while you get that hat on and you get up on top of that box, here, I'll hold the cigar for you. Well, Mark, it was a fantastic weekend. You knew you were in for a battle with the 21 of Mendaña here for round 4. I know the B&B Racing team had maybe a bit of a rougher weekend than you're used to, but it's got to feel good to come out on top.
Well, it does feel good. I just want to say thanks to the great, not Alton, but the Firefly people here. And this is so great. And Marble Falls, this is so great. What a great race course.
Absolutely. A little bit shorter, but with some interesting angles in and out of the turns. Looks like you used that to your advantage, kept the 21 of Mendaña behind you, collected some valuable points, and on to Colorado for round 5. Got to feel good to be on the top spot on the box for the first time this year in 2025?
Well, it does feel good, but I hope he shows up at, the next round. Because, I win this one, he wins the next one. I win this one. I don't want to, they're so great on keeping us going.
Well, hey, man, we'll appreciate your time up here. Congratulations. Go back and celebrate with the rest of the Pizza Inn B&B Racing team.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion in Formula Lights, number 35, Mark Schmierbach. The Formula Lights class. Oops. You ready? 3, 2, 1. Douse 'em. You'd think the guy that worked for a beer distributor would know how to pop open a bottle of champagne. Oh, there you go. That'll cool you down, Mark. Well, this next class is always entertaining. Never short of breathtaking moments from lap 1 to lap 20. And this first driver knew he had some ground to make up coming into the main event here in Marble Falls. He came in the series points leader. He started the final in the middle of the pack. He started the restart in 5th. And he busted his butt and grinded all the rest of the Tri-Hall final all the way to a 3rd-place finish on the podium, securing his top spot in the series championship standings with some valuable points. Ladies and gentlemen, your 3rd-place finisher here in Texas Tri-Hall, running for the Outlaw F1 team and Captain Mark Seafood, number 13, Grant Schubert. You're right here. Yeah, you're a little hoarse there after some late nights last night. Boy, it was a rougher weekend than you're used to so far here in the Texas Tri-Hall in 2025.
I was just trying to make it through and try and hold the lead. So.
And it looks like you did. Boy, those last handful of laps, you got around a couple of those boats that were in front of you there just to secure this 3rd-place finish. It's got to feel good to push hard there at the end and grab some hardware and be rewarded for it.
Oh, yeah, I'm happy. Happy I ended up with a 3rd.
All right, well, we'll let you save that voice. Ladies and gentlemen, your 3rd-place finisher, number 13, Grant Schubert. Now, this next driver, he's going to be real excited. He's got that slick zebra print, black and white tux on. He got punished by his own teammates after the last round, and he broke down on lap 3. He vowed that was not happen again. He moved the steering to the other side of the boat to try to protect so he could finish the final. And, boy, I tell you, when this guy can finish a race, he's going to find himself in a lot more similar positions that he finds himself in today. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2nd-place finisher in Texas Tri-Hall, running for Burnshausen Oil. They call him Mullet. Number 69, Cole Wearing. Along with his bodyguard. All right, well, hey, man, this has got to feel real good to be up here. I know you've been struggling all year. You've had your steering taken out multiple times in main events, but it all paid off here this weekend. What a fantastic run in that Burnshausen oil machine.
Yeah, and the funny thing about it is at the restart, I had to have Jared to push me to the right because my steering was broke again. And I was like, you know what, I'm going to risk it. If I roll over, I roll over. I'm going to make this final. I'm going to finish it. And, it worked out for me.
Well, a good thing you were able to hang it together and cobble it together and keep it running because you ran that thing fantastically this weekend, and everybody better watch out. If Mullet can finish a race, he's going to end up on the podium.
That's the plan, man. Hopefully keep it going. You know, I just want to thank my sponsors, my family, Burns Housing Oil, John and Mike at JH, you know, the best two dudes known to the planet. They've helped me out with everything so much. You know, Marble Falls is awesome. This is a great race. Firefly, you know, we went to the Rocket Ranch, and it was the coolest thing ever. So, you know, great race side, everything. It's just awesome time. I'm happy to be here. We appreciate it.
Well, fantastic, man. Well, hey, hop up on top of that box. It's been a little while since we've seen you up there, back since, Grove, Oklahoma. But you're back up there again, and you're going to be fighting for the top 3 in the series points after this weekend. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, your second place finisher, number 69, Cole Wearing. Well, now this next driver, do we call him Neil Marsh Jr.? Maybe? Not quite yet. But what a fantastic run it has been since he hopped in behind the wheel of the number 10 Rinker Boat World machine. He got in and made darn sure that Grandpa Jerry picked the right grandson to hop in the prestigious number 10 Texas Tri-Hall. What has he done since he got in? He won round 2, the Red River Rumble. He won round 3 at the Alton Midwest Nationals. And ladies and gentlemen, for the turkey in Texas Tri-Hall, winning his 3rd straight race, your first place finisher in Texas Tri-Hall, number 10, Tanner Rinker. All right, Tanner. Well, hey, boy, you're getting real comfortable and used to these, aren't you?
I wouldn't say that. I got some great drivers behind me, and I know they could be up here at any point, so try to stay humble, keep working, keep driving fast.
Now let's talk about that restart quickly. I know you were probably the person who hated seeing that restart more than anybody. You had to look to your right and see the number 69 of Cole Wearing on your outside. But, man, you got to that first pin and just walked away from it there. Had to feel good to get out in that clean water on the restart.
Yeah, Cole's a hell of a driver. I know he's a fast boat, so I was a little worried, but took that first turn, made it good, no problems.
Well, he may not be the most eloquent wordsmith on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, but he has won 3 races in a row. Congratulations, man. I know this one's going to be fun back in the pits.
Thank you. I just want to shout out my sponsors, McLean Trailers, Mastercraft Boats, and Sylvan Pontoons. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion in Texas Tri-Hall, number 10, Tanner Rinker. Ladies and gentlemen, the Texas Tri-Hall class. Are you ready? 3. Oh. Hold them up one more time, boys. All right, now 3, 2, 1, douse them. Ladies and gentlemen, the Texas Tri-Hall class. Boy, we wrapped up a fantastic day of racing with one heck of a final. We may have been down a few boats this weekend, but we weren't down on excitement, that's for sure. We saw boats not fire off the start dock. We saw boats spin out and lose a prop to the waters of the Colorado, and we had deck-to-deck racing all weekend long. And if you would have told me that I would be announcing this driver as your 3rd place finisher this weekend, I would have probably given you a little bit of a weird look. He's had a rough start to 2025. He had a brand-new boat. He blew it over before the opening round of 2025. He had to sit out round 2. He brought a brand-new hull to round 3, finished middle of the pack, and here he is for the first time in his Formula One career. Ladies and gentlemen, your 3rd place finisher in Formula One out of Windsor, Colorado, Hey. Out of Windsor, Colorado, number 29, Jared Jensen. Boy, Jared, it's got to feel good after a rough 2025 so far. You find yourself your first podium finish here in F1. Tell me what that means to you and your team.
It means everything. I mean, my family, my team have been working really hard on the boat, and I set us back pretty decent in round one. So everybody's been working their ass off to get everything in line. And, it's been a good weekend. But our hearts are with the Clover construction team, the Loves, and their family, because it's not the same not having Spencer out there running with us, and Shelby, of course, and Traden. So, it's a great site. We had a great weekend. It was fun. Big thanks to Marble Falls Chamber of Commerce and Firefly Aerospace for their support, and hopefully we'll be back next year.
Absolutely, man. Well, hey, we'll let you get back up on that box and enjoy you staring at that hardware. Congratulations, sir.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, your third place finisher, number 29, Jared Jensen. Well, this next driver, if it weren't for a family scare of his own in round one, he'd probably be sitting atop of the point standings. But after some fantastic finishes in Shreveport, Louisiana, Alton, Illinois, and again here in Marble Falls, Texas, he's right in the thick of things for the season championship. And he finished a solid second place finish here in Formula One at the Battle on the Colorado. With a new sponsor, Mastercraft, to go along with Sylvan Pontoons, McLean Trailers, and Rinker Boat World. They call him the real deal. Ladies and gentlemen, your second place finisher in Formula One, number 52, Chris Rinker. Man, Chris, when you had to make the hard decision to step away from the cockpit in round one, you probably didn't think you'd be this tight in the points battle for the season championship, but it's got to feel good with podium finishes in every single round that you've competed in the main event in, and here you are on the box again with a solid second place finish.
Yeah, I think we've had what it takes to be there. We just had some things to overcome, obviously, and, there's great drivers out there. I miss Spencer Love. I hate that he wasn't out there. I totally get it. Thank you to Marble Falls and everybody out there, and the Firefly thing was incredible. I mean, that was actually the coolest thing of the weekend. I thought that was awesome. But McLean Trailers, just want to give them a shout-out, and hit Mastercraft, obviously, and Sylvan Pontoons, and my team at Rinker's Boat World. They're the ones that let me come out and play while they're back there working, so I can't thank them enough for that. And hopefully we can get closer and closer to the top of that podium, win the championship.
Absolutely, man. I know that's the goal every year, and every time the Rinker steps on the water, they're always shooting for championships. And both you and your son Tanner are climbing the ranks here as we just tip past the halfway point. It'll be interesting to see what happens in Colorado.
Yeah, it's going to be a great run. I'm proud as heck for Tanner Ray Rinker to be able to get up there again. He showed me up, so I got to deal with it. It'll be all good.
Well, congratulations, Chris. Enjoy bringing home some hardware back to spring.
Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, your second place finisher, number 52, Chris, the real deal Rinker. The theme of this season seems to be challenges that drivers have to overcome that they didn't necessarily expect. And this driver has done a fantastic job of that. He won at the Red River Rumble. He ended up on the podium at the Alton Midwest Nationals, and he's back to his winning ways here in Marble Falls. He went wire to wire with that big 4.6 liter APX 250 V8 on the back of that Anderson Marine XS power batteries Formula One machine. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion at the inaugural Battle on the Colorado in Formula One, number 17, Dylan Anderson.
I got to love as I'm up here listening to the chatter between drivers. They're off the water, and they still can't stop talking smack to one another. Oh, boy. Hey, Dylan. Fantastic run out there. It's got to feel real good. I know, obviously, the season didn't start off the way you wanted, but you've really done some fantastic things since then and set yourself up for success. And with 2 more rounds, you might just have enough runway to snatch that season championship from the rest of these top drivers.
Yeah, it was a tough weekend. We did a lot of testing trying to get the 2-stroke right, get the 4-stroke right, and unfortunately just couldn't get the 2-stroke right. It was kind of seemed like we had a little bit of altitude in the air or something and just never got a chance to really get a good lap time on it. So we hopped in the boat that we knew when you turned the key on it'd be tuned as good as it could get, and really got to thank everybody for having us out, the Firefly Aerospace whole team for showing us around and being cordial to us and letting us see some pretty cool stuff. You know, maybe next year we'll have a rocket fly over for the start or something like that. We'll see what happens. But, no, we really appreciate everybody here, appreciate Marble Falls, and hopefully we'll hear back next year.
Awesome, man. Well, hey, you collected some valuable points. You got yourself inside the top 5 now with a couple more rounds to go. Sounds like we haven't heard the last out of Anderson Marine Racing.
No, you got a while yet before you stop hearing about us.
All right, man. Well, hey, congratulations. Enjoy that top spot on the box once again here in 2025.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner here at the inaugural Battle on the Colorado, number 17, Dylan Anderson. Ladies and gentlemen, the Formula One class. All right, 3, 2, 1, douse 'em. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what a fantastic weekend of racing it was. As we wrap things up here from round 4 in Marble Falls, Texas at the Battle on the Colorado. Coming up next, we head to the foothills of the Colorado Rockies, about 45 minutes straight north of Denver, in the beautiful Water Valley communities of Windsor, Colorado, for the Roar of the Rockies 2026 in round 5 of the 2025 race calendar. And wrapping up the season just outside of Houston, Texas at the Baytown Boat Club for the Battle on the San Jacinto. 4 rounds down, 2 rounds to go. Who's going to be the champion? Will the 1 of Dustin Terry be able to hang on and go back-to-back? Or will the 52 of Chris Rinker, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, the 17 of Dylan Anderson snatch that season championship away from the defending champion? We'll find out mid-September, the 13th and 14th. We'll see you at round 5, the Roar of the Rockies in Windsor, Colorado. On behalf of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, our fantastic sponsors, Firefly Aerospace and the Marble Falls Chamber of Commerce, thank you so much. Good night, God bless, and we'll see you in Colorado.